All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. Today is Thursday, May 5th, 2022, and this is a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. If you look outside, it is an absolutely beautiful day today in Manatee County. And we're going to start the day the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. Is David Murphy from Bayside Church here today? Okay, Pastor Murphy did not make it this morning. We will go to Commissioner Vanessa Baugh for the invocation, after which Commissioner Reggie Bellamy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, if you're able, please stand.
Mic doesn't work very well. Bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us all together today. And you can see from the crowd here that we have a wonderful community who is willing to participate and want to have a say in how we grow, how we look, and their Manatee County. And we're thankful for that, Father. We just thank you for, as our chairman said, the beautiful weather, the beautiful day, the sunshine, the earth that you created. We are so blessed to have you as our Father. Father, we have so many issues going on in our country today. I come from the old school, and I'm so happy because I don't understand the new. Father, just put your hands on all of us. Help us get through the different things that we seem to disagree about and have problems with each other about. Help us to clear our minds and to remember to keep our eyes on you. In your Son's name, Jesus, amen.
All right, thank you all so much. We're going to go to Mrs. Courtney DePaul for a reading of changes to today's agenda.
Good morning. So there was an updated memo on the 2nd of May, 2022, under Advertised Public Hearings for presentation scheduled, item number 9, Z-21-07, Farshad F. Nejad rezone, and that was PLN 2107-0051, quasi-judicial. Racina Leiter is the planning section manager. It was revisions to the ordinance to correct a typographical error not attached but entered into the online agenda. And then on item number 10, PDR-21-07, ZG, Twin Rivers Estates, also known as Estates at River's Edge. Alan Ward Reasoner is the owner. It's PLN 2103-0122 with Marshall Robinson as the principal planner. Public comments that were entered into the record at the Planning Commission meeting, and then also additional public comments and revision to the staff report on Planning Commission actions to read as follows. On April 14th, 2022, a motion was made for denial. The vote was 3-3. Then a motion was made to approve. That vote was 3-3. A tie vote goes forward with a recommendation of denial. Item number 11, PDMU-11-13, GR, Cross Creek GDP Amendment, PLN 2108-0120 with Bill O'Shea as the principal planner. There were public comments that were added to the record. Next, under the regular agenda, the Concession Land Development LLC approval of written statement of allowable uses and written settlement offer. Public comments were added to the record. And then next, with an updated memo on May 3rd, 2022, under Advertised Public Hearings, presentations upon request. Item number 6, Ordinance 22-51, formerly known as 21-38, Heritage Harbor, DRI number 24, PLN 2107-0032, quasi-judicial, Marshall Robinson is the principal planner. Public comments were added. Item number 7, PDMU-98-08, GR11, Heritage Harbor, formerly known as Heritage Sound, GDP Amendment, PLN 2107-0033, quasi-judicial with Marshall Robinson as principal planner. Public comments were added. And then under Advertised Public Hearings with presentations scheduled, item number 9, Z-21-07, Farshad F. Nejad rezone, PLN 2107-0051, quasi-judicial, Racina Leiter is the planning section manager. Revisions to the comparison chart under the detailed discussion in the staff report was updated. And then item number 11, PDMU-11-13, GR, Cross Creek GDP Amendment, PLN 2108-0120 with Bill O'Shea as the principal planner. Public comments were added. And then finally, on an updated memo on May 4th, 2022, advertised public hearings for presentation scheduled. Item number 8, PDMU-91-01GR8, Gateway North GDP Amendment, formerly known as Artisan Lakes, for Taylor Woodrow Communities LLC is the owners, and Rowers Capital LLC is the contract purchaser, PLN 2109-0156, quasi-judicial with Marshall Robinson as the principal planner. Public comments were attached. And then under advertised public hearings, presentation scheduled, PDR, item number 10, PDR-21-07ZG, Twin Rivers Estates, also known as Estates at River's Edge. Alan Ward Reasoner is the owner, PLN 2103-0122, quasi-judicial with Marshall Robinson as the principal planner. Public comments were attached. And then finally, item number 11, PDMU-11-13GR, Cross Creek GDP Amendment, PLN 2108-0120, with Bill O'Shea as the principal planner. Public comments were attached. And so all of the above changes are in the updated memo and have been attached to the agenda management system. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move to the consent agenda. Commissioners, do you have any items that you would like to see removed from the consent agenda? Anything you want to pull? Okay, no one pulling any items from consent. Let's go ahead and vote on consent. I'll entertain motions on consent.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve the consent agenda, second by Commissioner Baugh. We'll open up consent to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak specifically on items that are on today's consent agenda? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone that's called in who would like to speak on consent agenda items? All right, no callers. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, consent passes unanimously. We'll move on to citizen comments for future agenda items. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda but may appear on a future agenda before this board? If anyone would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item, please step forward now. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on future agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close public comment on future agenda items then, and we are going to move into, I believe, publicly advertised hearings. Is that correct, Ms. Shank?
Or presentation upon request.
Presentations upon request. Okay, please introduce the first item, ma'am.
Okay. Number 2 is adoption of proposed ordinance number 2022 dissolving the Wildcat Preserve Community Development District.
Is she on?
I was on. Number 2 is adoption of proposed ordinance number 2022 dissolving the Wildcat Preserve Community Development District. So we have to open the public hearing and then vote on the proposed motion.
Okay, so first of all, would anyone like to request a presentation? Okay, with no presentation requested, we'll entertain motions.
Move approval as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Serbia, a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We'll open this one up to public comment. Would anyone like to come forward to speak on Wildcat Preserve? Anyone like to come forward to speak on Wildcat Preserve? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. This is legislative. Anyone calling in to speak on Wildcat Preserve?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close public comment. We'll hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Ms. Shank, next item.
Yes, number 3 is proposed ordinance number 2237 establishing the Stonegate Preserve Community Development District.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval as recommended in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, a second by a motion by Commissioner Serbia, a second by Commissioner Baugh. No one has requested a presentation. We'll open this up to public comment. Would anyone like to come forward to speak on Stonegate Preserve? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone for Stonegate?
No, sir.
Okay, no callers. We'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, Stonegate passes unanimously. Ms. Shank.
Number 4 is adoption of proposed ordinance number 2238 establishing Rye Crossing Community Development District.
Move approval as recommended in the staff report.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Serbia and a second by Commissioner Baugh. No commissioners are requesting a presentation. We'll open this up to public comment. Anyone like to come forward to speak on South Bay? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in for South Bay?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close public comment with no callers, and we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, South Bay passes unanimously. All right, and that concludes our,
No,
oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think you skipped one.
Oh, did
Mr.
I say
Chairman.
South Bay and I meant Rye? I apologize. That was Rye,
We have
for
one more.
clarification. We're moving to South Bay now, Ms. Shank.
number 5 is proposed ordinance number 22-42, FKA ordinance number 0753, dissolution of South Bay Community Development District.
Move approval as recommended.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Baugh. No one's requested a presentation. We'll open this to public comment. Would anyone like to come forward to speak on South Bay this time? Seeing no one, we'll open this to the phones. Anyone on the phone for South Bay?
No, sir.
All right, we'll close public comment. Move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. And that concludes legislative. We will now move into the quasi-judicial portion, so the phone calls will not be an option for public comment. You'll have to be present for public comment from this point on. Ms. Shank, please introduce the first item.
The clerk normally reads the quasi-judicial.
Yes, she does. Madam Clerk.
If you plan on speaking, you need to be sworn in for the quasi-judicial items. Please stand so that you can take the oath.
Even if you think you may speak, go ahead and get sworn in so you're covered.
Never knew. Yes. Courtney. Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you are about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
No, you're not testifying on anything.
Okay, lots of honest faces out there. So, Ms. Shank, would you like to introduce the first item?
Okay, we can consider numbers 6 and 7 together and vote separately. They're both the same project. 6 is ordinance number 2251, FKA 2138, Heritage Harbor. This is the DOI Development Order Amendment. And number 7 is rezone ordinance proposed PDMU 9808GR11, Heritage Harbor. This is a general development plan amendment for the same project. So we can open 6 and 7 together, if you like.
Okay, we will do that. We'll open 6 and 7 together. Who is presenting?
Marshall.
Well, they're presentation upon request, so we have to
Oh,
see.
do we have a request for a presentation?
I think we had something basic, yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Whitmore would like something basic.
The
Yeah.
attorney for the applicant is present.
Okay, Mr. Grimes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes for the record, and I have been sworn. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Grimes Galvano on behalf of the applicant, Heritage Harbor Golf LLC. I will try and keep it brief for you, and if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. We are here today on a request to amend the Heritage Harbor DRI development order and associated map H, as well as the zoning ordinance and general development plan. What we're looking here today is to add 76 multifamily units to the Heritage Harbor DRI. That's by definition. They are proposed to be paired villas, but it's on single ownership land and possible community condominium-style ownership down the road. But they will be paired villas, and as well as add 100 boutique hotel rooms to the Heritage Harbor DRI. The application is specific to one portion of the DRI, and it's the existing Heritage Harbor Golf hole number 1 and 2. And what he's looking to do here, and I know you've seen this before, looking to do a small development so that he can get some needed funds, not just in the short term, but this is going to be associated with the golf course and provide for additional funding in the long term to provide needed maintenance of the golf course. It's a great golf course, a lot of fun, but like many public courses we see in the county and in the state, it's in need of repair. And so the goal with this is to prevent what we've seen with many golf courses in the county of them going under and left unkept or even redeveloped in their entirety. And so that's what we're here today. I have Mr. Mark Bruce, the managing member of the golf course, with me today. He has been in constant communication with not just we have the Stony Brook HOA, the Heritage Harbor CDD, as well as the Master Association, and anyone in the community that wants to come knock on his door. It's been open door, showing plans, his proposed use for the property. And so we have, worked with staff. We've reviewed their plan, or their staff report, and we agree with its findings. We're in compliance with the code and the comp plan. We have provided our dimensional criteria for this that's consistent with the uses already existing in the Heritage Harbor DRI, and so we request your approval today, and I'd be happy to get into a little more detail, but I know you wanted a short presentation.
Thank you, sir. I only have one commissioner on the board. It's Commissioner Baugh.
Mr. Chairman, after we have public comment, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay. Are there any other commissioners who would like to make comment? All right, seeing none, we'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item, number 6? All right, seeing no one, we're not going to the phone because it's quasi-judicial, so we'll close public comment, and we'll entertain motions. Commissioner Baugh?
I'm going to assume that it's two separate motions that need to be made, Madam?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I'll go ahead on the first one on item number 7 and move to approve according to ordinance number 2251. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would just clarify,
Yeah.
number 6 is
Yeah.
the ordinance 2251 amendment DUI development order and the recommended motion for approval in the staff report.
Thank you. You got ahead of me. That's my motion, sir.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh. We have a second by Commissioner Cruz. We have held public comment. No commissioners are on the board. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, number 6 passes unanimously. Commissioner Baugh.
All right, and I'd like to make a comment after this vote. Based upon the staff report and evidence presented, I move to approve DRI number 24 and adopt Manatee County Ordinance number 22-51, FKA 21-38.
Actually, it's the next one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Golly day,
So
hold
it-
on.
Ms. Shank, would you like to read the motion, please?
It's not.
Well, number 7 is proposed ordinance PDMU 9808GR11, the zoning ordinance amendment for Heritage Harbor, and that there's a proposed motion for approval in the staff
That
report,
was number 7.
if that's what you're indicating.
And that's exactly what my number 7,
So moved.
so you know, so moved. My computer's wrong.
I'm waiting for a second.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, and we have a second by Commissioner Cruz. We'll open up item number 7 up to public comment. Would anyone like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item?
Well, we did that already, we did them
Seeing,
together.
well, I did them together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then, giving them a second opportunity. No one's coming forward, so we'll close public comment, and we'll move forward with the vote. No one's on the board. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, number 7 passes unanimously. Commissioner Baugh, you have the floor.
Yes, and I just want to say my computer has them switched for some reason, but at any rate, I did meet with, Heritage Harbor just came in my district because of the redistricting, and I went out there, and what a great community. I am so excited to represent you, and this sounds like a very exciting project, so I'm anxious to see it. And the only other thing I would add, I've been on this board for 10 years, and it is so unusual. I can only remember one time that it happened, that something came before this board and everybody in the crowd from the neighborhood was in favor. And that was actually something for another developer that's here today. I won't mention his name. He knows who he is, but it's always nice to see. So thank you for all being here.
Thank you, ma'am. No one else is on the board, so Ms. Shank, if you would please introduce the next agenda item.
Okay, number 8 is proposed ordinance PDMU 9101GR8, Gateway North General Development Plan Amendment, Taylor Woodrow Communities. The planner is Marshall Robinson.
Would anyone like a presentation on this item, Artisan Lakes?
And, Mr. Chair, we have to disclose ex parte communications.
Oh, any ex parte communications to disclose? All right, none? I will have to get you an agenda, sir. I can't give you mine because I need it. No ex parte communication. Would anyone like a presentation?
Mr. Chair, I always think for the public, it looks like we're just
That's- you
reading
have-
it and approving it. At
You have
least-
every right.
Yeah.
So we would like a
Always.
basic presentation from the applicant, please.
So it's another Grimes.
Yeah, I'm going to say,
Jeez.
give the floor to Mr. Grimes. People are going to think I've lost my mind.
Add.
But Mr. Grimes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The shorter Mr. Grimes.
The shorter? That's just because of aging.
Yeah, right. Thanks.
It's a fact.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Caleb Grimes with Grimes Galvano, and I have been sworn. I'm pleased to be here representing the Roars community. Jeff Shrum is here if we have some more planning issues, but I want to be very short and sweet on this. This concerns a parcel within the Greater Artisan Lakes development that is currently approved for 300 multifamily units. And we are here for some very simple things. We are here to bring the ordinance in line with our current code. Our current code defines height differently than the old code did. We are limited to 3 stories on this site, and we are not changing that. We just want to be able to measure it the way our code does today, so there's no confusion going forward. So we're not changing the height 33 stories, but we're asking to measure it under today's code, which you all made some changes to on how that's measured. Frankly, it just gives developers a chance to have a little nicer developments, a little higher ceilings, and some of those things. The second thing is we are asking for something that you do regularly. We have done the studies, and we're asking to reduce the parking ratio to 1.79 parking spaces per unit, and that's just something we've done many times here before the board, and staff supports that. We are also asking to increase the setback for these buildings to the north against the community immediately to the north by adding an extra 50 feet of setback, so from 20 to 50 feet, so that we have 70 foot of setback. And then finally, some time ago on another parcel within this development, the county, working with the developer, approved some changes to the access points. They moved one access point off of Buckeye Road and put it down onto Artisan Lakes Parkway, so there were 2 there. Apparently they and the staff felt that was a better circulation pattern and better for going forward. That has been done, FSP's approved, and staff asked us in this change to reflect that on the new GDP. So you'll see the changed access point to match what's already approved on the GDP. So it's very simple. We're not asking for any new entitlements. And I do want to point out too, on this site right now, it can allow commercial 5 stories. So it could actually be 5 stories, but we're keeping it at 3 and just want to do it under today's code. So that's it in simple terms. This development long ago did its mitigation through a prop share project. Actually put up, I think it's about $3.5 million that went towards the construction of Moccasin Wallow, and the right-of-way was provided for the widening, and as you know, Moccasin Wallow is well underway now in its widening project. So there's a relatively brief. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board. Commissioner?
Okay, and you know, we read all this stuff, we get all this stuff, and then we have briefings, so we're pretty familiar, so it may appear that we just approve it, but we've been working on it for weeks. Gateway North, my notes, it's close to I-75, Moccasin Wallow, I-75, 70-foot separation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is this one is this one of the projects where it was like a wedding cake? No. The 70 feet? When you went up high to 3, no, okay, sorry.
I'm not sure what you mean
No,
by that.
no,
We're
I'm
just
wrong.
having 70-foot separation.
And it's 44 feet or 3 floors?
No, it is 3 floors based on today's code requirements. And today's code requirements go into measuring height a little differently than it used to. In the old days, you remember if you had 35 feet, then it was measured to the midline of the roof, and you got into we got a whole new code that says this is how we're going to measure 3 stories. And we'd like to fall under that so there's no confusion going forward. Be consistent with your land development code.
Thank you. I was here when we did approve this, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. No one else is on the board. Do we need a presentation by staff, Commissioner?
No, I don't.
Does anyone else need a presentation by staff? No. Okay. Let's move into public comment then. I do have one card for this item. It is Colette Agabetti. Colette Agabetti. So since you're the first to come up for a public comment today, we'll go over the procedure here. So when you do come up for public comment, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You need to stay specific to the agenda item that's before us at the time. And when you start, you'll need to state your first and your last name and your county of residence. Ma'am?
My name is Colette Agabetti. I've been sworn to speak, and I live in Manatee County at 1019 Seasons Way in Palmetto. RC Palmetto Apartments, LLC, hereinafter referred to as RCPA, a subsidiary of Rohr's Company's development at Artisan Lakes Parcel I issues. These are additional comments that are to clarify our previous submittal to the Planning Committee comments on April 14th. So, point number 1 is Gillette Road. In 2018, Taylor Morrison paid money to Manatee County for road improvements to Moccasin Wallow Road and Gillette Road with $893,511.00 dedicated to Gillette Road improvements. Since there has been additional development in this area, we feel a new road study would more accurately reflect an updated cost of improvements needed on Gillette Road to accommodate the more than 500 additional cars the RCPA project will add, as well as to update the cost of the improvements taking inflation into account. I am certain the money Taylor Morrison paid towards Gillette Road improvements are no longer adequate to pay for what will be required. Point 4. Since our last meeting, RCPA has not provided any reason to justify raising the building height to 50 feet. A 3-story building can be built with the existing 35-foot height restriction. Number 5, many of the construction vehicles will likely utilize Artisan Lakes Parkway and other roads through Eves Bend and Edstone. Those roads are maintained and paid for by the Artisan Lakes CDD, which RCPA is not a part of. RCPA has not submitted any plan detailing how it will police its contractors so that they only access the site from Gillette Road. It must be required to provide such a plan as a condition of any approval, and any approval must contain a provision that in the event of a violation, the approval shall be deemed rescinded. Thank you for your time. I hope you will give this consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on item number 8 on today's agenda? All right, seeing no one, we will then close public comment. I assume staff has no additional comments, and the applicant, do you have any additional comments?
Thank you, Commissioners. I do just want to say that this development does contribute towards they have an agreement to contribute towards the roads. And Gillette Road, I'm old Manatee County, I'm still Gillette Road. Gillette Road is the natural road that anybody would come in. Any contractors trying to come in through the development would be a very circuitous roundabout way. So we don't envision any issues with that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Circuitous is the vocabulary word of the day.
That is gratuitous.
He did. It rolled right off the tongue. Commissioner Bellamy is on the board. Sir?
Check. No, I can't use that word. No. Here's my concern from the constituents' view as far as the traffic with the contractors going through. I can't remember it right now, but Artisan Lakes. Have you all communicated with the citizens as far as how you're going to deal with that, or that's?
We, of course, had neighborhood meetings. We had, you know, if we could put the picture, do you have the slide? Do we have that, Jeff? I just want to show you that when you look at it, it's a non-issue. Can you, oh, here we go. You want to see the layout? Yeah. Yeah, here we, no, the overall project. Okay, if you can look at this, and I think there's an arrow I can use. The site is adjacent to the interstate and Gillette Road. Gillette Road comes straight off of Moccasin Wallow and comes up to the site. There is a second means of access that serves all the rest of Artisan that you can see comes from Gillette Road, goes up through, winds its way through in a circuitous manner to Artisan Lakes. And so you can see that, whoops, I just messed that up. I won't say my IT. Anyway, you saw the picture, is that the only logical way is to come up Gillette Road. And that will be the natural way it goes. We are, Brian LeBlanc is here, and he had said that they instruct their people to come that way and would continue to do that. People do not want to drive out of their way, especially contractors bringing loads in.
Right. So, and I'm reading what she said, and it's not just for this project, and Mr. Grimes. It's just for what citizens are dealing with the actual development things that are taking place. And here's a question I'm going to ask because it's in this: how will it police the contractors? Or is there even a plan for you all to police contractors with that traffic?
I'm going to ask Brian LeBlanc, who's going to be doing that, come up and answer that for you.
I'm not sure you have to, but it's
Sure. Brian LeBlanc, I'm with Roars, the applicant, and I've been sworn. What we intend to do to address this issue and mitigate concerns here is any contract we sign with general contractors and all of the subcontractors that will be working on this will have a provision that provides for and requires that they use Gillette for primary access. And we will monitor that on a regular basis through our project management group. And if they are violating that, we will send them letters to kind of cease and desist doing that. But we don't anticipate that people will take roundabout ways and they will come in directly off Gillette. We think that's going to be the primary access for various reasons.
And here's one of my recommendations, because it's a constant complaint that we deal with emails and phone calls. One of my recommendations is if there's a homeowners association or someone that's connected to you all that you all have met during your neighborhood meetings, please give them, communication access. So if that issue comes up, they can reach out and communicate with you all, because in all due honesty, we're not the problem solvers. They're the ones that hold the pen over the contractors if they're violating. So I just when I saw that, I said I want to make sure this comes out front so we can make it's clear that it's not us, but if it's a concern, please make sure that the homeowners associations or the citizens can communicate with you all, and again, write that letter to redirect if it takes place. I just like being proactive instead of reactive.
Yeah, we would intend to have an open dialogue with the local community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Cruz has changed his mind. Seeing no commissioners on the board, I'll entertain motions. Does it fail for lack
So
of a
moved.
motion? Okay. So we have, your motion is to approve?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Bellamy. We have a second by Commissioner Cruz. We've already gone through public comment. No commissioners are on the board. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, passes unanimously. Commissioner Satcher.
I'll wait, I'll defer.
Commissioner Satcher defers, make his comment at a later time. Ms. Schenk, please introduce the next agenda item.
So Mike, on number 8, proposed zoning ordinance 2107.
Number 9. You just did 8, right?
Nine, sorry. Number 9, proposed zoning ordinance 2107, and I'll be pronouncing the name incorrectly, I apologize. Facade F. Nihad rezone owner. It's a rezone of approximately 3.2 acres on the north side, 20th Street Court East, and the east side of 16th Avenue East, Canal Road, 2950 and 2904 16th Avenue East, Palmetto, from RSF-1 Zone District to NC-M Neighbor Commercial Medium Zone District, and the planner is Rosina Leiter.
Is the applicant here to give, well, first of all, is there any quasi judicial, so is there any ex parte communications? Okay, no ex parte. The applicant is here for a brief summary and presentation.
Yes, my name's David Haley. I've been sworn and I represent the client, Mr. Nishad. It's rather straightforward. It's 3.2 acres. It's 2 residential lots. One is vacant, the other has a single-family resident. The site is the intersection of 2 designated collectors. Both are in the capital improvement fund to be widened and modified. The trend there, it's not a very desirable residential site anyway. The trend will take it even further from that. The traffic will increase with the expansion of Canal Road and 28th. There'll certainly be a light at the intersection since it's the designated collectors for that area. And then there's canal to deal with. It's really unsuitable for the current use and will only get worse. So this is being brought forward to you as a zoning request. There is no site plan. There is no intention to build anything at this time. That will have to be brought before the county for approval for any construction. This is strictly a rezone.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Bellamy has a question.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a question because he laid it out pretty clear. It's just strictly a rezone. There's some other steps that's actually going to take place. Living right down the road from there for the last 25 years and being from that area, I was excited that there's some type of development that's going to take place. But you are exactly right, sir, as far as the trending with the development, and thank you to the board of Canal Road with the expansion of it, especially in that area right there. You know, I did have some concerns when it said commercial as far as what type of commercial, but it has to come back for us for approval. So this is an opportunity because we've always wanted some type of commercial in this particular area. So I'm excited about it, not just as a commissioner, but as a resident that live right down the road. So we'll be looking forward for what comes back. And when there's time to make a motion, Mr. Chair, I will be ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It doesn't have to come back to us for approval. This is the
straight
approval
zone.
hearing.
Yeah, I'm saying when they're going to tell us what they're going to
Okay.
do, right? Right.
It doesn't come back,
Okay.
So it doesn't come back. Do you have a?
as long as they're in the zone.
As long as he stays within this zone.
Okay, and I
category,
read it.
Right.
I looked at it.
Right, right.
All right.
Okay. Seeing no one else on the board, we'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on agenda item number 9? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. I don't think we need any closing statements from anyone, do we? Okay. We'll entertain motions. Commissioner
I
Bellamy?
would recommend approval of Z2107. Do I have to read all of it?
No, you just have to say, that I move the motion for approval in the staff report.
I move to recommend approval of staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bellamy, and we have a second by Commissioner Whitmore. No commissioners are on the board. Move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 9 passes
Chair,
unanimously.
Before we move forward, I'd just like to say to the people that are here and also the people watching the meeting, we're all having some computer issues. They're either not working, or they're very slow, or there is an issue, so
We
bear
are.
with
So
us, because it's.
before we move into items number 10 and
Everything.
11, which are sort of the meat and potatoes of the agenda today, I think we should take a 10-minute recess, give IT an opportunity to get us
We need
up and
IT,
running to,
right. Are
it's
you
only
having
fair to the
problems?
applicant and the people in the audience.
Oh.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 9:50. Okay, welcome back. Okay, welcome back.
That's better.
Welcome back. So I think we've resolved our IT issues. We're going to move on to agenda item number 10 and 11, sort of the meat and potatoes of the itinerary today. Ms. Shank, please introduce the next agenda item.
We got quiet.
Agenda item 10 is proposed zoning ordinance PDR 2107ZG, Twin Rivers Estates. Alan Ward, Reasoner owner, Marshall Robinson planner, and it's a rezone of approximately 42 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Twin Rivers Trail and Mulholland Road, commonly known as 2401 Twin Rivers Trail Parish, from the General Agriculture Zone District to PDR, Plan Development Residential Zone District, approving a general development plan for 126 single-family detached residential units and 5,000 square feet of residential support use facility.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, would any of you like to disclose any ex parte communication on this matter? Okay. Seeing Commissioner Satcher.
I don't know if it counts as ex parte, but for me in District 1, it's pretty hard to go anywhere without somebody starting a conversation about
Yeah, that's ex parte.
this issue, and I generally say, well, I can't talk about any of the details, but I hear you.
All right, Commissioner Satcher has been accosted in public, so we'll put that on the record.
And he said, I can't talk to you.
Yeah. Okay. Then I think we can move right into the applicant presentation. Who is here for the applicant?
Good morning, Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant, and I have been sworn. We are here for Estates at River's Edge, PDR 2107ZG, PLN 2103-0122. This property is located at the southwest corner of Mulholland Road and Twin Rivers Trail and Parish. It is a request for a rezone from agricultural and the north central overlay to PDR, and since the initial application and hearings for this project, the NCO has been deleted, so it's still part of the presentation. It was in the initial request, but it's no longer valid as far as this project is concerned. It is a general development plan for a 126-lot, single-family detached residential subdivision with a residential support use. It's not a commercial use, it's a residential support use as allowed in the code. The project is 41.8 acres with a future land use of UF3, which allows 3 dwelling units per acre. The open space is 35%, and any existing buildings that are on the property will be raised. This is a copy of the general development plan as we've submitted. You'll see that we have 3 different size lots on this parcel. We have 40-foot, 60-foot, and 50-foot lots. The largest lots are located along Twin Rivers Trail, with the 50-foot lots along the pond and the smaller lots on the interior. The pond is a 9-acre water management facility with a small park next to it with a dock that goes out into the lake as the focal point as required in the PDRs. We have the required buffering surrounding the property. We have the 50-foot NCO buffer that is still noted on the plan, adjacent to the residential support use that's up in the northeast corner of the property. This is proposed to be a child daycare center with associated parking and playground. This is only operational during the day, not on weekends, not on holidays. It's not open in the evening, where there'll be any type of lighting or noise that would bother people in the evenings. This is a typical blow-up of the 3 different size lots that are proposed for the property. They are all lots that are allowed within the code with no special approvals being requested for the sizes. The property is a residential detached subdivision, which is compatible with the surrounding area, which are also residential detached dwelling units. We are asking for the 50-foot wide lots, which are the compatible with the project to the south of us, which is Cove at Twin Rivers. They have 68 lots at 50 feet. There is Twin Rivers Phase 5, B2 and B3 that is currently going through final plat approval with Manatee County for 126 lots. They are 50 and 60-foot lots, which makes a total of 189 additional lots of this size that are, have already been approved for the Twin Rivers subdivision. They are all located on the west side of Twin Rivers Trail. This is a copy of the overall lot layout for the from the plat from Cove at Twin Rivers. It's formerly known as Twin Rivers Phase 5B. It was recorded in July of 2019 for the 63 single-family detached lots with the 50-foot wide lots. This is a blow-up of those lots to indicate the 50-foot size. This is the area where the most current plats are located. We are where the site is in red to the north. These two platted areas have already been through final site plan approval and currently going through the final platting approval. This is the location of those lots. An ERP permit with the Water Management District was submitted in March 2020 for this expansion by Gamble Creek LC, also known as Twin Rivers. It was transferred to Lennar in November of 2021 with 126 lots being of 50 and 60 foot wide. They are currently submitted for approval of final plat as I've mentioned. This is a blow up of one of the pages that's included in the plat indicating the size of the lots. This is an additional sheet of that plat that's under review. The overall subdivision, as it's laid out and its connection and distance to the adjacent properties, as you'll note that on the north side, the lot is 243 feet from a house to the north on the other side of what would have been Mulholland. The residential support use is 179 feet away, and along the eastern side across Twin Rivers Trail is 187 feet. With our request from the PDR, being a single-family detached and the residential support use, as these are all allowed within the Land Development Code as well as the comprehensive plan. We have residential uses are predominantly for housing. It's compatible with adjacent residential uses of single-family detached. Residential development is located within the Urban Fringe 3, which is also the same land use and zoning as all surrounding areas that we are requesting. The residential support use is not subject to locational criteria as a commercial use would be. In the comprehensive plan, the county calls out different policies regarding dwelling unit types, and they call for a variety of appropriate dwelling unit types and sizes in all residential future land use categories, and allows innovative and flexible land use development regulations for a variety of lot configurations and sizes within Manatee County. Goal 13.1 has been added recently for private property rights for the state of Florida. It respects judicially acknowledged and constitutionally protected private property rights to ensure private property rights are considered in the local decision-making process. Of note is policy 13.1.1.1, point 2, the right of a property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or for the use of any other person subject to state law and local ordinances. I've included for the public, the future land use categories, UF3, giving the range of potential uses for this future land use, 2.2.1.11.2, and it's a low-density residential and medium-density clustered residential uses, short-term agriculture, neighborhood and community-serving commercial, and offices and public, semi-public uses, recreational and schools. And as you can see, we are within the range that is specified in the comprehensive plan. These are additional policies that are permitted that we adhere to with the request for this development. Objective 2.6.2 in the comprehensive plan says residential uses compatible with adjacent residential and non-residential uses. 2.6.2.6 allows a mix of attached and detached housing types utilizing the mitigation techniques described in the comprehensive plan. And the criteria for approving a general development plan, as noted in Land Development Code Section 321, in deciding whether to recommend approval with modifications, or denial of approval for a GDP, the approving authority shall consider whether the proposal's plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and this code, including but not limited to the standards for each PD district. We've requested 3 specific approvals on this, and it's all regarding setbacks. From the front setback for front-loaded garages and carports from 25 feet to 20 feet. It provides adequate vehicular space for the property, as you know, most cars can fit within the 20-foot space. We have also allocated an additional 5-foot grass strip at the street to make up for the 5-foot that we're requesting. The corner lots, we're requesting a reduction from 20 feet to 15 feet on the secondary frontage, which would be their side, which is the same setback that any other side structure has of 15 feet. We're requesting the same. And from the thoroughfare buffer width in the NCO, which is no longer part of the code, from 50 feet to 20 feet, and it provides consistency for the 20-foot buffers that are already indicated around the perimeter of the development. We also have a greenbelt buffer of 20 feet along the south and east and a portion of the north property lines. And there are 3 small wetland areas, and we provide 30-foot buffers around those wetland areas as required by code. We have 2 access points. One is an existing access point at the Twin Rivers Trail where Mulholland meets up with Twin Rivers. And since there's over 100 units proposed, we are required to provide the 2 accesses. We have sidewalks 5 foot wide along Mulholland to the north. And north and west sides of the internal residential streets will also have 5-foot sidewalks as required. As I noted, we have 3 small wetland areas, and they total 0.53 acres. We're not anticipating any impacts to these. We have the master stormwater pond of 9.09 acres, and they have indicated the potential gopher tortoise burrow of 1 on the site. But as it goes through final site plan approval, obviously environmental will go back out and do another study on the property. And anything that is found will be permitted accordingly. There are existing utilities to serve this property along Mulholland Road, as well as along Twin Rivers Trail with existing water mains, sanitary sewer, and irrigation. This particular development was initially submitted in April of 2021. During the review process of this development, Mulholland extension that would have been just to the north of this project was taken out of Thoroughfare plan, which then we had to go back and reconfigure the site because we no longer had that, which the developer was going to put in part of those improvements as part of this development, which would have saved the taxpayers considerable funds. That was removed on January of 2022. As it stands, here we are where the X is, and the yellow is where the portion of Mulholland Road was taken out of the Thoroughfare plan, which eliminated another access for this project to enter and exit the property, which leaves Twin Rivers Trail to go to the north, which then will connect to Golf Course and Fort Hammer for access to this development. This is a county-maintained road, and this is the legal access for this development. And with that, if you have any questions, we also have an engineer from our office as well as the applicant that's available.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore, you're on the board, ma'am.
Very nice, thorough presentation. I appreciate it. And
Thank you.
I did not support closing off Mulholland, and I remember reasoners at the point that property was actually mentioned during those
Yes.
meetings, that we knew something was coming up there. So from my notes, what I put, and tell me if I'm incorrect, but you're going to use the support uses as a daycare center, correct?
Yes.
Which,
That's the proposal at the point,
so on
yes.
Parish Network, every other minute, somebody's looking for a daycare because there's so many young families there. So I don't think anybody can question that there's not a need in that area. And 126 lots, and the changes you're asking are compatible with what's been requested before. So can you just take us back to the map and show me, if you could point to me, how your citizens are going to get out of that subdivision since we closed off that thoroughfare?
On this map?
Whichever one you could show best to show how that property is going to be able to get out to a main thoroughfare. Because you can understand why the other citizens are upset, but
Right, well, and that was.
the thoroughfare plan there for 50 years.
Right, and I was
then-
here for another project during that same hearing when this was removed from the thoroughfare plan. And this is could have been used for the entrance and exit for, everybody in Twin Rivers Trail. But that portion to connect it to Twin Rivers Trail was taken off of the plan. So they do front on Twin Rivers Trail, which is a county-maintained road with the capacity to handle the traffic that's been outlined for this project, as well as the ones to the south. They can travel north through Twin Rivers Trail
Can you
to.
use your pointer if it works,
Oh,
or,
let's see.
Cursor.
oops, sorry, it works.
Let's see.
Let's go back.
Go previous. There. There,
Okay, let's see if it'll.
maybe
Can you
not.
see it on, maybe if I,
There it is.
oh, here we go. Okay, if I point over here. So we are situated right here, and this is the portion that was taken off of the thoroughfare plan.
I don't see it.
We had proposed, this was going to come down here and hook in to Twin Rivers Trail.
We don't see that, what you're doing.
Oh, you can't see that?
No, can you
It's
use your-
okay.
Can you see it if I point here?
Use a cursor on your mouse. There you go. Okay,
Okay.
now show us.
All right, so,
Okay,
It's on the.
okay,
it's on
hold
the
on.
screen.
Listen. Okay. Listen,
Calm down.
this is between the commissioners and the person that is speaking. You've not been, I don't know if you've been sworn, you're not at the podium, you're not on the microphone. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
This is the property that we're discussing right here. This is the section in yellow of Mulholland that was taken off of the thoroughfare plan, which would have allowed this development to have an access to be able to go straight over to Fort Hammer. But since this was taken out, it kind of forces most of the residents to use Twin Rivers Trail or to take one of these other internal roadways to get over to Rye Road. These developments that are down here, this is the other 50-foot lot area, and this is the one currently under review here, that will also use the same county-maintained road for ingress and egress to the development. Then they can go up to Golf Course and go in either direction that they choose from there. The developer would have potentially helped construct part of Mulholland that would have come down through here and connected at this point, so that cars could have gone in this direction, but now they're being forced to this road.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now, you would have
the initial plan was for part of your impact fee to go towards constructing that portion of Mulholland that connected and goes to the bridge, to the water there, correct?
Yes.
That's what you're saying? Is there a reason why, because from what I've been hearing, the residents didn't want that connection over the bridge. That was the main thing. It wouldn't, the part we're seeing in yellow, except the very western section, was not much of a debate, but I understand that there might not be much use for that now. But there was also a section to the east. Is there anything that keeps you from taking your impact fees that you're going to pay and constructing that exit to Rye Road to relieve traffic off, that heads up to golf course?
That has not been something that has been discussed with the applicant, as my understanding. And as they go through the permitting process, through the PSP and the FSPs, I'm sure that they can have further discussions when they go through those processes for review and approval with the county.
Do you know has anything been discussed now that that one section of Mulholland is not as needed as it previously was? Has anything else, is there any other plan that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. That could be a question that the county could answer.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there are no other commissioners on the board. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Staff?
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, my name is Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner, and I have been sworn. Commissioner Whitmore, you're right. That was a very thorough presentation. The only thing I would add to that is staff does feel like this is a logical expansion of the existing development pattern. The change in the thoroughfare plans map did cause for some revision or adjustment, rethinking to the access in and out of the site. 123 or 126 proposed lots is consistent with the future land use category. They are asking for two specific approvals, which we see commonly throughout these single-family detached residential developments, one of which is to reduce the second front yard on corner lots that function as side yards down to the same as the other side yards for conventional lots. The other thing that I wanted to point out in terms of compatibility, there was some talk about some larger lots in the area. And I think maybe some of the developments that have been approved in the past are like one dwelling unit per acre, which is great. That's a good rule setting. But I believe at the time, they were not required the 1 acre developments. I think the developer just chose those 1 acre developments. But they were under no requirement to develop at 1 dwelling unit per acre. Compatibility doesn't mean same as. It just means that the uses are like uses. And we use those development standards to try to transition from one use to the next. And we feel like that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the requirements of the Land Development Code, except for where specific approval has been requested. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, Ms. Shank.
Oh, yes, Mr. Robinson, could you clarify, the applicant stated that the hours of operation for the residential support use are not going to occur in the evening, but they have not stipulated to that, correct?
No, ma'am. No stipulations have made for hours of operation.
And the applicant stated that the use of the residential support use would be a child care center. They've not stipulated to that, correct?
No commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
So if they have not stipulated to it being a daycare center, what other uses under this code, this use, would they be potentially allowed?
Commissioner Satcher, there was a copy of the schedule of uses that were submitted with the staff report, and in that staff report there are annotations for permissibility under the category for residential support uses. Each one of those uses that have an annotation of P or SP are permitted uses under the PDR zoning district. I can provide you a quick list or a short list if you need one.
What comes to mind?
Daycares, probably the most common for PDRs. Given the acreage of this site, I don't think that we're going to see middle schools or high schools, which are permitted uses and have some permissibility. But I think given the size allocated for the site and where it's situated, I think it probably most conducive to child care or daycare. If any revisions to the acreage shown on the general development plan, if it was a significant change in the basic form of the plan, which is to say they decided maybe we need more acreage because we want to do one of these other permitted uses, that'd be a significant change such that it would have to come back to the board and amend the general development plan for the board to approve that amendment. But so long as the proposed use under residential support use is within the parameters of its definition and the permissibility of the code, then that would go through a separate final site plan review, which is an administrative approval.
And this property, even though we see that it's at the southwest corner of the current Twin Rivers, but this is a different owner than that developer, is that correct?
I believe this property doesn't have common ownership, but I can let the applicant speak to that.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Marshall. That residential support use, would you be allowed to have a church there?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be allowed to have like a dance school or a taekwondo studio, you know, things, that, schools of special education like that?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Whitmore.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Question, if the applicant comes up and if they are going to be more specific, if it is going to be a daycare, you know, I have grandkids and I know a lot of parents can't get to pick up their child till 6 or 7. And I also know some daycares offer date nights for parents where you can bring your kids for pizza nights, so stuff like that. So, you know, if that's what it's going to be, they have to be up front and just let us know if that would happen once in a while.
And Commissioner Whitmore, as you might know, there's nothing that prohibits the applicant from proffering a commitment toward the permitted uses from the code. One of the things I think is, as they mentioned early on, you know, they had contemplated this project and its design having access off of the North Mulholland piece. And as the thoroughfares maps changed, they had to go back and maybe look at the redesign of it. And they had talked about nailing it down to a daycare, but if they did that, then we had to go ahead and calculate the parking, and that came into a lot of site design and a lot of engineering. And so we thought it best to leave it under the permissible use of the residential support use and allow the FSP review to kind of hammer out the specifics of parking and drive aisles and whatnot.
Okay, would you say a small doctor's office or a dentist office, is that permissible there?
It's not a permitted use.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am.
Can I have staff to read into the record the definition of residential support use? Because it's very limited, and I think we should get that on the record.
Yes.
While they look for that, I'll just put on the record that I like the idea of a church. That's a good thinking, Commissioner Servia.
Residential support use shall mean any church or other house of worship, child care center, accessory child care facility, daycare, family daycare home, environmental education facilities, or school, wherever is elementary, middle, high, or college, university, public or private, or a school of special education. A school of special education.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other commissioners on the board, I think it is time for public comment. So, public comment, we will stick to this specific agenda item, number 10. And I do have a list of cards. I will pull through the cards as they were, the order in which they were given to me, as I always do. And when you come forward, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this item. You'll need to state 3 things when you come forward. State your first and last name, your county of residence, and whether or not you have been sworn in. Ms. Shank, would you like to make a statement before we get started?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission, I can't remember which hearing it was, either Twin Rivers or the next one. The chair had to ban the gavel because it was getting too noisy. So I just wanted to clarify that it's very important we have a legally defensible record in quasi-judicial hearings. They are court-like, they are reviewed by a judge based on a written transcript, and we can't have people clapping or yelling from the audience because that interferes with the audio. And secondly, it's not a popularity contest. It actually hurts the county's legal position if there are people cheering for one side and the county rules in their favor. So the best thing is to remain reserved and to focus on the topics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let's start with Leanne, who is speaking for a group, I believe. I have Leanne, it's difficult to read the last name, Litvia? She's here for Cross Creek. It has this item written on the card, but that's okay. Then we'll go to Glenn. And Glenn, your last name starts with a Z, and I'll leave it at that. Behind Glenn will be Franca Posa. If you all want to stand behind him at the behind him at the podium, that kind of moves things along. And then Aaron Hutchison will be after Franca. So, sir, first and last name, your county of residence, whether or not you've been sworn, sir. And you have 3 minutes.
Manatee County, I've been sworn. Swiss German, by the way. This item, I'll start with, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The item before the court here is the first step to the slippery slope of heading toward more and more commercial type activities. The innocuous presentation of presenting having a daycare center, which now we find out allows a lot of other things which will aggravate the elephant in the room, which is traffic. Traffic has not been addressed in all of these presentations. And we also saw moments ago a map showing another development that's already in the planning stage. So when the commissioners decided not to proceed with Mulholland to Rye Road, you've now forced everybody up Twin Rivers Trail, which, while it's a county road, it's a narrow county road, not wide enough for a strip down the middle. So I urge you to readdress the Mulholland to Rye Road connection or some other egress out of all of these areas that are now being developed. The Planning Commission deadlocked on this item, which was reported earlier, that this comes forward as a denial. I hope the commission will ratify that denial or at least hold it up until you've addressed the traffic problem that connects Mulholland or the bridge. The bridge was expensive, but Mulholland to Rye Road is the obvious answer to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Franca, first, last name, county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, it's Franca Pozo, and I'm in Manatee County, Twin Rivers, and I've been sworn. First, I would like to say that you have seen me here every meeting. We have problems with Twin River traffic. And the thing is that we were here 2 months ago saying, please help us with the traffic. We have traffic in Twin Rivers, open Mulholland, and it was voted to close Mulholland to Fort Hammer. Now, look at this audience here. We all, you guys are approving building houses all over Manatee, but where is the roads? You have to approve buildings and approve roads, because this is what is going to be happening everywhere. So, I would say to you guys, if there's no money, there's no personnel to do roads, do not approve building until some kind of roads is being built. Mulholland Road was approved to Rye, but when? It's not in the 5-year plan. We already have traffic problems, and I requested a study to be done in Twin Rivers, and I can show you part of it. This is how it goes. Can you see it? So it shows that in one day.
Please speak into the microphone, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the record.
1,000. Okay. Basically, southbound 1,500, and then northbound 1,500. So in front of my house is 3,000 cars right now going every single day, right? The other houses are being built. They're not completely done. and we already have 3,000 cars, right? Yeah, we have trucks going and coming, but each house has, you know, the 2 cars, has friends coming, has workers done, so it's gonna be more. And we don't have a road to help us. So it's a big situation here. Now, our association is one of the nicest associations that parish has. Some of the houses are already worth $1 million and more. You all could be our neighbors. Now, would you like to have a house? Well, yeah, you could. So would you like, you know, traffic to go to your house, 3,000, 4,000 cars in front of your house? I don't think so. Would you like a daycare in front of your house? I don't think so. I know my time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would just say, don't do anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so next up is Aaron Hutchison, and if behind him, Joe Bender and Vicki Moore. If you two want to sort of stage behind him, you're on deck and in the hole. Mr. Hutchison. And again,
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, first, last name, whether you've been sworn. And your
Aaron
county of
Hutchison, I
residence.
have been sworn in. I live in Manatee County. Good morning, Chairman and the Board of County Commissioners. My name is Aaron Hutchison. I reside at 3305 Twin Rivers Trail, which is in the Twin Rivers development. I am here today to oppose PLN 2103-0122, Estates of River's Edge, and ask that the board deny this proposed plan. The plan is not compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood of Twin Rivers. The high-density housing and the residential support use building will intensify an already dangerous roadway situation and will be a detriment to our quality of life. As you can see from the slide, the Twin Rivers website today includes a description of what owners or potential owners can expect by living or moving to Twin Rivers. There's a description at the very top. It's hard to see, but it is live on the website. According to the traffic impacts analysis study conducted by Palm Traffic from Tampa, Florida, which was accepted on March 13th, 2020, several concerns surfaced regarding the traffic conditions in Twin Rivers, specifically Twin Rivers Trail. According to this study, it finds that the Twin Rivers has roughly 6,278 vehicles per day using a residential 2-lane local roadway. This trip rate utilized in the report was obtained from the latest computerized version of the OTISS and its database. The traffic conditions have only become more dangerous due to the approval of Twin Rivers Phase VA4, B2, and B3. In addition, trucking traffic, so this is the daily trip report, trucking traffic and marked accepted, it was dated July 13th, conducted a recent traffic study. In that study, it indicated that by accepting the proposed rezoning 42 acres located in the middle of Twin Rivers, known as Estates at River's Edge, it would add an additional 1,428 vehicles to this already congested 2-lane road. The sum of the total, when you look at the total, we're talking about 7,706 vehicles per day, and that's not even considering the vehicles or the construction traffic that goes by continuously to support this development. We don't have a construction entrance there. It all uses Twin Rivers Trail. You'll see the distribution report, which is indicated 51% in Twin Rivers Trail, 37% in Southern Oaks, and 7% off of the 162nd Avenue. Another traffic study was conducted February. Can I make one last statement?
Will you make one last statement, sir?
It's about safety. That traffic study that she referenced that was conducted from February 25th through March 10th shows that and you have information on that, shows over 50% of the vehicles are traveling over the posted speed limit.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Yep, thank you, sir. Sir, first and last name, your county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Joe Binder, I live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. I didn't have anything prepared, but wanted to come up with a couple of things. I'm in the development business, so to speak. I am not one of these not in my backyard type people, but it's got to fit. We've already got way too many houses in the area that are being built now. As has been mentioned, the traffic is a problem. I live along Twin Rivers and 27th Court. We have a curve. I've got construction debris in my yard quite frequently from the speeding construction vehicles. My 2-year-old grandson, he gets out there without me even having to tell him now, and he's yelling at cars, slow down. So he hears me yelling it all the time. So the traffic is just, it's not sustainable. It just can't be sustainable on Twin Rivers. The cost of maintaining that road is going to continue to go up if it hasn't already. The other thing I want to point out is this commercial entity that's going in. I know they're calling it a residential support use, but language has not changed that much in my vocabulary, where if that isn't free for the HOA, the people that are in there, and it's being on their residential use for their fees, to me, that's commercial. I'm sure this isn't going to be a free daycare. This is a commercial entity. People are going to be coming in that don't live there, which is going to add to all of this traffic. So between the commercial, lack of roads, the size of these lots, it's just a bad idea. I'm not against homes being built there, but this proposal is not correct. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next is Vicky, and then I have R. Phelan? Phelan, R. Phelan. It looks like an L.
Hi, my name is Vicki Moore. I do live in Manatee County. I've been sworn in. Not only do I live in Manatee County, my address is 2406 Twin Rivers Trail, so I live right across the street from where this development is going to be. I'm also one of the, I guess I would like to say ditto to everything that's been said, but again, the traffic. And I know you hear about it every so often, but we live with it every day. I'm another one of those people that are out there saying, slow down, slow down. They see me coming out there and I'm just wagging my finger at them. And they kind of look at me like I'm from outer space. I could stand here and just say traffic for 3 minutes. The daycare. There is no commitment that I understand that is what it's going to be. It could be once they have their daycare there, it doesn't work, they don't like it, whatever happens, then who's going to move in? Are they going to have to come back and say anything? Again, there's no commitment to any of that. As far as, I'm glad someone brought up that daycares are not just there during school hours. They are there all the time so that Christmas vacations or any of those holidays, the parents have to take the kids to the daycare. Anyway, I just want you to please keep in mind, again, I'm not one of these people that go not in my backyard either. But as far as the daycare, as far as the traffic, I go to other people, I talk to people when I go to St. Pete or wherever, and they're like, oh, Manatee County, boy, you guys are laughing at us right now because you're constantly putting in more homes, and then when there's the traffic problem, you go, oh, well, what are we going to do? And it needs to be fixed first, not after as an afterthought. So I'm done with my time. Please take my opinions or my thoughts in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Phelan, first and last name, county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn. And you folks, you do not need to give us your personal addresses.
My name is Robert Phelan.
That interested.
I live in Manatee County, zip code 34219. I live on Twin Rivers Trail, and I have been sworn in. First of all, I just want to remind Commissioner Satcher that at the meeting where we took off the extension of Fort Hamer, I had 27 families in this room and 43 people on Twin Rivers that wanted the collector both ways through. So that's been taken off, but it was not without objection. What I would like to see is not the approval of a daycare. I agree Manatee County needs a daycare, but putting it inside Twin Rivers, on Twin Rivers Trail, is going to do nothing than create more traffic on Twin Rivers Trail. The second thing I'd like to see done is the density reduced by half to maybe 80 homes because of the traffic situation. Thirdly, I want to point out, on their map, you still have no plan to build out Mulholland Road to Rye Road to give another exit. So that's my main objection. Now, what I'm going to do, if this gets approved, I want you to know every day I have UPS, my wife orders a lot of stuff, we get Amazon, they park on the road. What I'm going to do, I have a landscaper, I have a lot of work I'm doing on my property. Every day, 9 to 10, I'm going to park them on the road on Twin Rivers Trail because the traffic is ridiculous in front of my house. I've replaced my lawn 5 times when people don't make the corner. One car lost his front caliper and shocks by hitting the curb so fast. The traffic is terrible. So to approve such a large, keep improving and forcing more traffic on Twin Rivers Trail is ridiculous. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. So those are all the cards we had filled out ahead of time. However, we will open this up to anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item.
A few of ours went into Cross Creek.
It's possible because I did have one Cross Creek that ended up with you guys. So if I did not call your name, please come up. This is Cross Creek, Cross Creek. Please all say Cross Creek. But please state your first and last name, your county of residence. You don't have to have a card to speak.
Well,
You'll still
I have
have
a
3
card
minutes.
and a form because I get additional time.
What's your name?
Danelle Cabria.
You are right here, and it is listed as Cross Creek. So you're speaking for a group, ma'am.
I
I
am.
think the 2 people who are speaking for groups got crossed up. That's what happened.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll have 10 minutes to speak. You'll have to stay on this specific agenda item, of course. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence. Again, we do not need your home address. We just would like to know if you're a county resident advocating before us or not.
Danelle Cabria, Manatee County, and I have been sworn, resident of Twin Rivers. So again, it's this one? Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I am here today to oppose this application. This development will change the character and vision of our neighborhood, Twin Rivers. My husband and I left our hometown of Key West based on an extensive search for the property. We wanted a new home in a community with various builders, wide open green areas, space between our neighbors, a huge yard for our to-be family, have water access, be zoned for great schools, and have public utilities. At that time, and I challenge it still today, Twin Rivers is one of the very few places in the state that could check off everything on our list. We chose Twin Rivers first, then fell in love with the little town of Parrish. That was in 2005. I mention this because we all know Parrish has changed in 17 years, but there is nothing more important than where we call home. Our developer had a vision in the late 90s for Twin Rivers. It was one of the first and largest developments Parrish had seen. It was designed around our scenic views. The surroundings weren't flattened to the ground, the trees were cleared in a pattern, and our neighborhood streets were developed around them. The majority of our homes overlook a preserve, a conservation area, or one of our 71 lakes and ponds. This was the conceived design to preserve the rural character of Parrish, yet inside a community of half-acre plus home sites. The developer actually tried to purchase this parcel in this application to be part of the Twin Rivers acreage, but the landowner at the time declined. So Twin Rivers was developed around it, and that parcel has been landlocked within our community ever since. Our developer had to come before the commission again in 2015 due to the housing climate change. He requested to amend his plans, which included smaller home sites for a very small phase. This increase in density, which is the case of all of our traffic issues, was not taken very well with the residents back then, and the PC voted recommending denial of the plan amendment. Our developer, after multiple neighborhood meetings, made additional changes, and ultimately the BCC approved it. This phase is under construction today, and its only access is on Twin Rivers Trail. Parts of Phase 5B, with its 50 to 60-foot lot widths, is less than 13% of our total acreage and less than 20% of our total units. It has a separate gated section as part of our HOA to follow our covenants and restrictions, as well as paying for our amenities. This makes us all be vested neighbors. I know the design of this proposed project is based on what is currently happening in other parts of Parrish, but just because there is an agricultural parcel of land should not mean the BCC should approve whatever the code allows the landowner to do without putting great weight on conforming to the developed neighborhoods surrounding the project site. Parrish residents have plenty of options to choose from for a community with smaller home sites. Let's have respect that Twin Rivers is different and that residents wish our concept was modeled all across parish. Let's not make Twin Rivers, who was here first and is still the largest, be forced to conform to what has happened today in mass development. We were not built to look like Harrison Ranch with a landscape divided collector road with 20-foot medians separating the phases. We have large forward-facing home sites. We were not built to look like Trevesta with similar-looking homes. We have over 15 custom builders. Our 1,600-plus acres cover from Golf Course Road all the way south to the Manatee River, and to develop a non-related community at over 5 times our density, plus a daycare in the middle of us, violates our privacy, safety, and the welfare of our neighborhood and homes. We have all invested time and resources into this process. My first call to Mr. Robinson was to request the new landowner had a neighborhood meeting. That was 1 year ago yesterday. Nothing yet. I understand this will be required for future applications. Thank you. Let me be clear. We are not asking the BCC to deny the landowner the right to rezone to a PDR. We understand this is an infill project. We are recommending approval if significant modifications are made to the plan, and the comp plan supports us. This application is not consistent with the comp plan because in section 402.2 of the LDC, it states that densities and intensities shall be established after consideration of neighborhood compatibility. The comp plan further defines compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time so that no other condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. I made a comparison chart for you and I highlighted certain characteristics. There is a copy in your handout. Most important notes are the gross and net density calculations as compared to ours at 0.57, the commercial support use building, the open space area percentages, and the issues about access to our community. In building this proposed project as is in the middle of our neighborhood, you would be changing Twin Rivers. That's a compatibility issue. Excuse me. Policy 2.6.1.3 requires appropriate limits on net residential density to achieve compatibility. These limits may be reduced on a project into less than the maximum associated with the FLUC on the project site. That means if residential density is creating a compatibility condition, then just because this parcel is designated as UF3 doesn't mean this is what should be. Policy 2.6.1.1 says an application for a development order that proposes a use, intensity, and/or density that could be found incompatible shall utilize techniques to mitigate potential incompatible characteristics. Some of those techniques are to limit density and/or intensity below the maximum allowed. Again, we are not opposed to the landowner's property rights for a rezone. We are just asking for it to be more compatible with its surroundings of over 2 decades. Compatibility per the comp plan is measured by negative impact. And if compatibility was only a condition found with land use differences, then the mitigation techniques of limiting density and limiting commercial use would not be made available. Based on evidence presented, the Planning Commission comments as cited in your handouts, and the over 65 public comments submitted and heard today, Twin Rivers residents know that we would be negatively impacted directly and indirectly. Therefore, we recommend the BCC approve this application only if the following modifications are made by utilizing the mitigation techniques as provided and available to you by the comp plan. Number 1, we request the BCC to recommend denial of any proposed residential support use building on this project site. None. No size, no support use. I think you all understand our vision, character, and expectations in living in Twin Rivers. Then you will also understand how ridiculous of putting in a child care center, a karate studio, or any other use, along with an asphalt parking lot right smack in the middle of our neighborhood, when it jeopardizes the identity of Twin Rivers and our quality of life. The effects of a commercial building, such as the non-resident traffic it generates, the eyesore of a parking lot, the lighting, and the noise, would be a complete intrusion of our privacy, and no footage or buffer will change that. There are no other approved developments in parish that include zoning with a residential support use building while being enclosed in the middle of a neighborhood that is not its own. This is without precedent. The intent of Section 530 of the LDC is to ensure that certain uses shall only be permitted on specific sites where the proposed use may be adequately accommodated without generating adverse impacts on properties within the immediate vicinity. The requirements of Section 531.12 for child care centers says it shall be located upon a roadway classified as a collector or higher, and that it shall be located at the edge of a neighborhood at a corner location. The intent of these standards was for main road frontage, for marketability, for accessibility, for safety, for convenience, for traffic distribution, none of which is found on our two-lane Mulholland Road where there is no direct connection and located 1.5 miles within our neighborhood where an over $20 million bridge was never going to be built. Number 2, we request the BCC to recommend approval of the application with a reduction in density to 1.5 units per acre. Although not the same as our unique gross density, it is reasonable and compatible in comparison to our abutting properties and those neighboring us. At 42 acres, which is just 2.5% of our land mass, Twin Rivers could fit 40 of these developments within our acreage. At 3 units per acre, we would be 5,001 dwelling units. Yet at build-out, we will only have 956. That's a 523% decrease in density over what was allowed. The Twin Rivers concept did this to preserve our piece of parish. That was intentional. That was by design. Our developer chose a vision of progress that was compatible with parish, regardless of our FLUC designation. To build a development at this proposed density on a parcel bordering us on 3 sides and is completely inaccessible without using Twin Rivers local roads would devastate our neighborhood way of life and our property values. Included in the agenda materials is a petition I wrote about the incompatible nature of this application. We validated every signature. This petition, as of today, represents over 64% of our current households. That is 3.5 times the number of homes in this proposed plan. We need you to understand us and stand up for us. To widen roads, approve speed humps, and install roundabouts are not the only mitigation techniques available. Sometimes it's to follow what is written in our code by limiting density and not allowing commercial activity. That is proactive planning and to ensure compatibility within our well-established neighborhood. Section 321.3 of the LDC authorizes the board to approve this application today with these 2 modifications. In closing, please, I urge all commissioners that if you didn't get a chance to read our comments, look at the comparison chart and handouts, or are unfamiliar with our location and the roads to access this landlocked parcel, please take the time to do so. I have one last sentence. This vote will forever change.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Don't be shy. So first and last name, your county of residence, whether or not you've been sworn, and then you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Patrick Bastian. I'm a resident of Manatee, and I have been sworn. Well, here we are again, trying to keep the developers' attempt to maximize their short-term profit from coming at the long-term expense of the surrounding community. We have no problem with a developer making a profit, nor with development in our neighborhood, nor are we asking that the sites conform to 1+ acre sizes and make up a portion of the Twin Rivers community. The variances and lot sizes planned for the Wiesner development put the development near the maximum 3 units per acre according to their GDP. As Danelle's area density slide just showed, of the 10 developments surrounding the Wiesner property, 9 are less than 2 units per acre, and the only exception is a standalone duplex development on Golf Course Road. So this project proposes to match the density of a development zone for multifamily housing on Golf Course Road. We are not asking that the density match the Twin Rivers 0.5 units per acre. We are asking only that the density compare to the neighboring developments such as River Plantation's density of 1.5 units per acre. As you are well aware, over the last 8 months, my neighbors and I on 29th Court East and Twin Rivers have met with each of you over our need for traffic relief by completing the Mulholland to Rye Road East extension. But notwithstanding that this GDP projects to almost double our traffic on 29th Court East and Southern Oaks, this meeting isn't really about Mulholland, nor is it about revisiting the Mulholland West Bridge removal issue alluded to by the developer and the Planning Commission in passing. The Mulholland East Extension and West Bridge projects need capital funding, are potentially decades out, and it's unknown when a bridge would be built if it had remained in the plan. But this project is happening now. Its impact will be felt within months when the first construction vehicle lumbers through our neighborhood. The Planning Committee agreed with us and voted 3-3 to deny this plan. And although the Planning Committee's chairman commented that it is hard to say residential isn't compatible with residential, we believe that we have elected representatives for that very purpose. to apply your judgment and experience to determine this development's compatibility within the CP and the LDC for impact on the surrounding communities. So we are asking you to affirm the Planning Committee's negative vote and approve this GDP, but only with the following modifications. The residential support zoning be removed, and that the support zoning be removed, that the lot size setbacks comply with the LDC without variance, and that the minimum lot width be set to 60 feet as specified in the LDC. The setback compliance and the increased minimum lot width will go a long way towards getting this project's density closer to 1.5 units per acre, like other single-family developments in this parish area. And finally, removing the residential support use will lessen the future Twin Rivers local traffic burden generated by external commercial traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And if there's anyone else, feel free to stand behind the sort of stage behind the podium, sort of moves things along a little quicker. Sir, first and last name, county of residence, whether you've been sworn.
Jack Bluestein, Manatee County. I've been sworn. I've been authorized by Rennie Fink, the residential HOA member, to speak on behalf of the Twin Rivers Community HOA.
So I have to have some sort of written documentation.
And I have a
to that effect,
documentation
sir.
that I'll give to the I'm speaking to you today to express...
Hold on just a second. I need to weigh in with counsel on this
Okay.
because it is a quasi-judicial hearing, and this is considered testimony. But it's only one person, right?
There's only one person. Well, give him 3 minutes to see if he can do it.
So I mean, we'll allow you your 3 minutes, but you have to have, it has to be signed by everyone that you're speaking for, and then we only have the one signature from one person. And one person cannot speak for a group. The group has to all sign it. So you will have 3 minutes to speak, but it'll just be 3 minutes, and you'll be speaking for yourself.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm speaking to you today to express the views of the Twin Rivers Community HOA with respect to the Reasoner property, Estates at River's Edge application for rezoning. I do this on behalf of over 60% of the homeowners who live here. In fact, with additional effort, I believe the current number would be over 90%. The HOA hereby requests the board to deny the application in its current form because it's incompatible with our community, and more specifically, with the homes north, east, and south of the encapsulated property. We ask that the daycare center be removed and the housing density in this project be reduced to not more than 1.5 units per gross acre instead of the 3 per acre proposed. This denial would be in keeping with the Manatee County Land Development Code that provides that the code is adopted in order to foster and preserve public health, safety, comfort, and welfare in the unincorporated areas of the county. We believe that all of these elements would be adversely affected by the traffic in our community resulting from the application. Community safety and welfare is already deteriorating due to the heavy volume and speed of traffic through our community streets. And because this project would be landlocked, all additional traffic would have to exclusively use Twin Rivers streets to travel the golf course and to Rye Road. A daycare center or any commercially oriented site would also attract traffic from outside the community, and we've seen no documentation to support the need for a daycare center within the community. We are firmly opposed to any type of commercial activity within Twin Rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to go to the board. The order of the board is Whitmore, Servia, Satcher. Commissioner Whitmore.
First of all, I'd like our attorney to weigh in, and I'm probably almost positive, but the negotiations that the citizens are having with the owner won't apply here because they'd have to come back to us for a different plan. We only can approve what's presented to us today, and that would have to be moved to another point. Do we have a full board? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. So we couldn't do any of that today. That's engineering on the dais, we used to call it. They used to do it in the old days, but it got us in trouble. I came in thinking had my briefings, came in thinking one way, and I appreciate listening intently to everybody here. I did not support eliminating Mulholland because for this exact reason. So now what we've done is we've prevented a landowner that we actually mentioned during that meeting that had a project coming in. I guess we have another one coming. So we're going to force everybody to go on to the right through neighborhoods.
Commissioner,
What?
Ms. Shank would like to weigh in. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to ask
Okay.
a question.
Yeah, I thought you asked me a question.
Well, it's under Commissioner's comments now, I thought.
Well, right now, I just want to clarify what we're doing here. We're doing board questions to applicant, staff, or citizens.
So our statements and
So I
whatnot.
can answer your question. No, we don't consider
Oh.
private negotiations.
Okay, I
thought
can
maybe
make
you
them, a lot of them
misunderstood.
into questions, thank you. Okay, so staff, would you consider, could you tell me, weighing in, can you be compatible with the plan? And can you also be, but not supporting the traffic? You know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to make it into a question now.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Whitmore, from a land use standpoint, we found the project to be compatible. The traffic statement that was reviewed and accepted by Public Works, I believe they're here, they can speak on how they were able to arrive at a no objection and accept that traffic statement.
Okay. Can you state for the record that any new development in Manatee County, any new homes that are built, pay an impact fee? And that impact fees, schools, public safety, parks, transportation, go towards that new development, correct, in that zone?
That's correct.
Okay. And we keep those in a reserve and we use them as the homes get built. The homeowner pays their fees and then we can build what's been usually planned about 5 or 10 years ahead of time.
That's correct.
Okay. I just don't want anybody to think we're just following along as the development goes. Is there any plans to build, not over the bridge, but Mulholland, the other side to Rye Road? That was mentioned under comments.
We can talk to Public Works, they might be able to answer
Art.
that for us.
That's the first I kind of heard anybody say that.
Good morning. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works, and I have been sworn. The Mulholland Road change that was made when we updated the Thoroughfare plan was to eliminate a connection from just west of Gamble Creek to Twin Rivers Trail. The road exists from Twin Rivers Trail over to 162nd, just past there. There's about a half-mile gap before you get to Rye Road. The plan to do that eventually is still on the plan,
Right.
but it is not a funded capital improvement at this point, so we don't currently expect it to occur within the next 5 years. That's the period covered by our program.
And we voted to take it off the 5-year, but we kept it because we all said, some of us, I did say publicly, that you may want to build it someday.
For clarification, the Thoroughfare plan amendment just took it off the
5-year.
the bridge off of the future Thoroughfare plan, the long-range
Right.
plan. The board has not had Mulholland Road programmed in their 5-year capital improvement program at any time
That I
recently
recall.
that I know of. So the CIP was not modified with the action you took on Mulholland
Okay.
Road.
Staff, do you consider a daycare compatible with what's being presented in the surrounding uses? Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner?
Yeah, when we get to
For now?
deliberation.
Okay. Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clark, while you're up there, can you talk just a little bit more about what you looked at with this application to determine that the traffic was appropriate and what will happen at future stages of development? How do you determine that there's enough capacity for the cars that are going to need to come in and out of this development, and when?
The analysis focus on designated thoroughfares, so the classified roadways of the Thoroughfare plan, the same one we're just talking about that Mulholland is on. Those roads that exist or that are fully funded are considered to be roads that the development's traffic can be assigned to. It's where people will drive, in other words, when it's developed. And the the existing traffic plus traffic from other approved but not built development, and the project's traffic is looked at against the capacity of that roadway. And if it's above our stated thresholds, then it meets that level of service test. And if it's not, then they do more detailed analysis or they identify mitigation that is required. In this case, the proposed use is within a residential area that is served primarily by local roads. That Mulholland is there, that's true, but it starts at at Twin Rivers Trail, which is a local road, and ends at another local road. So it's kind of a severed thoroughfare. I mean, it's kind of simplistic, but I'll put my little cartoon up here.
Oh, so
If
you had it ready.
So on this map, if this is a Reasoner property, this is Mulholland as it exists today inside the box. The other thoroughfares in this general area are Golf Course Road and Rye Road. These other connections, it's just a sketch of the local roads that serve this development. So it really doesn't matter how much traffic they put on this, because in the eyes of the comp plan, I know the neighbors don't like this, it looks like a thoroughfare. It's not a local road, and the capacity is going to be much higher than what any amount of a Reasoner development could put traffic on it. It's going to be high for a neighborhood street, which is the way it's acting today, but it's still in the eyes of our analysis a thoroughfare. And so the rest of it is about what the capacity is on Rye Road and Golf Course Road, and while they are busy two-lane roads, they still have sufficient capacity to carry the traffic. And the traffic from this development, I think some of the neighbors talked about it. Is basically moving on those kinds of paths. So about half the traffic goes out to get out to Fort Hammer Road. The other half goes this way with, call it 40%, going through Southern Oaks to get on Rye southbound. The rest goes out to Golf Course Road and north on Rye. And that's just the way the distribution works. And while it is a simplistic approach, because you could build an argument that some guy will choose to go this way or whatever, it sets, say, the general tone of that analysis. And at the end of the story, there's still only 3 ways in and out of this entire area right now. So it's got to be one of those 3 roads, no matter how you slice it. This little dash section is the last half-mile connection of Mulholland. So when that's created, that will relieve some of the pressure on these 2 roads, but they'll still get used some.
Yeah, thank you. And that clearly shows the importance of having many different forms of access to and from a neighborhood. I appreciate that. It's very good. How do safety improvements come into your analysis? Will there be a time when, I know what the level of service standards, you've explained all of that, and concurrency and those types of things, but what about just safety? We've heard a lot about speeding cars and, just general safety problems.
Safety in a neighborhood like this will be primarily driven by the speed that people choose to drive. The speed limits are posted relatively low. It hasn't been that long since the board considered traffic calming devices on the 29th Court East part of this connection. This isn't all 29th Court. It is within Twin Rivers, but then it's Southern Oaks Boulevard and something else within Southern Oaks. But on the west part of this, we'll be now putting in speed tables, and I think there was testimony about traffic analysis been done on Twin Rivers. I don't know if the final recommendations have been formulated, but the portions of Twin River are candidates for traffic calming as well. It's one of the higher, more heavily traveled roads in the neighborhood. That will help manage speed, but the rest is down to good behavior and enforcement.
Yeah, exactly. Good behavior and enforcement. And some of us spent 3 or 4 hours at a DOT workshop yesterday where we talked about traffic safety, and we heard about traffic safety. And there was a speaker who said one of the biggest problems we seem to have is just a lack of respect. That people just have a lack of respect who are driving. And I don't know how we solve that problem, but I hear about it in my neighborhoods every single day, so don't feel alone. I do have a question for Marshall. In the staff report, there's a really strong statement under positive aspects. It says, there are no compatibility issues. That's a very strong statement. So I was hoping that you could explain how you came to that conclusion, please.
Yeah, that statement was made, purely from the zoning aspect in terms of its consistency with our comprehensive plan. In terms of the traffic, in terms of the traffic statement and the traffic study information, if anything came back from the Public Works analysis in that traffic statement or traffic review as an objectionable raise of concern, then that would have made it into our aspects as well, Commissioner. So and that statement is just based on the fact that it's consistent with the UF3. The lot sizes have been found to be consistent with already approved platted lots to the south. It really is a statement from a land use perspective, being as how there were no objectionable comments or review items that came back from the transportation review. And I believe if there were compatibility issues that were stemmed from our transportation, I would have found that in the review packet for that analysis that were done.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for one of the speakers, the one that spoke for the HOA but only spoke for 3 minutes. I
No,
forget
we
your
do
name,
not
sir.
dialogue with public comment.
It's on the list.
Well, well, they can,
Applicants
excuse
for
me,
Citizens.
yeah, the board can question citizens.
Okay.
It's just a basic question I need from a resident.
Do you remember which resident you were?
The blue hat, I've met
Blue
him
hat.
before, but I forgot your name, sir.
Sir, I need you to come forward to the podium, state your first and last name, please.
Hi, Jack Bluestein.
Hey, Jack, good to see you again.
Same.
So, I am familiar with this area, and especially just south of there in River Plantation. I had just a basic question that I needed to ask from a resident. Are most people taking the west exit Twin Rivers Trail, would you guess? Or are they taking the 162nd Avenue East out of your, or is it just hard to say? It's okay if it's hard to say. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I had to
Yeah.
pick somebody. And
I
you're-
think depends where you are in the development, right? If you need to get to Rye Road, right now you come Mulholland to 162nd to 29th Court East and wind around through Southern Oaks and you'll hit Rye Road. Your northbound will be either 162nd or Twin Rivers Trail, and depends on where you are on the grid.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I had. Thank you. Do we have someone from Public Works? Is that correct?
Mr. Davis is here.
Mr. Davis, Clark.
Clark, you getting steps in today, my man.
I need to track you down to discuss an FDOT issue with you later today, Mr. Davis. Now that I see you here, it reminded me of that.
When I take a look at Twin Rivers, I would think, and everyone realizes that many of the decisions that have been made are before, our time, and it's just tough to know what all happened at the time. But when I look at Twin Rivers, I think that should have been like an impact fee dream, because the connection to golf course is relatively small, so the amount of improvement that they would have been versus how deep it goes, how many homes had to pay the impact fee should have been relatively high for the amount of connection to the road. Does that question make sense?
I think so. The impact fees get used in, I guess you could call it, two different ways. One is we collect the impact fees and they get set aside in an account, and then they get appropriated to specific projects, the capital improvement program that you see each year for funding the roads. The other is to enter into development agreements. The development agreements, when they are developer-built projects, instead of paying impact fees, they get credits as they go against an improvement that they've made. And sometimes there's reimbursement that gets in the CIP as well, but regardless, it's an agreement-based way of using the impact fees or assigning the impact fees to projects also. It works best when the property where the road will lie is under the control of the developer, and in this case, Twin Rivers didn't own the last half mile when it was built, and so they built the stuff that was under their control, the stuff to the west where the Reasoner property lies, and to the east is 2 or 3 different owners. And so it just gets harder because when they own the land, they can dedicate the land needed for the road. When they don't, they do not have the ability to acquire it. Sometimes they can have friendly relationships with their neighbors and do it, but more often than not, it means the county has to help them acquire it because we have right of eminent domain. But then we have to put it in the capital improvement program, so it comes back to making the choice to put it in the program. So yes, it is a good candidate if we ever find willing partners, or if we just take it upon ourselves to do it, it'll be a good project.
Do we own the right-of-way for the rest of Mulholland currently? Does the county own it?
There is a strip of right-of-way through there. I suspect it is not quite wide enough to pull it all off, and we would need some pond sites and things like that to complete it, but there is a continuous strip all the way to Rye.
Okay. So here we are. It's the rules for quasi-judicial are interesting. Some of the research that I'd like to do, you're literally under law not allowed to do, so I get to do it in front of God and everyone. Could we, at this point in the procedures, could we ask that be a stipulation that this, maybe it gets built, but we're asking the developer to help us get that last stretch made? I understand we don't know how the fees will work out. Maybe we end up in 2/3, maybe they end up, 2/3 or whatever. But is that possible to do?
I'm going to stop you and defer to counsel for that.
Why don't let Clark answer about what
Well,
he shared? I think.
I'll help Ms. Shank, and she can tell me if I get too far into her world. But we've done the traffic analysis. It, at this stage, has not been what we call a detailed traffic impact analysis. It's a traffic impact statement, so we kind of get a reading on how things are. But based on that, we don't foresee any level of service deficiency, so they don't have a requirement to mitigate that would say prompt connection of the road. And so without that, it becomes an exaction. And when we start talking about exactions, that's when our attorneys help us do that the right way. And this sounds like it would probably be one they would advise against.
What I'm asking is not to, not as an exaction, but as they're going to have to pay impact fees anyway. So as a credit, as an impact fee credit, could we offer them, hey, we've got right away, build on it, and so that people have another exit out of this area that's growing?
They have not approached us to have that conversation, and so neither us nor them have taken the time to look to make sure we've got all that right of way. But say we had all the land and they approached us to do it as an impact fee credit agreement, we would certainly like to take a look at that and bring it to the board for your consideration. It would have to be done as a contractual agreement between the developer and the county commission, though.
Thank you, Clark. And then a question for staff. The residential support facility, I believe it's called, this seems like we've been here I've been here over a year and a half, I think, and I've never seen that before. Is that pretty common, and it normally isn't very contentious, so we don't hear about it, or is this a rare ask?
It's not a very common, but it's allowed in the Land Development Code since I am here since 2006. And residential support uses are defined to support the residential developments. And always has been in the code since I am here in 2006. I cannot talk by before,
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's all. You can.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, closing comments from staff.
One of the statements for the general public is the proposed density is a high density, and 3 dwelling units per acre is considered a low density in the range of low density category. US3 allowed a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre when it's a single residential use, or there is other range that go from 9 to, I think, 12, when it's a mixed use. In this case, this is a single family use, and the maximum that are proposing is when the range of density allowed, when the UF3, and it's considered low density.
Thank you, ma'am. So Commissioner Whitmore, do you have a?
No, I'm waiting.
Okay, so then we'll go to applicant for closing statements by the applicant.
I'll say about this.
And then after which we will have discussion and deliberation of the commission.
Good afternoon, thank you. Again, Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering. I have been sworn. As staff has stated, we are required to provide traffic. That traffic is reviewed and analyzed for our requirement at the time. When it comes in for final site plan approval, preliminary plan approval, plat approval, further analysis will be made. The current plan already has a dedication for a Mulholland Road extension that is voluntarily being done by this property owner. If there was another property owner, they may not, voluntarily provide right-of-way for Mulholland Road. Right now, it is still on the plan, and the required buffers and everything else are still being considered, for the benefit of Mulholland Road, should it be extended and come through on this piece of property or adjacent to it. As far as compatibility, as you know, the trend has been to go to the smaller lots on the western side of Twin Rivers. There is our proposed development, the one just to the south of us, as well as the one that's currently under review that was submitted by Twin Rivers. 19 years ago, when Twin Rivers initially came in and requested larger lots, that was a choice made for that particular development. Just like any piece of property can ask for, multifamily or villas or whatever the product is that this developer is choosing to develop on his parcel. It is compatible with the adjacent developments that are currently being considered within this section of the county. We are not part of Twin Rivers. We were asked to change the name of the development so that it would not be considered as part of Twin Rivers. We are not part of the HOA. We will not, utilize their facilities as anybody in the county could come down any public road. It is not just subject to the residents of this particular parcel. We have no control over the speed on Twin Rivers. That's an enforcement issue, as we have discussed. The density, as staff has said, it is set in the code at 3 dwelling units per acre. That is what is in the comprehensive plan. That is what this development is requesting. There are larger developments. There are smaller developments. What we develop, as long as we are in compliance with the code, is what we are asking for approval for. We're asking for no special approvals, no bonus densities, no transfer of density rights within this development. It is all within what the code has set out for development within Manatee County in the UF3 future land use category. As for the daycare, you are correct. Sometimes there are, I have grandchildren also. They have date nights, they have special events. We understand that, and we reserve the right to have that, which, hopefully a lot of the residents within Twin Rivers would utilize the facility. It's a benefit to the parents. A lot of daycares have closed during the pandemic. It is very difficult to find a daycare for working parents these days. So if there are special events, that will be noticed, and they, special hours will be just for these special events that will take place at this facility. So, and that is all I have. I appreciate it, and we look forward to the approval.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Two commissioners on the board are Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Whitmore.
Are we under our comments now?
We are now under, yes,
Okay, deliberation.
deliberation.
And actually, you did bring up a point about the daycares. I read something recently that we can't staff daycares nationwide for some reason. The pay, everything else, they're having a real hard time staffing them now. My issue is, and you know, we're a product of our previous decision, I feel, that's my personal opinion, but we've now kind of set this up to fail. And I support the project. I don't know about the daycare or not, or yes. I mean, you know, it is a use. We don't use it. I don't remember approving it, but I ever approving it, and I've been here since you have. May have, but I don't recall. But I can't with the traffic. The traffic is, and I think that's why our planning commission was 3-3, which you never see that either. It's a hard, we've set these landowners that have property rights to fail unless we do something about that road in the future. And to me, these people are going to, if it doesn't get approved, to me, that would be a result of that. 3,000 a day. I live on Amaria Island, 20 to 30,000 a day. Have a church down the street from me in a residential neighborhood. You know, it's all where you live. It's all relative. But again, we've landlocked this where they have to go through, you know, small neighborhoods. So I can't support it unless we figure out a solution in the future right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, Bellamy, Satcher. Commissioner Cruz.
Sure, and I hear what you're saying, and I was thinking the same thing, but here's the reality of the few things we were talking about here. Is, you know, everyone just came to us a few months ago about removing a bridge. The concern was, we don't want the thoroughfare, we don't want people whipping from Fort Hammer on one side to Rye on the other, it's gonna cause traffic. And everyone always accuses us of not listening and not, you know, taking into consideration citizen wants and needs, and we did. I was on multiple Zoom calls, we all watched the videos with the speed and everything else going on, and we made a decision, it wasn't unanimous by any stretch, to remove that piece. And that was at a request of the very people here now saying, you can't approve this because of traffic, and it wouldn't be an issue if there was that piece, but there's not that piece because we asked you to remove that piece. It's almost as if, you know, and sometimes everyone accuses the developers of doing that, where you do it in stages to get what you want. It's almost like, remove this bridge here, and that's almost going to be a pseudo rezone of somebody else's property, because now that property isn't compatible with that area because the bridge isn't there, which we asked you to remove, and we kind of caused the problem ourselves. So I get it. Looking back on it, if that was the angle being taken, we probably just shouldn't have removed the bridge, because then there wouldn't be an issue here, because it wouldn't be a traffic issue, because the assumption would be everyone would make a left turn out of this property and head down to Fort Hammer, which is being widened and improved, and we're working on bridges. So this would be a non-issue, inclusive of the daycare center, if we would have left the bridge. But we listened to the citizens, we listened to the concerns and considerations, and we acted upon it in your interest and your request. And now it's almost being held against somebody else's property that we did that. So, you know, that's where I have a problem, because we talk about compatibility. That isn't a problem with me. We always talk about inclusive housing. We talk about different sizes. We talk about housing being too expensive. Here's a private developer. Yes, they're smaller houses than your houses, but compatibility to me is, do you put a gas station next to a single-family home? Do you put a huge industrial facility in the middle of a subdivision? No, that's not compatible. A house is compatible with a house. You may argue that that house is smaller than your house, but a house is still a house, and it's still compatible with each other, and we should be encouraging smaller, a little bit more affordable housing, and these are not affordable from a capital A. They're just a little bit smaller, basic houses on somebody else's private property. He's not coming here saying, I want to build a big multifamily property. He's not saying, I want to go from R3 to R6. This has a future land use of R3. He's building to the land use he has had, and he had that way before we took away that bridge. He was ready, and considering how tight these two timeframes are, He was planning this way before we took away that bridge. If anything, we just cost him time and money because he was probably planning his entrances and exits and ingresses and egresses way before we took away that bridge, and we threw him a curveball. And then this applicant had to come and reconfigure their property for something we did that was there for decades. At no point in time would it ever been considered that wasn't there. This was always an acceptable use of this property. So, in my mind, yes, we do need to be cognizant of when we're making major changes to the thoroughfare plan. And in recent time, we've made two fairly major ones, one being the Terra Bridge and one being this bridge right here, both of which had implications on other land. So yes, going forward, we all need to be aware of, if you're taking away this access point, where is the other access point?
Right.
And so I agree, we do need, and the CIP comes before us, we do need to take a look at that piece right there, that piece that goes out to Rye, because if we have most of the right-of-way, then it's a fairly reasonable cost, especially compared to building a bridge, to fix or at least somewhat fix some of this traffic. Because again, when we saw that chart, and I know some of you grumbled a little bit, maybe you didn't 100% agree with the percentages going in each direction with the little red marker, but a portion of them was going left to Fort Hammer. I would guess a lot of them go left to Fort Hammer because at the end of the day, Fort Hammer is what connects down to the bridge and down to Lakewood Ranch, and it's what connects up to 301. So even if you build that piece, it's not fixing your traffic, because the big chunk of that traffic's going on the north-south. They're not going to cut all the way over to Rye and then go up Rye and then cut back over. So it doesn't fix the problem, but at least starts alleviating some of it. So I do think when we get to CIP, that's something we need to be aware of, because we kind of caused the problem ourselves. So maybe there's a way of trying to rectify it to some extent ourselves. But at the end of the day, to me, single family is compatible with single family. He's building to R3, which is what he had as a future right before we took away that bridge, and what he has as a future right after we took away that bridge. So I hear what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. I have sympathy with what you're saying, but from a purely legal standpoint of what we're required to do up here, I don't see a problem with the request.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. That was very well stated. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and the reality of it is my concern is how do we get a win-win, right? And the concern is Mulholland Road and that connection. And I understand what you're saying about the daycare, and I'm going to ask the young lady to come back up that's representing the applicant. Right, because she actually made a statement here recently that there's a plan to develop, the road for Mulholland. Now, did I misunderstand that, or is that something? Because I want to talk to her. Clark, you may need to come back. I'm sure he's somewhere listening.
He's in the conference room, I'm sure. Ma'am, I do need you to state your first and last name again for the record, please.
Sure, Linda Stewart. I have been sworn.
Ms. Stewart, how are you
Yes.
doing? Thanks for everything you do. You just recently made a statement about a plan as far as developing Mulholland Road. Can you kind of?
Right, well, and as the commissioner stated, we submitted in April of 2021. The initial plan showed Mulholland Road going south of the daycare and the residential lots that you see. I don't know if she can bring it back up. And
Let's answer the question. We can't have new visuals or anything.
Sorry. The extension was shown on our initial plans that were submitted for review to Manatee County. When in January, when it was taken off the plan, yes, we had to change our plan. We had to adjust the plan to take that connection off of there and change to have the two connections, onto Twin Rivers Trail. Right now, we are still showing that right-of-way that this developer is willing to dedicate for that extension through there with the required buffers and, the 50-foot thoroughfare buffer and everything on the plan. It's still there, but we had to revise the plans to take the Mulholland Road extension off.
Thank you. So this is us. The revision of the plan was because of requests to not have it connected with Mulholland Road. Wow, we've really done it to ourselves on this one. Clark, I'm just being brutally honest. So I guess, and this is just me, I try to keep things basic, simple, military. Keep it simple, stupid. That's KISS in the military. Clark, you're saying that we have to bring it back in the CIP because currently it was removed, right?
Yeah. More than that.
Mulholland improvements, the bridge, the east end, in the time I've been here, almost 10 years now, has not been in the capital improvement program. What has changed is a future plan, what we might do later. And what happened with the Thoroughfare Plan Amendment that was adopted earlier this year is that we can now no longer do, as a capital undertaking, a thoroughfare improvement, the bridge, because we've taken it off our plan. We could not find our own CIP consistent with our comp plan. What we still have on that plan is a half-mile connection the rest of the way to Rye Road. So I think this shows all of it. This is the overview plan that's in the packet. So the site is the yellow box. Fort Hammer Road is just off the map, but Mulholland exists over here. Mulholland exists in the middle of Twin River.
Right.
When they first submitted their plan, under our right-of-way preservation policy and code, they have to, at a minimum, provide a setback from the future center line for any thoroughfares that traverse their property. If they're using it for access, they also dedicate and construct that portion of it that's needed for that. So as applicant was referencing, they showed something kind of like this. Into their property, thinking that eventually we would get to the point of creating the rest of the connection across there. When the thoroughfare plan was amended, it's not the CIP, just what we're going to do eventually, we took off all of this. So that's no longer a county major road facility that's planned. What we still have, though, is a connection at the east end. That last half mile that's off-site, where we do have some of the right-of-way because it's either old plat or some of the developers have dedicated along the way. And so we've got the beginnings of a road there. If we have enough, and this developer or developers along Rye Road approach us and want to do an agreement for impact fee credits to build the road, we'd love to have the conversation. If they never do, then the county would schedule it like any other capital improvement program project, and we would do it. But this piece, unless the thoroughfare plan is amended again and the door will just be slammed shut as things fill in the area, and it'll never happen. But I mean, it would require a board to instruct staff to bring it back for reconsideration for us to do it at this point. The board has acted and said this is their plan, and so it wouldn't be a staff-initiated thing at this point.
Right.
Which kind of goes to both commissioners' points, right? Where we're in a kind of tough situation because we removed it. So now that it's removed, we're all concerned about the traffic, but we can't take that concern out on the applicant. That's the elephant in the room, right? We've created the problem, but we cannot take the concern out on the applicant because the applicant has met the necessary requirements, legally. All right, so I need to ask the applicant another question if I can. I'm normally.
Mr. Chair, I just have to be careful here. I allowed you some wiggle room here on clarifying that road issue, but we have to be careful. If we let the applicant come down, we go open up for the whole public hearing. There could be citizens who want to come down too.
Because we already had questions for the
I'm just being
applicant.
careful in process here.
So normally what I do is follow legal counsel, so I'll stand down.
You may want to state what your question would have been.
No, I think we have
No?
to, we're in
Okay.
deliberation now, we have to.
I'll miss
She kinda already
St.
knew what it
We don't
was,
want to
to
do.
be
Okay.
She's just helping us.
All right, then Satcher and Whitmore are still on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I look at this, I just want to say for this, I spoke offline with after this vote, and actually regardless of where this vote goes, I just hope that, the board will be open to us expediting, adding to the CIP, the eastern portion of Mulholland. I don't feel like, the citizens, they shouldn't be punished for any of this. And even when I remember when the decision was made to nix the bridge, there were homes that had, multiple homes that had driveways going right onto the road there. They had nothing to do with that. They just bought a house. And so I'm hopeful that we, regardless of where this vote goes, because if this were to be denied, we definitely need to get that done because, this person owns this property and the neighborhood, we respect them and want to take their considerations, but they don't own the property. So that wouldn't be right to give them no options. But it also isn't right if this is approved to make, a problem that they didn't create. They just bought a home, to make it even worse by adding additional units. Let me say just to, a lot of people, I say a lot, people do watch these meetings. And so I just want to say as District 1 representative, first of all, I think everyone understands it's a tough spot to be in. But it's our job, so it's not a big deal. But I do want to say that to any developers out there, when you're asking for Res 3 acres or 3 dwellings per acre, you're not going to get generally a whole lot of objection from me because there's a lot of land in Parish that's still being developed. And I am, one of my personal, when I'm voting, is Res 3. I understand that I have to be a little bit appreciative and honest. And I love the fact that y'all have more than that. I want more than that for my own home. So I'm not disagreeing with you, just for future people that come forward, and this is a unique situation, I understand. So I'm not speaking to the specifics of this, but in general, Res 3 developments that come before me, I'm not going to vehemently object to, and I actually appreciate them because I understand that there's a lot of pressure to have a lot of higher density in different areas. And I appreciate Commissioner Whitmore's comments and concern about the traffic, and everyone has been open to that. So after this vote, regardless of which way it goes, after this vote, I'll move that we just make a decision to expedite getting that eastern section onto the CIP. I understand that's not our technical way of doing it, but let's just go ahead and let our opinions, and the way we intend to vote in the future be known on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
And all this stuff we're talking about is going to take years, unfortunately. There's a gentleman here in the green shirt in the front. He met with all of us, and they told us at that last meeting that this was going to happen, and they actually mentioned the Reasoners property, because I only know the Reasoners from the tree farm and buy-in from years, but I have never met them. But it's like the Orbans in Manatee County, you know who they are. So we did have a video that was shown at the last meeting, and it showed Mulholland Road, and we reserved lots of right-of-way. And currently, because of the actions we took previously, those people have beautiful, gigantic yards. I mean, beautiful. So, and I made that comment at the end of the meeting. We made it so that future boards could do whatever they needed to do in the future if they wanted to connect all this. And so we did something at that meeting to make sure that future commissioners could decide. So, of course, I'm going to support opening it again, as I did the first time, and you're going to get a whole room full of people, so we have to remember that, because that's what was here last time, not wanting that to be opened. But I do, regarding this issue, we're putting thousands of cars on a 2-lane street, one lane each way, and again, and I know it's too late to ask Clark, I just can't support it. And you know me, I'm big on property rights, but we're dumping all this stuff in this neighborhood. And it was something that we can change in the future, and I don't know if I have the votes, but we're going to change this hopefully in the future because we realize the actions, like Commissioner Cruz said, that we did. But we are putting thousands of cars in a young neighborhood, so I'm not going to support it right now, and I understand and respect everybody else's decisions on however they vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. No one's on the board. Commissioner Ball, you're the only one that hasn't weighed in. Would you like to make a comment? Otherwise, we'll move on to the vote.
You know, I've been sitting here listening to all the debate, and I must say that the two things that bother me the most are still there, and that is basically a commercial business going in the middle of this neighborhood, and the other one is the traffic. And I really appreciate the comments from Commissioner Cruz. He's absolutely correct. This is a mistake that we made, and we need to correct it and work on trying to move forward to modify that traffic a little bit. But the residential, or not residential, the commercial piece is bothering me a little bit as well. So for me, I'd love to see this come back without the commercial in the middle of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll close deliberation, and we will entertain motions.
I'll make a motion to deny the applicant's request.
So,
Say it right for me, Sarah, please. very-
Madam, Ms. Attorney, would you mind articulating the motion,
okay,
please?
well, if there is a proposed motion for denial in your agenda materials, that could be that motion, and you would have to add in there, direct the county attorney's office to work with staff to bring back a resolution containing written findings for denial at the next available land use meeting of June 2nd, because it doesn't become effective till we get those written findings.
Yeah, so moved.
So we have a motion for denial by Commissioner Whitmore. We're waiting for a second. We have a second by Commissioner Baugh.
Write that down.
No commissioners on the board, so just to be clear, a vote of yes is for denial, a vote of no is against denial. We're going to have a roll call vote, and we'll start with District 2. Commissioner
knew it was mine,
Commissioner it's your turn.
He keeps track.
I do keep track. It's your.
I do. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to be the first one.
You are, yes, sir.
Yes, I'm in agreement with denial.
Okay, District 2 is a yes. District 3 is a yes. District 4
Nay.
is nay. District 5.
Yes.
District 6.
Oh, yes.
District 7.
Yes.
Okay, District, okay, hold on. District,
She doesn't get to vote for me.
District 6. Okay, hold on. District 6 is a yes. District 7.
No.
District 1. Yes. Okay, Madam Clerk, the denial vote passes by a vote of 5 to 2. All right, it is 11:42. I do not think it is wise, hold on just Mr. Satcher. I don't think it's wise to jump into number 11 18 minutes before lunch. So what we'll do is Commissioner Satcher is going to make a statement, after which we will take up our regular agenda item number 12, and when we return from lunch, we will take up item number 11. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, what I was talking about on the Mulholland project was the eastern portion that takes us out to Rye Road. We already own a lot of the route out to the road. We may not own all of it, but I do believe we could expedite that project. And I think we kind of owe it to the citizens already here, and honestly to this, to the property owner that just got denied, to get moving to make that connection, especially when you think of all the properties there and the fees that each person, the taxes that each person that has moved in there has paid, and then to not have that connection when it's only a half mile. So I would just like Ms. Schenk, can I make a move for a show of support on putting that, expediting it onto the CIP? Well, it's my best way to accomplish my goal.
Well, do you need a report back from staff, or can you just direct staff to report back to you on
Okay.
on adding that to the CIP?
I move to direct staff to look into adding that to the CIP as expeditiously as possible, not shorter than 5 years I'm looking for, and that is my motion.
And that, can you describe the segment again?
For the segment of Mulholland Road that goes east and connects to Rye.
Not the bridge?
Yeah.
Not the bridge. The eastern
shorter part.
exit, which will take them from 2 exits out of their neighborhood to 3. It'll 50% less traffic on each exit. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion because we need to make sure we look at the concerns of the traffic, and we also need to identify you know, in my opinion, another access point. And we have two, but if we're gonna look at Mulholland Road, we can make sure that we identify another one to be the third one. So that's why I'm in support of looking at it to see what the next steps are.
I'm going to make a statement before I do. We have Bellamy and Whitmore are on the board. Are you, okay? You still need to be on the board,
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitmore? Okay, so, well, hold on. I'm just going to make a statement that I don't think I know that a motion is not necessary to do this. We have a CIP process, and I would encourage you to get with, Dr. Hopes comes around to all of us, and we sit down and go over what projects we want added to the CIP in our districts, and that's the appropriate process. It's about to start in just a couple of weeks, to be honest. Dr. Hopes, if you'd like to weigh in on this.
I believe my proposed budget is due in about 4 weeks. I think at early June.
Yeah, I'd like to dialogue with Commissioner Thatcher on that. And I will support it when it is on the CIP. We're going to have to open this up to public comment, and we have like 147 people from Parish here who are all going to have a differing opinion. And I just recommend you to go through the normal process, and in my
that's
opinion.
Right,
yeah.
that's a valid point.
Well, I was, while the 147 people were here, I was looking for as much support as I could get, but that was a big show of support right there. So I will withdraw my motion, but just let it be known that I'm going to work through the process to get that portion added to the CIP to get some relief for these residents. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
And I will never support it unless you include the bridge. That's the whole problem. We need to have a thoroughfare. You're congesting, it's been planned for like 20 years in the long-range plan, and it was never funded. That's where it's been eliminated. If we're going to do this, we have to include the bridge. So unless that's not included, I'll never support it, because that's why we're here where we are today. And you're right, the other end too. But it makes no sense. So that's it.
I do agree with you, but sometimes I will take baby steps, and, I'll take a little bit to ultimately get to where I want to go. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, obviously, he's withdrawn the motion, so this is a discussion for another day when we discuss the CIP. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we're going to, and if those of you who don't want to hang around for item 12, we will reconvene after lunch at 1:30. So we'll be back at 1:30 sharp. Okay. So number 11 is going to take a long time, and I have 13 minutes until a lunch break. So it makes no sense to dive into 13 minutes of number 11, only to adjourn for lunch, when I have a very short item. Yeah, we're going to go to 12 now.
Are you sure the people are here for 12? If I was 12, I wouldn't have assumed I was going before lunch.
Ms. Schenk is presenting number 12.
Oh, so Ed and anyone's
and
coming in? I don't care.
Okay, so.
Meeting has not been adjourned.
Yeah, folks, the meeting is not adjourned. If you could exit the room quietly, please. We're still in session. We're still in session. So, Ms. Schenk, if you would introduce item number 12, please.
Yes, number 12 is the Concession Land Development LLC, approval of written settlement offer and approval of written statement of liable uses. These are two proposed letters that would be signed by the county's expert witness, Rosina Leidner. And I just have to give a brief history. The concession had proposed the 22 single-family lots as a Phase 4 within their project boundaries. By the transfer of entitlements from the existing property they own to the west of Lindrick to Phase 4 in the east of Lindrick. And the board had denied the transfer. We went through an extensive mediation process. The board denied the media settlement agreement. Therefore, on March 2nd, 2022, the county received notice of claim submitted by the concession pursuant to the Burt J. Harris Private Property Rights Act, Section 70.001 Florida statutes. The amount claimed for the Burt Harris Act claim is the value of an alleged permanent monetary loss is $9.62 million, and the appraisal report attached to the notice of claim stated a figure of $8.970 million. The Burt Harris Act requires the county to respond to the notice of claim within a specified period of time by the end of May with two documents, written statement of allowable uses and a written settlement offer. The written statement of allowable uses and written settlement offer are the subject to judicial review in the event of future litigation. The board's approval does not need to occur in a notice public hearing, but we have to allow citizen comment. And I just wanted to indicate to you that the And resolved, the written settlement offer is not to change the denial of the board, so there's no change in position. And the statement of allowable uses, since the property at issue zone PDR lists all of the uses allowed in plan development residential as residential and residential support uses. And both documents clearly state that any allowable use is contingent upon compliance with all applicable stipulations in the previously approved zoning ordinances, the county's comprehensive plan and land development code, as well as any requirements of applicable state or federal agencies. And the decision whether any residential density or non-residential square footage or uses are ultimately proposed by the property owner will be determined during a plan development, general development plan approved by the Board of County Commissioners at duly noticed public hearing. So no development is being approved today. It's not a development order, it's not quasi-judicial. In one of the update memos, there are two letters that I want to make part of the record. One was from Attorney Dan Lobeck, one was Attorney Maggie Mooney, who represented various citizen groups of Panther Ridge at the prior hearings, and they stated their position as supporting no settlement offer this time. And so the two letters required two motions, and they're offered for your consideration.
Would you like to read, no one's on the board for comment, so if you'd like to read the first motion that's required.
If you want to read them, I'll make the motion.
Okay, and we'll have to allow citizens to comment at appropriate time. The first motion, I move to approve the written statement of allowable uses presented by the county attorney's office and to authorize execution of same by the county's designated representative from the Development Services Department.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Baugh. We will open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? All right, seeing none, we can go to the phone for this. So has anyone called in to speak on item 12?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. We'll hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Ms. Shank.
Okay, the second motion provides, I move to approve the written settlement offer presented by the county attorney's office and to authorize execution of same by the county's designated representative from the Development Service Department. And to be clear, the written settlement offer states no change in position.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Baugh. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phones. Anyone call in for this item?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close public comment, and we will hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. No one's on the board. I'll just make a quick statement. Commissioner Servia, there is a large structure fire underway in your district at the Chris Craft Building. Southern Manatee and Cedar Hammock are both on scene. Correct, it's right by the airport. Yeah.
I also just wanted to ask, Commissioner Survey, you still leaving early today? Did I misunderstand?
Today is not the day I'm leaving.
Today's not the day? Oh, I got confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Next
the
week.
16th and the 17th.
Okay. No one's on the board. It's 11:52. We're going to adjourn for lunch. We will return at 1:30. We're in recess.
So we're about to get started. If everyone would grab a seat.
Working in the film industry there. And he's a real estate appraiser. That's his trade in Manhattan, well, in the city. And he makes good money out of it. They burn him out, he quits, and they call him and say, do you need my chair? Like every 6 months he quits. Is that over there? Hurt myself. It's yours.
Good, how you doing?
For you? Yeah. Commissioner Ball was coming.
So I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 3rd Manatee County Council of Governments meeting. I'm Ken Schneier, I'm the mayor of Longboat Key. I'll be your host here today in the Longboat Key room, of all places. And if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. So we will move right into the agenda items. The first item is highlighted initiatives of the town of Longboat Key, and they will be presented by our town manager, Tom Harmer.
Good afternoon, Tom Harmer, the town manager. Thank you for having us today, the opportunity to host. We have 5 initiatives that I'm going to go through pretty quickly, just to kind of give you a snapshot of some of the things that are going on Longboat Key. And so we'll jump right in. The first is our undergrounding project, and many of you may have heard about that. It's almost a $50 million project. It takes all of the aerial utilities on the island and places them underground. So it's power, cable, any aerial devices will all be placed underground. It's about a 3.5-year project. We've been working on it now for coming up almost on 3 years. We're supposed to be substantially complete by December. We still believe we're on schedule to do that. I wanted to share with you a couple of images just to show kind of the significant changes that occur when you do that. There's a lot of reasons we're doing it, for resiliency, for safety, for aesthetics. And you can see on the left the picture with the existing power lines and the new streetlight poles that are replacing those older incandescent light poles. And then the picture on the right, this is in our southern portion of the island in the Country Club Shores neighborhood, where we're complete. That phase is completely done. And you can see that picture on the right now, where all that aerial utility wires, poles, lights have now been completely removed, and the difference that occurs with that. As part of this, our commission also said we have, and if you travel Longboat Key, you know this, we have service level issues with cell phones, mobile phones on the northern end of the island. And so one of the initiatives for the staff over the past couple of years was to find a way to have the AT&Ts and the Verizons and the other providers address that deficiency in service. We reached out to all of those providers. Verizon was the first one that responded. And so the commission recently approved them installing 9 new small cell devices on the island. So they're ordering the equipment. All that should be hopefully installed and operational by the end of this year. And we're working now with AT&T on a plan for them to do similar work. This is Gulf of Mexico Drive, State Road 789. And again, you can kind of see the aerial devices and then post removal by FP&L and how that looks without all of those above ground utilities. This was paid for and is being paid for by an assessment to all of the owners of property on the island. Here's an example of the poles that Verizon is installing. We have very strict height limits on the island, and so the small cell poles in the neighborhoods, there's 9 new devices being installed. 2 of those are in neighborhoods, and they're limited to 25 feet. And so you can kind of see on the left the 25-foot poles, and then those that are on the state road can go up to 35 feet. And there was significant negotiations with Verizon because they wanted to put taller poles. They'd prefer to put like a monopole, a very large pole. In our negotiations, they said they could do a 45-foot pole. We kept pushing them back to our code, and they ultimately agreed. So 7 of the poles will be 35 feet. 2 of them will be the 25 feet. So that's one of the projects that we have going on. Another one that's really important to the town is the creation of a town center. We have almost 5 acres that we've acquired over time next to the Publix. And we've been working on 3 different phases. Phase 1 was to really activate the site. There was an old restaurant there, the Amore Restaurant. That's been cleared out. And the site has been kind of opened up, seeded, so that we'd have grass growing, and we could use it temporarily until we further refine it. Phase 2, which we're out to bid right now, is to put walkways, trees, lighting, restrooms, and a stage on the property. And the stage is privately funded. Our commission went out and asked our residents if they'd be interested in funding the stage. They came back within a few days, and we had a couple on the island that have committed $500,000 to pay for the stage. The town is paying about $1 million towards the Phase 2 work to clean up the site. So you can see in the image, the orange walkways will be installed. There'll be lighting and trees and landscaping installed. There'll be a connectivity to our tennis center on the backside, and there'll be a restroom on the property, and the stage will be developed. During this transition between Phase 1 and Phase 2, this season, we had 9 different events on site, and so these are just some images from the various events. We had 3 different concerts. We had an arts festival. We had a market. The actual Coquina Market came out once a month for 3 months. We had the Hermitage in Sarasota County came out with an Artists and Thinkers series. And so we had a number of events with tremendous response. Thousands and thousands of people showed up. We had one event that Kiwanis hosted called the Annual Lawn Party, where we had approximately 800 people for that event, and they raised thousands and thousands of dollars for a local charity. And this is just an architect's 3D model rendering of what the outdoor venue will look like with the stage in place and the number of events and whatnot that can be hosted there in even a bigger fashion than this transitional year. And then there are 2 parcels on the site that are what we call Phase 3, which would be for community center type construction for potentially a library function, educational space for classrooms, and a large multi-purpose space. And so we're now working to try and advance that on the property as Phase 3. Third project I'll mention is our fire stations. We went out to the public 4 or 5 years ago now and asked if they would support building a new fire station to replace one of our older stations and to renovate the other station. We have 2 fire stations on the island. So this image is of our brand new station that's up and operational now, which is on the south end, and on the north end we spent about $1 million or so to renovate that station. The total cost for that was just under $6 million. St. Regis is in the Sarasota County portion of the island, but it's going to have a significant impact to us. We're generally a built-out island. It's really hard to get additional density on the island, redevelopment, because if you want additional residential units, you have to go to the public first, and then you go to the commission. So it requires a referendum even to add 1 additional unit, and we have pretty significant height restrictions. The St. Regis was the old colony site, so if you think back where President Bush was staying during 9/11, historic site, historic resort. It was demolished a couple of years ago because of unsafe conditions. There were legal disputes between the 230-some owners of the various units on the property. All that's been resolved. We're actually now under construction. So you see it going up vertically, 18 acres on the Gulf of Mexico. The developer has said that that value of this project is going to be somewhere between $500 and $800 million, but it's a significant project. He's set a June 6, 2024 opening date for the St. Regis Hotel. So he's picked a date and said he'll work back from that. And this is just an image showing the completed project. So for us being a built-out island, this is really a pretty significant redevelopment project. And then beach nourishment, another big project for us. We just completed 1 million cubic yards of sand. We charge our residents, if you're on the Gulf side of GMD or State Road 789, you pay 80% of the cost. If you're on the Bay side, you pay 20% of the cost. And so we put out the 1 million cubic yards, but we also built 5 groins on the very north end. starting at Greer Island and working around to kind of preserve that northern end of the island, because that's where a lot of the pressure is as the currents go south. And so you can see in this image where the rock groins were installed, they were not fully backfilled yet by sand. Our sand sources were both passes on the north end of the island, the south end of the island, and also out off of Passage Key. Now you can see here that once the groins were installed and then they were backfilled with the sand, what that final product looks like. So it really significantly enhanced the recreational activity around Greer Island and on the north end of the island. We have a follow-up that we're working on, which we call our spit management plan, because a lot of that sand historically that we placed on the northern end of the island would pull into the pass and would grow this spit that was curving around and almost shutting off the lagoon that backs up to Greer Island. And it also starts to impact the Land's End dock there that's owned by the Michael Saunders family. And so we are, through permitting, now have signed permits from FDEP and the Army Corps to have an ongoing plan that we can remove that sand and bring it back around to the beaches on a recurring basis. So we call it our spit management plan. We also have, and you can see some of the smaller images, a lot of recreational activity that occurs right there near that dock and on that kind of eastern side of Greer Island. We get noise complaints, we get dog on the beach complaints, we get complaints about no place for the kayaks and the paddleboarders to land, and that sometimes the boats block access to the lagoon where there's private owners with docks. And so we're actually working with the FWC and have been coordinating with Manatee County about establishing some type of exclusion zone, swim area there, that'll hopefully find a balance to allow everything that's occurring now, but to occur in a little bit more organized fashion. So with that said, 5 quick items, just want to provide a highlight so you knew what we were working on when we were board here on Longboat Key. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. The only thing I would like to add to Tom's presentation is that with respect to the Greer Island portion of the renourishment project we did, we had a contribution from Manatee County that helped make that project possible, and we thank you for it, but we thank you again. It helped us get that project done. And I know Tom has come and sat down, but I don't know if anyone has any questions for him. If you do, I see no questions, so we'll move on to item B2, Water Taxi Initiative Update. Elliot Falcione, Convention and Visitors Bureau Director.
Good afternoon. Really appreciate being here. It's important that we kind of keep you abreast of the initiative. We have talked to about half a dozen water taxi operators, and every one of them do not do business in the Sarasota-Bradenton area. With that, it took us a little bit of time to get them into the community because they were finishing up the spring season, being really busy. Where we're excited is they're really curious. They've had long-term success operating water taxis around the state of Florida. And we've actually met with a few recently, and Dr. Hopes has been part of some of those meetings as well. So where we're at is we have a couple water taxi companies coming into the community. Some have just recently come in. Some are coming in very soon to survey the waterways. You all know it, the landing spots that make sense, the accessibility channels, the depth. Parking, some locations may need parking, some locations may not need as much parking. Where people may want to get onto a boat or get off of a boat based on the amenities that are available to them. And also, we've given them a lot of tourism information, data that is invaluable to them, and they're cross-checking it with their ridership demographics. Where do they come from? See if it aligns with our target market as well, their interest utilizing a water taxi and the seasonality of it. The exciting thing is we'll be meeting with water taxi operators, or at least 2, very soon to get some data based on their surveys that'll actually help define the type of watercraft that they would recommend. Honestly, we're probably looking in that 25 passenger to no more than 50 passenger water taxi, and ones that have an enclosed area for weather conditions. It's been really interesting. This is my first toe in the water. Chad Butzo and the transportation people have been around the table as well. Y'all would appreciate that the trolley up and down the island, the bus systems have to align with the water taxi route, or whatever that route might be. The media has been really excited. I've had more media calls about the water taxi than like when World Golf Championship came in. It's amazing, the enthusiasm, but we can't get emotional about it and move this so far down the road and potentially miss a step. We know, and Dr. Hopes would agree, this is going to be a public-private partnership, no doubt about it, one way or another, and that'll be figured out pretty soon. Most of the big water taxi companies have told me when they started, it took about almost 3 years to really ramp up and to have a full-blown, really good, sustainable system that has a good base of people most of the year. So, you know, they're coming from more dense communities, so we're really, really curious of what their findings will be as soon as they get back to us there. Now, thank you. Tom Harmer has really communicated really well with me on this. Of course, the city of Bradenton. Mayor Murphy invited me out, I guess almost a month ago, to give his city council an update as well. Of course, Mayor Shirley Bryant's on our TDC, and you know what's really, really exciting? When we mention the Marriott Hotel, maybe I'm leaving a little cat out of the bag, you will no longer see Sheraton on the side of the future hotel. Marriott has announced that it's going to be a full-service Marriott now. You talk about an enhancement to our urban core to Palmetto. We have special guests that just flew in, Lee Hancock and Leslie. Wave your hands, they're very humble people. They are the hotel owners, flanked by their son Chandler, an up-and-coming actor. He'll be better than me on stage. And then, of course, you all have met Tony DeRusso, the bearded guy, flanked on Lee's side. But when I mentioned to the water taxi operators the hotel with the convention center, I tell you what, they're really enthused about that. And that's where really Palmetto potentially adds to that route of, imagine a water taxi coming from here across to Bradenton and then out to the island. So stay tuned. We're on it. It's important that we don't miss a step. And we're being thorough. And I'm truly blessed to have Dr. Hopes around the table. He's got some really good ideas that most of us don't. So I think with the minds of Chad and Dr. Hopes and the water taxi operators and the elected officials, your role is really, really important. And I assured you all that we would keep you in step with us, so there's no surprises. So stay tuned. We will meet individually with the cities once we gather some more information, and then I'll come back to you probably in a setting like this, hopefully very soon. And I'm open for any questions.
Anyone? All right, thanks very much, Elliot.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Next item on our agenda is affordable housing. This is a discussion topic. So who would like to lead it off?
Does this thing work? Yeah. I don't know if there's anything from a council of government, this is George Cruz, Manatee County. I don't know if there's anything meaningful. I think what we've been seeing recently is a lot of different organizations working within themselves and trying to individually work with groups. Manatee County, we just did a work session with City of Bradenton. We had a conversation about how do we work on our zoning together and our heights and densities together to facilitate affordable workforce housing and growth in general relative to our urban core. I know the school board, I believe you're working on your impact fee study right now. So I think that's kind of holding up that aspect because, I mean, one of the easiest ways, or maybe not easiest, but one of the best ways we could facilitate this is with waiving of impact fees and working with the developers to keep costs down. But until some of these impact fee studies are done, it's kind of a devil's in the details. It's harder to waive your current $6,000 plus than it is if you had it in more tiered structure and it's a more nominal amount. So I think there's a lot of movement in Manatee County in terms of affordable housing. I think the consensus, both from everybody around this table and in all of our tables, as well as the public, is this is a critical component of the future of our community and something that needs to be dealt with today. But I think where we stand right now is everyone's kind of doing their own piece. I would say some of us from the county, I know everyone was invited, but some of us from the county are going to the Florida Housing Coalition annual conference the end of August. If anyone within your municipalities are interested, you should take a look. By all means, reach out to me. I'll send you the link and the information. I've been to it a few times. It's a great conference with a lot of information, a lot of elected officials talking about what they're doing in their communities. So it could be beneficial to everybody. But I think that's about the extent of the affordable housing update I have. Here's like an 8-hour YouTube video of an affordable housing discussion our collective board had, which you're more than welcome to go watch if you're looking to fall asleep or just want to see us talk for a while. But that's about it on my end.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Commissioner Cruz said it right. On the school district side, we are anxiously awaiting the conclusion of our impact fee study. It should be happening like I don't have said that straight up. It should be, our draft of our impact fee study should be available very soon. And as Commissioner Cruz said, that alignment of the county's structure and the school board structure for the purpose of, reduction or elimination of on our end, school impact fees for either a price point or a square footage or whatever the case may be. But, I'm kind of repeating from the last time I think I addressed you all was we're just waiting for that study, and that's our plan is to coordinate with the county to reduce those fees. There was one other topic on the school district side, which was the possibility of utilizing vacant school board properties to partner with a builder to build affordable housing for our employees. There, at this point, doesn't seem to be the will to do that on the school board just yet, because we haven't really moved forward on any of those ideas. But as always, we are continuing to listen to public comment, and we're open to whatever, in whatever way we can help. But like George said, we're just, until we get that impact fee study, that's the most immediate and impactful piece that the school board, I believe, has to offer. So, but I do want to express my appreciation to the county commission and the city of Bradenton. I did watch most of those 8 hours, and I did stay awake. But I thought, having been following this issue for a long time, that was the most in-depth and longest list of concrete ideas that I've seen come out of this conversation, probably ever. So kudos to the city and to the county commission for taking this head on. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to ask
Yes.
a question. Are you saying that the school district possibly has property that we can look at for affordable housing project? I mean, because if you're going to say that, and that's what we're here to meet for, let's talk about it.
Matt?
Yes, go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy, the school board does have vacant property, but there are a few factors that go into those properties. One, some of those properties are so far away from anything that they don't really make sense for affordable housing. Others of those properties are, there are size concerns. And then the third concern is we may need some of that property for future school sites. And so there's really, and this is just me speaking, this is not the superintendent, this is not the other board members. I think we really have 2 or 3 that are viable for, potentially a 15 to 20 unit type building. But the conversation's ongoing, but it's just kind of humming along right now. So we're not close to a decision point yet.
Well, okay, I see where this is going because when I'm seeing some of the school board members closing their eyes real tight like they're getting ready to enter a nightmare, I know what that means, so. But if there's an option, we would like to hear it. What we've been talking about, not just from the county perspective, but holistically, we need to identify if there is some land, whether it's 15 and 20 units or 1,500, 2,000 units. I mean, we need to look at whatever our options are so we can show the community as collective leaders we're concerned about the housing crisis and we're going to take some steps forward, collaborate and identify what we can do to address some of the concerns that are out there within this crisis.
Yes.
Can I respond?
Yes.
I'm Gina Messenger from the school board. We have had thoughtful conversations about it, but I believe one of the pieces of information that we did receive was from our attorney, which stated that land that we own really couldn't be used for a purpose not for schools. So that would mean that we'd either have to sell it or work out some sort of deal in order to make anything like that happen. I think that was where our conversations, I don't even know the right word to describe, but I think that was what hindered some of our conversations is what would be the best approach if there were a piece of land. We really couldn't become the landowner, the landlord, because it would not be a school use any longer.
Yes, sir.
No, I understand that, but that's why we have lawyers here. So we can identify, who can take up the land and how we can get the land developed. But I think this is a new development. I don't know, not the commissioners, Mr. Cruz, were you aware that and there's no options for us there?
Yes, George.
Thank you. No, there are options, and there are pieces of land, but it's the school board's land, it's not ours, and they can make whatever decision they want to make, and they're listening to their council. I know there's pieces next to Bayshore, you got Wakeland, you got the place over by the transit center right there. There are excess land that can be utilized. Some places like Bayshore, for instance, directly across the street from Boys and Girls Club, great access for after-school activity. It's on major infrastructure in terms of roadways. It's a solid location, and I'm guessing Bayshore is not going to be dramatically expanded anytime in the near future compared to, say, Palmetto and Lakewood Ranch and Parish, which are all being expanded. So there are options, and again, I'm not an attorney. I think there would be solutions. You could ground lease out a portion of it. You could sell a portion of it, and like we're looking at with our land banking opportunities, we're looking at land banking, bifurcating the parcels, and putting deed restrictions in prior to turning around and selling it. In my opinion, just like we're doing with land banking, I would think you could go in there and basically say, work with us as the county, and if it's a piece of property in the city, work with the city as well. Work out an agreement so we have a mutual partnership here where we're waiving impact fees and you're selling off the land. We're putting deed restrictions saying 50% have to be workforce housing or affordable housing, and maybe even work it out saying a condition of the sale is 25% or whatever it is of those units get leased back to the school board at whatever it is, so you can use it to retain or recruit teachers going forward. So I would think there's some options. I think you have some great land that should be utilized, especially when you're talking about like your trans area. There's a 7-Eleven going in there. We're fixing the intersection there. There's expansions going there. It's right by 44th, so it's easy access back and forth to employment. So I think there's some options. But again, I'm not on your school board, and I don't expect the school board to tell us what to do with our land, nor would we tell you what to do with your land. But I think there's some options that I think the city, the county, the school board, everyone collectively would be more than happy to work together to facilitate it, even if it's 100% for teachers and school board and school support, because I've said it before, I think the school board has the biggest, most pressing need for affordable housing of anybody in Manatee County, because you have probably the most people who qualify for workforce housing based on the size of your employment base, not to mention the 1,000+ homeless students that could all certainly use a roof over their head and some good internet access when they're working from home. So I think everybody in this room would be more than happy to work with all of you on the school board to the extent we can get some land and facilitate that.
So I guess where I'm at, and I apologize, I don't normally talk that much, but here we go.
Go ahead, Mr. Bellamy.
We have two potential sites, Bayshore and Wakeland. And I'm just curious what our next steps are for us to see, can we activate that conversation?
Yeah. Commissioner Bao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Cruz made some very good points, so did Commissioner Bellamy. I think we're at the point, the county is, and I think the city of Bradenton, where we are ready to take the next steps.
Yeah, what's the next step?
So I think what Commissioner Bellamy is really hoping for is that the school board will come along and get beside us and work together. Because as Commissioner Cruz said, the majority of people that we are looking at that need affordable housing, most of them, a lot of them work for the school system. So we're trying to find a solution. We're looking at all the land that we own to see how we can put it into a land trust and move it forward. And we would hope that maybe we could have let's say a joint meeting with the school board to discuss this situation to try and move us forward. Because we're at the point where we need to move and move rather quickly. We've lost a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anyone else on this subject?
Right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, we had a joint meeting not too long ago with the city and the county, and some of this was discussed. But I think the important part that we've got to realize is we got to think outside the box. And, we know that our monies in the city and the CRA can't be mixed with the county money, but some of the things we can do is maybe overlay districts, different ways to create more density when we're building some of the affordable workforce housing. Right now, we've got 3 projects that are, 2 of them are under construction. One of them will start probably by June. One of them, 199 units of affordable housing on 14th Street. One of them is actually going to hopefully see a building getting torn down pretty quick, which is 137 workforce housing, and then the other one is 80. But what we're doing in that 80 units is it's going up 5 stories because that's what the tax credits and the different things you can do. But we've got to work with our legislators to figure out how we can, go to 8 stories and get more units. And I know the cost, and they got to figure all that out. But if we can actually give them opportunity to build more units with some more density and height, it would help because, we're talking about a couple of 100 units that we're building. That's great that we're going to have them, but we need tens of thousands of units in this community. So we've got to figure a way to start, really thinking outside the box and working together. And I do know on these units that we're building in the city, there is already some impact fee credits, obviously from the city. The CRA is giving monies. The school board is doing some impact fee credits already because of the size of the units. So I think it's out there, but how do we get it going quicker? I mean, in today's paper, you've been reading about the Nashville model and all of that. So we can talk and we can talk and we can wait till August to talk again, but then we're that much farther behind. So we really need to start getting some of these studies done and working forward and getting some opportunity. I don't know exactly how to do it all, but there's a lot of smart minds in this room and a lot of smart minds in this community. And I think there's a lot of developers that will do things that if we just task them to do it, but we got to get them land. So, appreciate it. And I know our council has talked about this a lot and trying and working together, but we got some deep things to do ahead of us, but we appreciate the effort, and I think there's a lot of great people working towards it, so thank you.
Right, thanks. Anyone else on this subject? I don't see any more hands, so that concludes our formal agenda. Next item is public comment. Is anyone in the public who would like to speak? I think you would come up to the speaking post in the public section and identify yourself.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County activist. So I appreciate you guys meeting regularly. I know there was one time when you guys weren't meeting so regularly, so I do appreciate that. I do feel, as a lifelong citizen from this county, being born in Manatee Memorial Hospital, and I say it in my BOCC meetings all the time, this county has taken on a life of its own. It's changed so much so. It is no longer affordable here. This used to be one of the most affordable areas in the state of Florida, and it's not that way anymore, and I really applaud each and every one of you for actually making the effort to address this. Because when I hear that residents in this county, 60% of them are homeless for the first time, that breaks my heart. And as a community member, and as you guys part of our government, it is up to the responsibility of both of us to work together, try to resolve it, and bring in the people needed to resolve those issues. So this is very concerning for me as a lifelong resident here that has many generations from this one county. I don't want to see my neighbors on the street. We need to petition our governor to start reducing some taxes on our gas. We are a community of retirees here. There's a lot of people that can't afford to be driving. They can't afford to go to their doctor. They're living on $900 Social Security. These are real issues that are facing Manatee County residents and the people that reside here. And so I just want to thank you. Anything that you guys can do to help that, please do. I implore you to do. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the topic of other comments by officials. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, it looks like this is going to be a quick meeting. So thank you very much. The next meeting of this council will be on August 2nd at 4 p.m. in this room. Thank you very much. We're adjourned at 4:40.
Good morning. Welcome to our Hurricane Preparedness Media Day event. I'm Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County Government, and I want to thank each of you for attending this morning. The news media is a critical partner to help reach our Manatee County residents, and with the county information throughout the year, especially during hurricane season, you guys are one of our most important partners. We rely on you, each of you, reporters, photographers, and video production crews to relay updates to our residents, and the need for timely and accurate coverage is never more important than it is in an emergency. Over the years, Manatee County government has forged strong working relationships with many of you, and we appreciate your willingness to help us with broadcasting our messages during emergencies to help inform our Manatee County residents. Behind me is Chief Steve Litchauer, and he's going to provide you with an overview of this year's hurricane season, along with the messages most important to our residents so they can remain Manatee ready and safe during a hurricane. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Litchauer for a 20-minute presentation, and we'll take some time to answer your questions afterwards.
Thank you, Director. As he said, I'm Steve Litchauer, Chief of Emergency Management, and what we want to do today is just pass out important information that citizens know how to prepare, what to look for, and most of all, as he stated, to be alert and watch the media as the season goes on. What we're going to cover today is a couple of important things. Know your home, and each of these topics we'll touch on individually. So know your home, know your level, evacuation zones, and then we'll give some ideas and some pointers on securing your home, sandbag and shelter locations, the when to call 911, when not to call, and when to use our newer 311 system, and then bring out and bring attention to our new Alert Manatee and Manatee Ready notification systems. So as we know, last year was a little bit busy. We were predicted at 16 storms and 8 hurricanes, and of course it turned into 30 storms and 13 hurricanes. So quite a busy last year, but we try to tell people whatever those predictions are, do not just focus on we're going to have X amount of storms. As we have said and will continue to say, it only takes one. We look back in 2018 with Hurricane Michael, Panhandle probably hadn't seen a storm like that in 100 years. And then you saw what happened. So we want to remind citizens, don't become complacent, that it does only take one storm. This year's prediction is going to be a little above normal, not like last year, but a little above normal. So somewhere, they're predicting, if we looked at the chart, somewhere about 15 or 16 storms with probably 8 or 9 named hurricanes. So again, a little bit busier, but I'll go back to my previous statement. It just takes one, so be prepared. So in Manatee County, we've had some great building codes, and this is a chart. And what I will do is refer back to this chart a little bit later, but this is knowing your home. So as the chart shows, and I'll work backwards, an older home of 2002 back will sustain winds of 110 miles an hour or less. Between 2002 and 12, 130 miles an hour, and then 2012 onward, 150 mile an hour. Because what this is important to know is if we had a like Tropical Storm Irma that came through with winds under 70 some miles an hour, or even a Category 1 or 2, most of our homes now, because we've had the building increase over the last few years, will withstand those winds. And that's important to know their homes. So in a little bit, I'll show you how we can educate the citizens if they don't know what year their home was built. Evacuation we do for two reasons. One is storm surge, and you will see on this chart about the surge. The surge, as I describe it, is that wall of water coming in for us on the west coast off the Gulf of Mexico, up the Manatee River through the Tampa Bay, but that's that wall of water. It's not street flooding, it's not flooding by rain, but it's that wall of water being pushed ashore. And when hurricane, or again, tropical storm Irma was coming our way in 2017, at first we were predicting surges up to 15 feet. Now, it didn't happen, but we have to prepare for that because it takes hours and hours to evacuate people. It's not one or two. It could be tens of thousands, or it could be actually an evacuation. We're talking a little bit, everyone from South Florida on. The other reason we evacuate, of course, is folks in mobile homes, in manufacturer homes, because those are not built for high winds. Even a good, what I describe as an afternoon thunderstorm can cause damage, and we saw that about a month ago where several mobile homes were affected by high winds. So storm surge is that wall of water coming in off the Gulf, working its way up the river, and that's what we evacuate. We'll cover how to know what zone you live in shortly. Preparing your home is very important. Again, the preparation of the home is shutters, hurricane windows. As such, the newer homes, most of them have a higher grade window. Most of them come with shutters. If you live in an older home, we recommend even plywood, something to defer debris flying. Big thing we want to remind people, a lot of people will leave for the summer, leave on vacation, and in this diagram shows outdoor furnitures, bicycles, planters, and things like that. If you're going to be gone a while or a storm's coming, pick those items up out of your yard because those could become a projectile not only in your windows but in your neighbor's windows. Obviously, you want to make sure you have a full tank of gas, secure your doors and windows. Try to keep your trees trimmed and keep a notice. Again, as we saw during Tropical Storm Irma, what we saw was because it had rained so much, the ground was saturated, the wind came through and toppled over many, many 100-year-old trees, and those trees then would fall on houses, block roads. So it has a lot to do with saturation of the ground too, but if a tree is near your home, you could see damage. So we recommend keeping those trees trimmed as much as you can. Knowing your level is on our website, mymanatee.org/information, and sandbag and shelter locations are also listed, and I'm going to advance forward to show how to get to those locations. Good information on the website. As I tell people, if they forget anything else, just remember mymanatee.org, and then there's a search bar, and then they can look at knowing your level, sandbags, and shelters. So if we clicked on the link that took you to know your level, you see it here at the bottom of the page, and your address. And we entered, this is the address of the admin building. You click search, and one of about 6 blocks come up, but if you see here at the top of the screen, at this particular address shows that it's evacuation level CD. The reason, two areas, it's a large piece of property, so one part of the property is in C and one's in D. If someone had this, I would recommend going with the lower level because you may be high and dry, but the roads may be underwater or whatever. So that is a way that people can enter the address at any time and see the level of evacuation. They can do that also, and I'll touch on it with our hurricane guides. They can see a map for that. If they hit on the same link, they would go into one of the other blocks that's titled Property Information. If you see about halfway down, year built, This gives you the year that dwelling or that business or building was built. Refer back to knowing your level slide. But that's not to say that someone with an older home has not replaced a roof. And when I speak about replacing roof, it's not just putting new shingles on. They could have then strapped it down and truly brought it up to current code. So just because it's an older home doesn't mean that it's not rated high, but it's more than just putting new shingles on. The other sandbag and shelter locations is on this link. If they would have hit on mymantee.org, and the other link, or just inquire shelters. We'll first hit on sandbags. The black bags, I kiddingly say they look like pineapples, but they're sandbags. Obviously, those locations are closed. If those locations would be open, they would be red. But what I want to say too is the various cities, City of Palmetto, City of Brighton, and all the island cities, many times set up additional locations for their residents. So again, this map is great. It's interactive. We can add the locations, or if time needs, they can call 311. The pictures of the little red schoolhouses, again, in red they're closed, in green they're open. We have, and I'll say this, that every shelter is a school, but not every school is a shelter, if that makes sense. So every shelter is a school, but not every school is a shelter. Also, what I'll remind folks is we do not open all of them at one time. We open them up in phases, and those phases would be determined on direction of the storm, type of storm, whether it's high wind or a lot of surge. So again, this is a good interactive way. You can get it on your app, the 311 app. You can go to the website, or you can again call 311. I wanted to mention about watches versus warnings. A watch is telling you to kind of watch out, something's coming 48 hours in advance. Again, this is where we depend on y'all, the media, in whatever form, to keep the citizens apprised of what's going on. You watch, get ready, and stay tuned when we go to a warning that's 36 hours out, and that truly means a hazard is imminent, and follow the direction of local folks. So the difference between watches and warnings. When you do have to evacuate, we recommend evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. Find someone that's out east, up in Parrish, rather than driving to Georgia or to the East Coast. Find a family or friend, a hotel out of the area, and if you do have to leave in plenty of time, because again, we saw when Irma was coming through that going to Atlanta, an 8-hour trip was taking people 18 hours. Not only it took you that amount of time, you're fighting for the same roadways, the same gasoline, same hotels that not only Manatee County residents are, but everyone south of here headed north. So that's why we recommend tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. Find a friend. If you do have to evacuate, make that your decision to know in your home and know in your level, because what we saw during Hurricane Irma was people that did not need to evacuate did. So only evacuate if you do need to. So shelters, we want to say about shelters, we refer to them now as refuge of last resort. It's not the Holiday Inn, it's not the Hilton, refuge of last resort. As I said, they're at public schools. Not always that school is open. That closest is not the one you're going to go to. We say it's a lifeboat, more like a single-person kayak than a cruise ship. You have to bring all your slides, as you see in this picture. Everyone has a different type of folding chair. They bring sleeping bags, they bring mattresses, but you have to bring everything that you need, including all your supplies. A shelter, though, is a safe environment, and you are fed. So we don't want to not tell you to go to a shelter, but we want to say, if at all possible, go somewhere else and leave the shelters to those folks that have nowhere else to go. This year, we're trying to limit space due to social distancing. We're still encourage people to try to stay apart from one another because everybody's not vaccinated, but that will depend on the intensity of the storm also. So again, we recommend have a plan to go somewhere else, but if you need to go to a shelter, those are open. It is a safe place to go. We do have this year 22 general population shelters, 3 of which are pet-friendly, and we have 2 special needs shelters, and both of those are pet-friendly. So room for your pets at the shelters, and on the map and on the guides, it will tell you which of those shelters are pet-friendly. Special needs shelters, basically it's for folks, family and friends and residents that are oxygen dependent, electric dependent, and Alzheimer's and dementia. What we ask is, again, register early. Go online, mymanatee.org/needs, and register now. The reason we ask for that is, as throughout the state, we saw, again, we use tropical storm, Hurricane Storm Irma as an example. Over 4 times the amount of people were registered, what was registered showed up. And keep this in mind, at a special needs shelter, we do provide cots, we provide medical coverage, we provide nurses. How do we plan for the proper amount of food, space, location, and medical supplies and medical help if we don't know how many people's coming? So again, we encourage you, if you have a family or friend that are in one of these 3 categories, to go ahead and sign up now so we know. Then you're contacted to see if you are coming, if you still need to come, but it gives us some pre-planning to set those special needs shelters up. The difference of 911 and 311 is that 911 is for emergencies. You call 911 for emergencies, fires, accidents, things like that. You call 311 here in Manatee County for routine inquiries, directions, what sandbag locations are open, utilities issues. 311 was a new concept about 3 years ago, a really great concept that citizens don't have to remember any other number but 311. Again, utility problems, questions about shelters, or in any given day, any other questions about county government. What we started last year is a new notification system called Alert Manatee and Manatee Ready. Alert Manatee, we encourage people to sign up, and I'll have the next slide, is phone calls, text messages, and emails, where Manatee Ready is short text messages. Alert Manatee sends out emergency notifications as evacuation orders, shelter locations, boil water notices, weather alerts, and you can go on that by mymanatee.org/alertmanatee. So if you would help us get that message out, the more people that get straight messages from us, the more prepared those folks are. Manatee Ready, the director and the county leadership used this quite a bit during COVID's onset. Text Manatee Ready, all one word, Manatee Ready, all one word, to 88777, and those are short text messages to the folks. So encourage them to sign up for that. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the director to go over some pointers on hurricane preparedness and hurricane kits. Director?
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring up Lieutenant Glenn Kroll. He's from our Emergency Communications Center. He will be showing off all of our supplies here for those interested in what those are. I'm sure we all know what they are. But so first up is a sleeping bag. As Steve mentioned, you have to bring whatever you're going to sleep on. If you do choose to come to a shelter, you will need a sleeping bag with you if you come to that. Also, I'm going to talk a little bit after what happens after a hurricane and why a disaster kit is very important. Disinfectant wipes, obviously we all know why we need those, especially if you're in a shelter or after a hurricane and you're in your home. Disinfectant wipes will become very important as you might not have water. Masks, obviously you're going to be in close quarters after a hurricane or during sheltering during a hurricane. Camera, or your cell phone has a camera. Obviously a toothbrush. Any medicine that you may need, Pharmacies will not be open during a hurricane, and most of the times they will not have power after hurricane. So make sure that your medications that you take daily is available and you're stocked up on that. Plastic trash bags so that you can keep your waste with you. Anything that you, after you use it, you can put that away. Zip ties, and that's used for a lot of different things. After a hurricane, there's damage to the areas that you are in. You can use that to secure things. Obviously, a first aid kit. Plenty of water. Make sure that you have potable drinking water. That, like I said, after a hurricane, and as we prepare for a hurricane, especially if you live in the barrier islands, your water will be shut off as we evacuate the islands, and we do that to protect the water system. Glasses, if you wear glasses. Sunglasses after a storm, obviously. Sunscreen, you're going to be out in the open. You might not be able to return to your home. And sometimes it's after a hurricane, a direct hit, it's hard to find shelter immediately. So you could be out into the sun for quite a while. Safety whistles in case you need to track anybody down or get anybody's attention. Flashlight as power is expected to be out. Obviously toilet paper, matches. Can opener, as Steve mentioned, we always ask those that are preparing for a hurricane, if you're without power and you're without water, you will need a can opener to get to whatever ready-made food that you have to get you through until services can get back up. A weather radio, always a good thing, always something that you should have, no matter what, if it's hurricane season or throughout the year. For inclement weather, we're getting into Florida's inclement weather time of the year right now, tornadoes, tropical storms. That weather radio will save your life in the middle of the night as you're sleeping and you don't expect a tornado to pop up. That will alert you to that. Gloves, for obvious reasons. Bug spray. I can't stress bug spray enough. Plastic tarp for sheltering or to keep the weather or anything else out. And then a thumb drive. In the thumb drive, you're going to put all your important information, anything that is important to you, self-identifying things as well on the thumb drive and your data. So that is a storm kit there. Doesn't take up much room, but we always encourage those that have not to make a storm kit now. I cannot stress that we always do a preparation before a hurricane comes. If we were to get a direct landfall of a hurricane, you should expect that services that everyone is generally well used to using, such as cell phones, power, water, life's everyday things will not be available. It takes a while for all of that to come back online. That's a part of our recovery process, and we work very hard to get that back online, but it will take a while, especially things that you take for granted every day. So with that, here's some ways to stay connected. I think you guys all know how to stay connected with us. We work very closely with you guys. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for Manatee Gov. And then public safety, we also push out important notices, and that's at MCG Public Safety on Twitter. So with that, I can take some questions, and then we'll go to the EOC, do a brief overview of the EOC, and then our sandbag fillers are out there. Does anybody have any questions?
So we are still seeing COVID-related restrictions in shelters. I know last year that was the big message you wanted us to push out, that there was not going to be enough space in shelters. We didn't have as much space in shelters as the amount of people who sheltered during Hurricane Irma. Are we looking at the same problem?
Well, we're always, COVID is not gone. However, the numbers are getting better and better as we move through the weeks and the months. So we try and reserve space safe enough, but it just depends on demand for a shelter. We're certainly not going to turn anybody away during an evacuation, and that's why we're encouraging those to make a plan now to go with neighbors, friends and family outside of the evacuation zone. Shelter should always be your last resort.
A lot of times on mobile homes, their mobile home is in a zone that's not being evacuated, so they feel that they don't have to evacuate.
Right.
I mean, that seems to be a problem. What should they do?
Yeah, so when we make the call to start evacuating because we're under watches and warnings for a hurricane, if you live in a mobile home or manufactured home, you are part of the first evacuation to move to a different area. Mobile homes and manufactured homes are not designed for strong hurricanes, and they will not survive direct landfall of a hurricane. We've seen it plenty times.
And regardless of what zone it's in.
Regardless,
Yeah,
absolutely.
It means you gotta go.
Yes. Any others? Just some housekeeping tips. Our Animal Services Division within Public Safety has been working with our commissioners to bring pop-up animal vaccine clinics to the community. We've had our first one with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge out in West Bradenton at GT Bray Park. We're scheduling another one this month over in Trail Estates, and we'll be doing those throughout the county. That is a great initiative for those who need to get their animals vaccinated in case they have to go to a shelter. We do require that your animals are fully vaccinated, and you bring those licenses and their records with them. So it is all free. Look at our web pages for the upcoming dates, but we'll be scheduling those through June and July, free to the community. Bring your pets out and get them vaccinated and ready for hurricane season as well.
So what would you say is the most important message for us to get across this year?
Make a plan now. This is the 7th year in a row that a named storm has popped up prior to hurricane season. It's not going to be any different this year than it is for many others. We were a little grateful last year, but we do expect it to be an active hurricane season. And if you make a plan now, when we do call for evacuations and we get prepared for a storm coming, you'll be in a much better place. All right, so we'll go over to the EOC, and then our sandbag machine, filling machine is out front as well.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing on this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will ensure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop's state-of-the-art treatment center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
We have already impacted the North River community by adding sidewalks and safety lights to the underserved areas. We're in the process of transforming Washington Park into a community stomping ground. And now, we're reaching new heights at Lincoln Park. Let's dive into the deep end on this episode of Manatee on the Move! Hello, I'm Commissioner Reggie Bellamy, and I'm proud to represent District 2 in Manatee County. By now, you've probably driven by, seen the slide, and had a few questions regarding improvements we're making at Lincoln Park. It all starts with the brand new competitive swimming pool, perfect for fitness, swimming meets, and cooling off during the heat of the summer. This project also features a separate zero-depth entry kiddie pool with aquatic playground, slide and plunge pool, parking expansion, picnic pavilions, and a locker and a restroom entry plaza that will also house a lifeguard station, small party prep area, and a pump house. And we're just scratching the surface. Right around the time we're wrapping up the pool project, we'll begin work on a 2-story press box that will stand tall over our additional bleacher upgrades on the home and away side of the football field. In addition to a new scoreboard and fencing, we'll also be adding restrooms to accommodate our athletes and spectators. Friday night lights at Lincoln Park will never look better. To make way for the Aquatic Center, we'll be constructing 2 brand-new basketball courts near the football field. These slip-resistant surface courts will feature regulation lighting and fencing, and will also include little touches like benches and a chilled water fountain, trash cans, and more. With all the enhancements we're making at Lincoln Park, accessibility is paramount. That's why we're building a pedestrian bridge to connect Sylvan Oaks with Lincoln Park. And that's what this project is about, building bridges so future generations can enjoy the safety, accessibility, and recreation that this facility will bring to all Manatee County. I'm ready to go. Are you?
Hello, I'm County Commissioner Vanessa Baugh, and I'm honored to represent District 5 in Manatee County. Welcome to the Premier Sports Campus, home to some of the best soccer fields in the state, and soon, way, way more. Because of easy access to I-75, the mall at UTC, our charming Main Street, and thriving neighborhood communities, Lakewood Ranch has quickly become the most populated area of Manatee County, and soon we'll be offering even more to our citizens through new developments taking place at Premier Sports Campus and the land just to the north. On the Premier Sports Campus side, we're in the design stage of a new air-conditioned, multi-purpose, permanent framed soccer tent offering shade for meetings, registration, dining, ceremonies, and gatherings during busy soccer tournament weekends. This project also includes climate-controlled restrooms, new stadium lights, locker rooms for the stadium, parking lot improvements, and a stadium scoreboard. Moving north, our East County General Development Plan calls for a new racket complex scheduled for completion in the spring of 2023. This project features 24 pickleball courts, a small administration office, restrooms, water fountains, lighting, and shade. The new 50,000 square foot East County Library complex is set to break ground at the end of January, offering modernized access to a world of knowledge for our citizens, visitors, and families. Complete with a rooftop terrace, the East County Library will provide a picturesque view of the Premier Park campus as well as a serene pond. A 25-yard, 10-lane competitive swimming pool will be the heart of our new aquatic center. Swim a few laps, take a fitness class, or catch some shade or sun while the kids take swimming lessons. And we're not stopping there. Future proposed projects on this site could include additional ponds, an amphitheater, gymnasium, a baseball and softball complex, dog park, a playground, BMX track, basketball and volleyball courts, clay tennis courts, a Manatee County Sheriff's District office and fleet facility, additional green space, and a skate park. By the way, our new East County General Development Plan calls for approximately 280 additional parking spaces in Phase 1, with up to 500 spaces included in future phases. So everyone has a chance to realize what I've known for a long, long time, that District 5, Lakewood Ranch in Manatee County is a great place to live, work, and play.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to GT Bray Park. As you may have noticed, GT Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racket Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racket centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to GT Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at GT Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at GT Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life.
Veterans are the bedrock of our community, and you will find them at the forefront of all of our challenges and all of our successes as a nation. And I think the Veterans-led program allows the community to see the veterans that live amongst them. They're our neighbors, they're our doctors, our commissioners. They're in every place of our community. And to do this, it's extremely important because we don't want to think about veterans only when something goes bad. These individuals have given of themselves selflessly, and it's important that we highlight them as much as we possibly can, not just on Memorial Day or Veterans Day. Commissioner Satcher reached out to us the beginning of March of this year and wanted to figure out ways that we can truly highlight veterans and their service to not only our nation, but to the community. And the Veterans-led program was his idea, so we reached out to some folks to just get their input on how that would look and how we would be able to participate. They voted on it unanimously, and ever since then we've been having veterans lead the pledge at all of the regular Board of County Commissioner meetings. It means everything. The flag of the United States is what we actually stand for. It's on our uniforms when we're shipped off for deployment to either fight or to support the freedoms of other individuals. It is our nation. It is the blood that has been shed by those who have come before us. So it's extremely important. It's personal to us because we've given of ourselves, whether it be for a year, 2 years, or 30 years. All of those of us who have served honorably, we take it to heart whenever we get the opportunity to represent our country. I would like to say to all my veterans on Veterans Day that we stand with you here at Manatee County Veterans Services. Everyone that's in my division are wartime veterans ourselves. We are here to support you, your family, and the community. And if you're not having the opportunity to reach out to any of us in the office, please do that by giving us a call Monday through Friday at 941-745-3795. Simplify.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are here after lunch at 1:30, right on the money, and we are going to resume our land use meeting. We only have one item left on the agenda. It's item number 11. Ms. Shank, if you would please introduce item number 11.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is proposed ordinance PDMU 1113GR, Cross Creek GDP Amendment. Bill O'Shea is the principal planner. It proposes amending and restating zoning ordinance PDMU 1113G to revise the general development plan by adding 15.271 acres and 144 residential units for a total of 1,426 residential units. Single-family detached, single-family semi-detached, single-family attached, and multifamily units at a total of approximately 671 acres. Already zoned PDMU, Plan about mixed use, located on the east side of Fort Hammer Road, south side of Golf Course Road, and north of Mulholland Road, Parish.
Thank you, ma'am. Would any commissioners like to disclose ex parte communication on this item, this agenda item? Commissioner Whitmore.
Yes, I got a call from Carol Feltz last night, and I know, and I told her I couldn't talk about it, but she says, "You know how we all feel," and I said, "Yep, thank you." That was it.
Okay, Commissioner Satcher.
Similar to our previous agenda item, I hear everywhere I go, about this matter, and I let everyone know that I can't really discuss it.
All right, sir. I would just let you know that Kroger delivers groceries, if that maybe helps you avoid some of these ex parte communications. Okay, so then we'll get to the applicant presentation. Who is here to represent the applicant? Mr. Rudisil. Sir, the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisil with Laylock Walters. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I have been sworn. Oh, look at that. All right, the request before you is an amendment to the GDP for Cross Creek. The changes are relatively limited. There's a 15-acre parcel that was previously approved for retail commercial that is being added back into the project and proposed for multifamily. There's 144 units are being added to the project total, and the mixture of unit types is being modified to increase the multifamily component. The height is proposed to be increased from 3 to 4 stories for the 2 parcels that are designated as multifamily, and then there are a few specific approvals which we'll discuss. And other than that, it's just updating notes and references on the plan. All right, this is our project team. We have, with Medallion Home, we have Rob Bosarge, Carlos Baruf is here, and Carol Clark, the AICP. Our project planner is Christy Barrera with Height Design, and then we have Katie Labar, the planner with Stantec, is here as well. All right, so before I turn it over to Christy to get into the details of the project, I'm going to briefly go over the history here. A second, if I can. There we go. All right, so this is the site location. It's approximately 671 acres, located south of Golf Course Road, west of Fort Hamer, and north of Mulholland. My little clicker's not working. Let's see if we got, oh, there we go. Just on delay, I guess. So the project was originally approved in 2005. At that time, the approval was for 1,047 single-family attached, detached, and semi-attached units, 106,000 square feet of retail commercial, and a 22-acre elementary school site. And if we could go to the next slide.
We're having the same problem up here.
Delayed. Yeah, we're on island time today, so using dial-up this afternoon.
All right, so then in 2012, project came back. The GDP was amended to provide for 1,282 residential units at that time, with 250 of those units being multifamily located on Fort Hamer Road, north of the school site. And at that time, the school site and the 15-acre commercial parcel that we're talking about today were removed from the GDP. And so since that time, a large portion of the site's been developed with residential uses. The school has obviously been built. The commercial parcel that's proposed to be reintroduced into the project was never developed. So with that, I will turn it over to Christy.
Good afternoon, Christy Barrero with Height Design, representing the applicant, and I have been sworn. And Scott, you were using the mouse. Let's see if that works a little better. All right. So I wanted to go over in a little bit more detail the requests that are before you today. The first one is to add 15.27 acres to the project, and that's highlighted in yellow here. As Scott mentioned, it was previously approved as commercial, then removed. Now we're asking for it to go back in for 300 multifamily units. Our second request is for an additional 144 residential units. Currently, 1,282 residential units are approved for 1.95 units per acre. With the additional 144 units, the project will be at 2.12 dwelling units per acre. The existing future land use is UF3. And as I mentioned earlier, our density is well below the 3 units per acre that would be allowed under this future land use category. The third request is to increase the height of the multifamily. Currently, it's allowed to be 3 stories. We're requesting for 4 stories in height. And in these 2 locations, as Scott mentioned, the location on Fort Hamer was previously approved in 2012. We're now requesting a second location for multifamily on the north side of Cross Creek Parkway. We're also requesting a few changes to the ordinance. It's more of cleanup changes. There's been a lot of policy changes since 2012, so just modifying code sections to make sure that they all match today, as well as phase line changes, and then changes to the plan itself. We updated the aerial, we've updated the flood areas based on the best available information provided. And we do have a few specific approval requests. The first one is to modify the buffer south of the school. We're requesting to reduce the buffer from 15 feet to 10 feet. We feel that this is appropriate because the school building was constructed farther north of this boundary. There's also trees that are planted and a pond between the main school building and our property to the south of it. The second specific approval is to permit a 40-foot private road with a cul-de-sac. And again, this is because of the narrow dimension of the parcel in this location. We want to make sure that we can use it for residential homes, so we're requesting a narrow road and a cul-de-sac that's longer than 800 feet. The third specific approval request is to propose a combination of decorative fencing and buffer plantings around the multifamily parcels. Next, we'd like to request the code requires the main entrance of buildings to be oriented toward the public right-of-way. We feel like this is more of an urban corridor condition and not necessarily appropriate for this residential development, so we're requesting that the building's entrances not have to be oriented to that main road that runs through the project. We're also requesting a reduction in parking for the multifamily to 1.8 spaces. And even if this reduction is granted today, we still will need to provide a study at final site plan that shows how this will be adequate for the multifamily that will be constructed. We're also requesting to eliminate an emergency access to Chelsea Oaks on the southern side of the property. There's now adequate access in other parts of the project, so this access point is no longer needed. We did hold a virtual neighborhood meeting on March 29th at 6:30 p.m. We sent out 620 invitations, and on our Zoom call, we had approximately 120 people that attended. The meeting lasted about 2 hours, with the majority of the time spent responding to questions that the participants had. The GDP plans were sent to those people that requested them, as well as follow-up emails if they had questions that we couldn't answer that evening, or they had emailed us questions after the meeting was held. And so I wanted to talk about the three main concerns that we felt came out of the neighborhood meeting, and they mostly focused around the multifamily. They didn't like the use itself. They were concerned about the compatibility and the height, as well as the additional traffic that it might provide. So we tried to explain to those that were on the Zoom call and wanted to remind you all today that multifamily has been approved for this project since 2012. We are asking for an additional parcel to allow to have multifamily as a use. That's the 15.3 acre site that was previously approved for 106,000 square feet of commercial, then was removed, and now is coming back into the project again with the request for multifamily in this location. This is a 2012 aerial that shows there weren't a lot of homes, there weren't a lot of people living in this neighborhood when this modification occurred in 2012. And then the next comment was, are apartments compatible with the overall development? Again, this site here that is adjacent to Fort Hamer and north of the school site has been approved for apartments since 2012. There are residents, this is a little bit of an older aerial, that are living in this area today. And so they were concerned about how far the multifamily would be away from their single-family homes. So we'll be about 600 feet away. As you can see, there are some trees and wetlands that are separating the single-family homes from apartments as well. Our second site, which we are incorporating into this plan today, will have the apartments slightly closer, about 166 feet from the closest property line, and that's from property line to property line, not necessarily from the back of the single-family building to the back of the multifamily building. So again, there is that main road that goes through the project, as well as kind of a landscape pocket park that's in between. And then we also wanted to point out that there are multiple other projects in the North County area that are approved for 4-story multifamily. This would not be something new in this area of the county. And it's a little bit hard to see, but our project is in black hatched here, so kind of in the center of these other projects that do allow for 4-story multifamily. There was also concerns about additional traffic in the project and on Fort Hamer Road. And we wanted to point out that, again, in 2005, when this project was originally approved, this 15-acre site, was approved for 106,000 square feet of retail shopping center, which would produce 589 PM peak hour trips based on the ITE manual. We're requesting an additional 144 single-family detached homes, which only increases the trips by 140 PM peak hours. And I'm sorry, we're requesting 144 residential units. If they would be single-family detached, it would be 140 PM peak hour trips. We're actually requesting 144 multifamily, which is significantly less trips than if it was single-family detached homes at only 57 PM peak hour trips. So there wouldn't be a substantial increase in traffic with these approved or requested additional entitlements. So again, just to summarize, we are requesting a modification for 1,426 residential units. 742 of them will be single-family detached, 134 will be single-family semi-detached, 550 will be multifamily. We're adding 15.3 acres back into the GDP as multifamily for a total of 671.3 acres. And again, that total increase is 144 units. We're also requesting 4-story multifamily where it was previously approved as 3-story. The Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval on April 14th, and we hope that you will do the same today, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore, you're on the board.
Yeah, just a few questions. Can you answer this question? What is the intensity of the allowed use now, which is commercial, which is 106,000 square feet of commercial versus multifamily? Do you have anybody that would know that answer? And what's the intensity? Is this less intense, more intense?
Well, I could probably do the quick math on the FAR, 106,000 square feet over 15 acres. I can go back to my phone. It's hard to do math in public.
All of us feel that way.
Right. So I don't have that answer, but again, a 100,000 square foot shopping center versus 300 multifamily units, we feel like this is an appropriate acreage for that number of units. We've done site plans. Those plans aren't required at the GDP level, but we do have someone that's interested in developing this, and they believe that 300 units will fit on that site.
So with this, since this is already approved for commercial, could you allow like bars and stuff like that?
So the
it's near
commercial
school?
use is not approved with this Cross Creek GDP anymore. It was taken out of the general development plan in 2012, and that zoning has expired. So it does have the future land use of UF3, and it does have the PDMU zoning, although that's expired. And that's why we're asking to bring it back into this GDP so that we can use it for multifamily now. But that use has expired.
Okay, the height compatibility, is there any surrounding uses? You showed it on your map, but you also said there was something next to it that's a multifamily, or?
So the map just showed the vicinity, that there's no multifamily across the street. The school is 2 stories, 2 stories. 31, the school's 31 feet in height, so it's a 2-story school.
Okay, and traffic's, and we went to a class yesterday, or a seminar presentation with FDOT and the Department of Transportation about traffic circles. Traffic in that area, have you guys and staff ever, that's one of the concerns of the residents. Have you talked about anything like that? Are we still going to keep the light, or do we know?
So I think staff can probably answer the traffic question better than I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No other commissioners are on the board, so we will move into staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Bill O'Shea, Principal Planner for Development Services, and I have been sworn. Just to answer Commissioner Whitmore's question, if we were to calculate floor area ratio for the commercial portion that is no longer approved for this development, it would be approximately 0.16, and in the UF3 future land use category, you could go up to 0.35.
Thank you.
So the applicant did an awesome job of the presentation, and unfortunately, most of my information is going to be a repeat. So if the PowerPoint cooperates with me, we'll just go through those slides and add any additional information that they had not mentioned. Oops. So the applicant covered all of the history pretty well. Discussed the removal of the 15.27 acre commercial site and the school site, and the 15.27 acres is being added back in. They already showed you a location map. It's off of Fort Hamer and Old Tampa Road, and is bordered by Golf Course Road and Mulholland. The future land use category for the entire site is UF3, which allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre. The zoning is PDMU, or Planned Development Mixed Use. And the request is to add back in that 15.27 acres. There's a variety of housing types that total, let's see, how many is it? 7, 4, I don't remember the total number. They're broken down there for you, but the bottom line is the increase in dwelling units is 144 units. They have requested 11 specific approval requests. Most of those requests relate to the NCO, which, as you recall, we have removed. However, at this time, it is still not effective as it's going through the appeal period. So we expect those deletions to become effective sometime next week. This is the north portion of the site, and parcel 1G is, I don't have a pointer, I don't think, but the prior speaker pointed them out to you. And this is the southern portion of the site. I'm not going to go over the specific approval requests. The applicant did a great job of going over those, but as said earlier, most of them are related to the NCO, and with their specific approval requests, we're getting something between NCO standards and the standards for non-NCO areas of the county. So we're getting a little bit better buffering and landscaping than what would normally be required. I think this has all been said, so I'm going to skip through that. Some of the negative impacts, there are wetland impacts proposed, but they are limited to roadway crossings. The introduction of 4-story multifamily residential buildings may create a sense of increased density in the area. I already went over some of this. The multifamily can be no closer than 50 feet from Fort Hamer, and with parking, et cetera, I would expect it to be further back. Additionally, the code requires an additional 20-foot setback for each story over 3 for multifamily buildings abutting single-family residences, and the applicant will have to demonstrate compliance with that requirement when they come with their preliminary and final site plan. The conclusion is the request appears to meet the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and regulations of the Land Development Code. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. I don't have any commissioners on the board. Commissioners? Okay. In that case, we are going to move on to public comment. I have a few cards here. I'm going to start with Leanne. Leanne, I think you're anticipating opening this up anyway. And then after Leanne, she speaks for a group, so she'll have 10 minutes. And then after Leanne, I have individual speakers after that. So once we get to those, I'll sort of start getting several of you up here at a time. But Leanne will be speaking for 10 minutes. Ma'am, please stay on subject, of course. State your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 10 minutes to address this board.
My name is Leanna Litwin. I'm a Manatee County resident.
And have you been sworn? I apologize.
And I have been sworn.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am a resident of Cross Creek. Myself and my family and my neighbors are deeply concerned about any modifications made to the general development plan of Cross Creek that are being proposed. We have a significant and dangerous amount of drainage issues, flooding in our yards and our roads. This past week, we again were underwater throughout our neighborhood with a small amount of rain we had. And I would add as well that as of yesterday, Swift Mud has started an investigation into our neighborhood. Currently, there are only approximately 300 homes built on the current 1,282 units that were previously approved in 2012. At that time, an additional 165 units was approved to the Cross Creek GDP. We haven't even begun to see the water intrusion ramifications above what we are already experiencing that will be sure to make a terrible situation much worse with the completion of the additional almost 900 units that are still left to be built in the GDP that exists today. And now they're requesting approval for 144 more units. They are requesting to put in multi-family 4-story apartment buildings on both sides of our entrance roads that only the 350 homes in Section 1A, 1B, and 1C will continue to pay to maintain the common street areas surrounding these buildings, placing the financial weight on the 350 residents of 1A, 1B, and 1C. These apartments would house 550 units according to their proposal, currently approved for up to 3 stories and up to 252 units. The approval of up to 252 multifamily units and up to 3 stories in 2012 was done to maintain the original plan of a peaceful community surrounded by oak trees, water, preserves, and this is evident in the Medallion Homes' own advertisements of our community on pages 1 through 4 of the handouts that I gave to you. Pages 5 of your handout is an advertisement that is exactly, ironically, where these apartment buildings would be going. It says, look at our beautiful views. And that's where a four-story buildings would be going. The 252 multifamily units that are approved in 2012 were done so to fit in with the aesthetic surroundings, promised large green spaces and quiet neighborhood that when we purchased our homes, they told us we would have and advertised. These very large buildings and very large parking lots of concrete, if approved, would displace an incredible amount of rainwater that would have to go somewhere. Fort Hammer Road are homes that are built way under the current elevation of the new section of Cross Creek that is currently being cleared right next to and a part of the 1G area on the north side that they are proposing 300 multifamily units. 5 out of the 11 modifications were not allowed under the NCO and states so in the staff report. My understanding was that deleting the NCO would only help to grow businesses. And it was stated several times by our commissioners that it would not affect neighborhoods, it would not affect rooftops, but here we are. Adding an additional floor to make multifamily 4 stories to add more units would add to the concrete needed for an increase in parking, which would equal more flooding, add to our already very bad road issues on both of our entrance roads at Cross Creek and Fort Hammer, and add to major safety and security concerns to the adjacent Williams Elementary. The school board staff have expressed major concerns of safety and security at these modifications. The proposed main entrance to the multifamily on South Side would be located on Fort Hammer between Old Tampa Road Light and the Williams Elementary. That would be the main entrance. We have a large amount of children that walk that sidewalk. We have a large amount of parents who line our entrance streets to drop and pick up their children. If you look at the photos on pages 6 through 8 of your handouts, it is a dangerous situation to children and drivers that enter our subdivision, but the option is parents either wait on our entrance roads on both sides, or they have to stand in line on Fort Hammer Road where the traffic is already backed up and dangerous. If you see photo on page 9 of your handout, the cars are stacked up on Fort Hammer Road to get into Williams Elementary in a non-turn lane. The school has expressed concerns with security as buildings of these very large heights would have to have a very large tall buffer wall added to adhere to the many safety requirements that have been mandated following Stoneman Douglas to prevent direct sight into the school's grounds and playground. Harvey Elementary was built next to 2-story townhomes, and the school district had to incur the cost of a very large, very expensive vegetation buffer to block the view from those townhomes into the school parking lot. It was expressed to me from the school board staff that the room to build a buffer on school property does not exist, and because the school was there first, this would have to be on the developer to do. Additionally, they would be concerned with what type of buffer they would need to have built by the developer to eliminate direct view of the school and playground with 4-story buildings that would tower over them. I am asking you to protect our children, our families, and our homes. I hope that we are all well aware of the major traffic issues on Fort Hammer Road. the bridge, and Upper Manatee. If not, please see the photos in your handout of our daily traffic issues on pages 10 and 11. While there may be plans in the future of expanding these roads and a dream of adding another bridge that would have to get serious funding from the state and approval to disturb protected wetlands, these plans and ideas are a long way off. In the meeting summary that Medallion Homes held via Zoom, they state that if approved, construction could begin within 6 months and it would be completed within 9 to 12 months after that. Our road issues will not be completed anywhere near that time frame, leaving us with more congestion, more dangerous conditions, and more time stuck in traffic. With no public transportation or plans to have public transportation in our area and the closest grocery store being 2.7 miles from Cross Creek, we would be adding a very large number of vehicles to our roads. Again, we have not even felt the effects of the vehicles that will be added to our area as the additional approximately 900 units get built out that are already approved in our GDP. They're not there yet. Since we have been told that the Parish Fire Department does not have a ladder truck to reach 4-story buildings, let alone a 3-story building, they would have to rely on the departments on the other side of the river to assist if a fire were to break out, endangering our homes and the elementary school. How would those trucks get there when they are stuck in gridlock traffic on a 2-lane bridge? Yet, no traffic study would be done prior to the approval. But we are living the traffic study every day. I am asking you, on behalf of myself and the large group that would love to have been here, but they work during the day and financial times are tough. I'm speaking for myself and for them to not approve any additional modifications or proposals above what was already approved 10 years ago by our elected officials today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So now we're going to move into individual speakers. The list that I have here of the next 3 will be Roger Jennis, followed by Melissa Scott, and lastly Warren Jones. So if the 3 of you would like to come up, I have many others, don't worry. Those are just the first 3. I don't want you standing there forever, so I just kind of go 3 at a time. So Roger Jennis, Melissa Scott, and Warren Jones, and please state your first and your last name for the record, your county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn. And sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Roger Jeness. County of residence is Manatee, and I have been sworn. Thank you. I have handouts that I'll be referring to throughout this discussion. I gave them. You all have a copy of them. I'm going to regurgitate a lot of what Leanne just said because it's a common concern of all the residents that live within our community. And it's not that I'm averse to development and growth, and I've got no bones to pick with anybody who wants to build on the land that they own. My concern is primarily we need to alleviate some of this mass development in the face of a failing infrastructure. Clearly, people who sat here before you possibly, maybe even some of you were part of those decisions, didn't consider how quickly this was going to come about. I'm a transplant here as well. There's many people in the audience here. And we thought we found our dream home. Well, now when it takes me an hour and a half to get to Route 64 from my house, which is only 6 miles away, it's actually easier for me to ride my bicycle to get where I want to go, at the risk of getting run over, of course. But anyway, the main entrance roads of our subdivision and to the homes in Cross Creek Parkway, Silkwood Way, and Creekside Drive Park, these roads were not intended to be major traffic, but they become so because of the gridlock that occurs out on Fort Hamer Road and Golf Course Road. They've become shortcuts to everybody who doesn't want to sit in that traffic. And those issues become prevalent with some, you'll see it later in your handouts, they become prevalent when we have people driving through who don't know where they're going, and they cause all kinds of damage and dangerous situations like driving into our pool. Literally driving into the pool. The pictures are there. It shows you a car is sitting in the kiddie wading pool. okay? That's what happens when people get frustrated with traffic. We've heard it, traffic, 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 right? Well, that's a legit issue here, and we're demonstrating it through some of the issues that we've endured as a community. And oh, by the way, we incur the costs of all that. The issues are the new developments that we're going to build. They're not going to be part of the CDD that I'm paying for and all these people are paying for, I'm sure, but 350 homes are going to pay for the CDD. We're going to add an additional 300 homes, plus the 144 more we want to add, plus the 2 apartment buildings. They're not paying into that. We are. But those roads that they're going to use to get to those apartment buildings and to those new homes are going to be using the infrastructure that the CDD is designed for. That's a concern. Okay, I know my time's coming up. You have the pictures in front of you. We're only asking you to not approve additional stuff. I'm not arguing about the apartment building that was approved. I'm arguing about the additional improvements. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Melissa Scott?
That's me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry,
You don't-
substitute teacher.
You don't even need the microphone. So first and last name, your county of residence, state whether you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Melissa Scott, Manatee County. I have been sworn. I have something prepared because I'm terrible about speaking. I'll speak all day. I am a substitute teacher, so I talk loud. If I'm loud, I'm sorry. The Cross Creek community sections of 1A, 1B, and 1C have suffered terrible neglect over the past several years. These 3 sections make up the CDD and HOA that are responsible solely for the upkeep and common areas that will surround these modifications of additional buildings that are being proposed. 350 residents will be responsible for the common area interest, irrigation systems, landscaping, tree maintenance, street lights, that pool and that gazebo somebody also ran into. Of the medallion and the street lights that in April 2020, the Board of the Supervisors, all Medallion employees, and appointed by their developer, took out a $42,000 loan to repair that the residents have to pay back. The electricity to run the lights, the maintenance of the entrance monuments, and much more. In August of 2020, the Board of Supervisors voted to change the methodology and restructure the dues for the CDC and remove the developer's responsibility of his owned lots to contribute to the operations and maintenance of everything maintained under the CDD. As a result, our dilapidated community continues to deteriorate at the loss of the lots contributing to the upkeep of our CDD taxes. This is evident in the land in the handout with all the mess on there of our failing amenities, infrastructure, the irrigation pump, the pool that's been closed twice this year
Ma'am,
from the Manatee
I
County
do
Health.
need you to stick to the issue at hand. Your CDD concerns and maintenance of existing amenities is really not relevant to the vote today.
I think part of the concern is that the structures, as you pull into our neighborhood, that's what we pay for, and that will be now
Impacted
the
by this. Okay,
apartments.
you've tied it together. Carry on.
I also want to say that I am very concerned. I'm a substitute teacher. I substitute at Williams Elementary, a 4-store building next to an elementary school that you can maybe put some trees. I don't know. I have grandchildren at a middle school and a high school. I am very concerned about a 4-story building there. I am concerned that I'm a CDD homeowner and I pay my CDD fees and things still aren't getting done, and I'm concerned about the traffic, the repairing the pool, the everything that comes with everyone cutting through our neighborhood. That seems to be my major as far as the CDD process of that. And I just want to say, Carlos can do what he wants with his property. I understand that. I would just ask that you don't approve the 4-story building and things like that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So next is Warren Jones, and if behind him, Bruce Stolars, I believe, and Robert Gorton. I think it's an N, could be an H.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Go ahead, sir.
Appreciate it.
First, last name, county of residence.
Warren Jones,
Warren.
resident of Manatee County, and yes, I've been sworn in.
3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. So really, I echo everything. I'm not going to repeat all the stuff that Leanne had shared. You know, I think those are all my concerns that I share as well. On top of that, I'm really coming at a more broad issue in our country, a systemic issue with the lack of single-family housing. I know because I'm a transplant from Arizona from 8 months ago to Florida, and I'll tell you, it was a nightmare trying to find a property here to purchase. You're either in a bidding war with multiple people paying over the appraised value of the properties, or you're getting into a situation with a builder to develop a home, which takes an exorbitant amount of time in this economy. Plus, you're having to deal with things like escalation clauses now where materials go up. It's just a very ugly atmosphere for a home buyer in this economy. And to me, the issue, especially the developer that's proposing these apartments, they can impact this, and they are, but they should continue to focus on that. Building apartments when we really need more single-family homes. We need to increase the supply to meet the demand. I mean, in 2008, it crashed, and building has stopped, and we're trying to play catch-up now. So it doesn't make sense to me other than financial gain, which I get it. Mr. Baroof and his company are not a charitable organization. They're in the business to make money. I get it. But I'm asking, it doesn't make sense. The apartments are approved before. The other issue that wasn't mentioned that I have issue with is that, and Leanne touched on this, none of this was advertised to me. I came out here 8 months ago. I've invested $500,000, not to mention the improvements I'm making on my new property. And I question, should I do it? Should I just sell and leave? Because I wasn't aware that I'm going to be flanked right in the beginning of my community with 2 massive 4-story apartment buildings. And I don't think anybody here, if you knew that building in our community, you probably wouldn't have built there. And it continues today. I promise you, if you were to send an anonymous shopper into Medallion sales office, into William Ryan's sales office, both in that community, none of them are going to disclose to any potential buyers in there with what is coming in the community, what was already approved in the GDP, right? None of that's been disclosed to me, nor will continue to be disclosed to anyone. I think that's completely unfair to have people spending now in this economy $500,000 to $900,000 in that community for homes. Think about it. And then to finally realize you've just spent all this money and you're going to have apartment buildings flanking the entrance of your community. And the privacy, the view. I mean, that's why I moved out to Parrish, for the farm-like, country-like. I know, and I'm not opposed to development. I realize there's going to be development things that'll change, but I've been sold snake oil basically by moving in, and now I'm locked in. I can't. If I sell my home, I'm going to lose to capital gains. So anyhow,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Bruce, first and last name, sir, your county of residence, tell us whether you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Bruce Dolars, and I am a resident of Manatee County, and I have been duly sworn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Cross Creek Community South Side. In 2012, a 250 3-story apartment complex was approved for development. I oppose any attempt to increase the apartment height to 4 stories. My concern is for the safety and security of the Williams Elementary students. A 3-story apartment maximum height allows for trees, vegetation, etc., to reduce the visual observation of the school and the school grounds. The Cross Creek North Side, Community North Side, I am opposed to the sale of the 15.271-acre parcel for developing a 4-story apartment complex. Only single-family detached homes, villas, or similar should be allowed on this parcel. County Land Development Code 903, Community Design, Section C, Number 4, Suburban Character Areas, B, Functional Neighborhoods. Residents are designed that adequate facilities and services, including schools, central water and sewer, and fire safety accessibility are available. Presently, Cross Creek has a serious drainage and flooding issues, with only 300 homes currently built out of the 1,282 originally approved. Adding over 500 vehicle parking spaces on the 15.271 acres leaves a very large asphalt footprint and will only compound the drainage issues. The additional water runoff will attempt to empty into the existing sewer system, which is currently under strain. Number 4F, Suburban Neighborhood Guidelines. Number 2, Neighborhood Identity states neighborhoods should be designed to establish an identity and value which motivates residents, including C, compatible residential housing types and densities. Clearly, building a four-story apartment structure on 15.271 acres, accessing the Cross Creek entranceway and road system does not meet the compatibility requirement. Regardless of the apartment complex name, it will be associated with Cross Creek and will be a visible eyesore to all who access the Cross Creek Parkway and drive past the apartments on Fort Hammer Road, as the setback, I believe, is 50 to 70 feet. It's 4 stories high. It's going to be very much an eyesore. A 4-story apartment complex will not be a motivating factor nor a value to the residents of Cross Creek and surrounding neighborhoods. Therefore, I am asking the sale of the 15.271 acres for a 4-story apartment complex be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And well timed. So I have Robert, it's either Gorton or Gorth. The last 2 letters are hard to make out. Not seeing Robert. Okay. Randy Saul is next. Randy Saul. No, Randy didn't make it either. And I have Sharon Barber. All right, Sharon's here. So no Robert and no Randy. We're on to Sharon Barber. So ma'am, please state your first and your last name, your county of residence. Tell us whether you've been sworn, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address our board on this issue.
Okay. I'm Sharon Barber. I live in Manatee County, and I've been sworn. As a resident of Cross Creek, I oppose the proposed changes to the current GDP as it is submitted. I am concerned for several reasons. This site has drainage problems now. Many of my neighbors have had flooding in their yards and houses. Neighboring Gamble Creek subdivision also experienced flooding during rains. With the additional 1,426 sites, there will be nowhere for the water to go. Fort Hammer, and our houses will be flooded. There is also a proposal for reduced 1.8 parking spaces for the apartments. That leaves less ground for the ground to absorb the rainwater. The second issue I would like to address is the safety and security of the children at the elementary school. Parents bring their children to the entry road into Cross Creek and let them walk, ride bicycles, or scooter to school. Cars are lined up on both sides of the street because they cannot get in and out of the parking lot at the school due to the traffic on Fort Hamer. If 900 more homes are still to be built, which they already are approved, here wouldn't adding 252 apartments bring more cars and children into the path of danger? Another issue I'd like to address is the plan for changing from 3 stories to 4 stories. The apartments that are proposed for the south side of Cross Creek would be close to this elementary school, and that could be a safety concern for students if we had another active shooter like Las Vegas or Stoneman Douglas. We live in a crazy world nowadays, and you never know when someone may go off. I believe there needs to be some kind of separation between the school and the apartments, even if they stay at 3 stories. They would still be towering over the school. The urban feel of Parish is what draws people to the area. I'm not against development, but let's keep some of Parish's character and limit apartments to 3 stories. There's a proposal to modify the perimeter buffer width and landscape at the southern boundary of the elementary school. I'm in favor of creating more buffers, not less, to keep our children safe. Since the approval in 2012 for apartments, Parish has grown leaps and bounds. There are 300 homes now in Cross Creek. There will be 1,426 residential units if this goes through. Traffic backs up now before school starts and when it closes. This is a big concern for safety of the kids. A traffic study has been waived for this project. This needs to be reconsidered as more people are moving into our area daily and with the new construction coming. The third issue I'd like to address is public transportation. Studies show that people who rent apartments are more likely not to have transportation, and there's no public transportation. So I would like let's work together to keep Parish, Cross Creek a place people will want to move to, not move from. I hope you consider these issues.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, I don't have any additional cards filled out. However, I will open it up now to anyone who would like to come forward to speak on this issue. Anyone from the audience who would like to come forward, come on up and stage yourselves in line there. And of course, you will have to state your first and your last name. Please state your county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Valerie Manolis, and I live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I want to address the issue of flooding in our neighborhood. For the past 4 years, my neighborhood in Cross Creek Parish, Florida, has been underwater literally and figuratively. I have some pictures also. We've attempted to have the developer and county help us with our extreme flooding drainage issues for the 300-ish homes that are currently built. The new sections the developer is starting to build as a part of the approved GDP and are not a part of our CDD or HOA, and are at a much higher elevation than the rest of our neighborhood located close to Gamble Creek. Even with no homes built yet on the property attached to the proposed Parcel G, with the 15.27 acres that they want to use to construct 4-story apartment complex buildings with large concrete parking lot, the previously approved area has no homes yet, just plotted lots and the roads. With the little bit of rain that we had Thursday over the weekend, it created major flooding for us. In this picture, you can see there was only a ½ inch of rain, and this was the flooding that occurred just from that. We have reached out to our CDD, but it is still under Medallion Homes control or developer control since 2005. We have reached out also to Medallion Homes staff, Manatee County commissioners, and the county administrator, past and present, and have received no answers to help us and protect our homes from water damage and intrusion. The developer still has nearly 900 homes to build from what was already approved in 2012. I'll put some more. At that time, the developer was also granted 165 additional units from the original GDP in 2005. Now they are looking to get approval from the Manatee County Commissioners to add 144 more units and for our very flooded, very poor drainage development to suffer the consequences of 550-unit apartment buildings that will encompass a great footprint and displace a large amount of water. The approved 252 units for multifamily on the south side of our entrance and at 3 stories may and will likely increase the flooding in our neighborhood in Williams Elementary and Fort Hammer.
Ma'am, if you need an extra 10 seconds or so, that's fine.
Okay, the addition of more concrete, more buildings, and more parking space will certainly have a negative impact. I have pictures, and they're in your packet. And all that concrete and all that water is going to have to go somewhere, and I'm afraid we are creating a disaster for the existing homes, the roads, and the effects of Gamble Creek. I ask you to please consider the real-time situation that we are facing now in Cross Creek and choose to put our homes, our families, and our existing neighborhood first and vote no on this amendment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, whether or not you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon, Mary Burleson, Manatee County, and I have not been sworn.
Oh, thank you for your honesty. Madam Clerk, anyone who would like to speak who has not been sworn yet, or you think you may speak, please stand now to be sworn.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
So I do oppose the four-story building. I understand that it's been already approved as of, what was it, 2012? And so I understand that's, but when you think about an extra story, does it actually fit our community? When you look at Land Development Code, what is it, 903? It talks about compatibility, so I'm going to talk about that because a four-story building with single-family homes right in front of it does not even fit the compatibility. One of the things that we cherish in Parish is the rural feel. Yes, we're growing, and that's exciting. It's an exciting time for many people as we grow, but we also want to preserve that rural feel of Parish. We've always wanted that. That was the initial preference with NCO, and now that has been removed, which is great for commercial, which is what we want. We talked about Parish not being a bedroom community, but it doesn't mean that we have to remove that Parish, that rural feel. And a four-story apartment building just completely takes that away and doesn't take into account at all the look and feel of what Parish was and could remain. I have a grandson that goes to Williams Elementary, and yeah, my concern is a four-story building next to the elementary school, not to mention the overcrowding. The 15 acres that have not been, they were commercial, and now they're wanting to be apartments, that's right at the entrance. Do we really want a four-story towering building right as we come into our entrance? No, we really don't. Small family homes would be much more conducive to the look and feel of our neighborhood and of Parish. So the compatibility of the surroundings, the height does not comply. We've already talked about traffic. We've already talked about our water issues. This vote would change what we look like there in Cross Creek. When I first met Carlos from Medallion Homes, I was one of the first purchasers in Cross Creek. He laid out the vision of what he had, which was, a great vision, and where those apartment complexes by the elementary school, his vision to us was that those were going to be villas for 55 plus. And gosh, what a great neighborhood right next to a school. Villas for 55 plus. And that has obviously been wiped out and not being considered at this point, but why not even take a look at that? Why not put that at the 15 acres instead of a four-story apartment building? Villas would be more affordable for people to own their own property. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sir, first and last name, your county of residence, whether or not you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Harry Williams. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I was at the Zoom meeting for this proposed amendment, and I was also at the planners meeting last month, the planners commission meeting, and my concern was addressed, and along with another citizen that had a similar concern, living in the same community in which I live, the McKinley Oaks, and the applicant satisfied the concern that we raised. However, listening to the applicant presentation, I noticed there was a conversation that I hadn't heard before, and the applicant talked about a cul-de-sac being built, and I would just like to have the applicant to maybe highlight where would this cul-de-sac be within the community so that I could see if it impacts what I thought was already resolved. That's all I have to present, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who would like to come forward to speak? Ma'am, I think you have it by now, the 3 things we need from you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Gail Van Aim. I've been sworn, and I live in Manatee County. My questions are the land use from Bill O'Shea. I read the report that you had submitted, and my question was, why a waiver for traffic? Why isn't there going to be a traffic study? That would be my first question. The second would be 53 or 58 children, you said, out of 900 more homes and apartment buildings would go to a school that my grandchildren go to, and there's only 100 seats right now capacity. So I wanted to know where that number came from. And I want the board to look at us just like Twin Rivers. We're in the same boat as them. I seen you all voted to approve what they didn't want. And to me, apartment buildings are like businesses, just like they're getting a school and then you denied that. To me, it's like a business. So all I know is I could have bought the same home in Cross Creek. I bought the same home in Cross Creek that I could have bought in Twin Rivers for the same amount of money 3 years ago. And I want this board to treat us just like Twin Rivers. We're just as important as Twin Rivers. And there is no public transportation, you also mentioned. There is going to be public transportation. I wanted to know about that. And that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment, and we are going to move into commissioners' questions for staff and for the applicant. I am the only commissioner on the board at the moment. I would like for the applicant to address flooding and the cul-de-sac question as well. Mr. Rudisil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start with the cul-de-sac question, and then we can go to the flooding. And Mr. Williams, he raised concerns during the Planning Commission. Actually, we had several people here who raised concerns during the Planning Commission meeting because when you look at the GDP, I don't know if we can pull it back up. Okay. There's a strip of land that essentially runs down from the project and connects to McKinley Oaks. And so when you look at the plan, it looks like it's a future roadway. And so what we presented at the meeting was it is not planned as a roadway. It's not shown on the GDP as a roadway. It's just a strip of land. And so to answer Mr. Williams' question, the cul-de-sac that was referenced, okay, yeah, that helps. There we go. Right. The cul-de-sac that is referenced is right there south of the school where Christy is showing on the cursor. The question that was raised before was that piece that you see right there. So I think that would address Mr. Williams' question. As to the drainage, I mean, this project isn't proposing any changes to the county's drainage code or to the drainage conditions related to the project. Right? These are all development parcels that we're talking about. So we're not talking about, whether this parcel is going to be built or not, and how much impervious is being put on and parking spaces and things like that. This is a parcel that was approved for commercial that we're now talking about converting to a multifamily use. So there is no change to any of the drainage, and we're in agreement with all the stipulations and will comply with all the drainage regulations.
And what are the permeability standards for commercial versus drainage versus residential? Do you know that off the top of your head, what percentage of the property has to be permeable?
The commercial percentage is, I believe, 20%, and this project proposes almost 48% or 48% or plus open space.
Correct. I sometimes ask the question I already know the answer to, but so it's 20%.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah, it's 20. I'm in real estate. It's 20% for commercial and it's 40% for residential. So this would actually your proposed change increases the permeability of the property, and of course, with our current standards, you would essentially be water neutral. So essentially, unless you have an extreme weather event, zero water will leave your property and enter neighboring properties.
Correct.
So that's what I was trying to help you answer their questions in that way. Okay, my other two, well, I do have a question for Mr. Davis, who is here as well. My other two notes here are statements, so I'll hold those until the end because we are doing questions at the moment. But Mr. Davis, why was a traffic waiver extended?
Good afternoon. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works. I have been sworn. Waiver is, if we said that in the report, was an unfortunate choice of terms. At this stage, where they're effectively just looking at, say, repackaging a zoning approval, there's no intensification of the use on the property. As the applicant explained during their presentation, previously the project had 106,000 square feet of commercial. They're taking that away, and the net increase is 140 dwelling units that actually have less traffic impacts than that commercial development would have. But that doesn't mean that they don't have to do any traffic analysis, because the project's not finished. You know, there's portions of it that have been developed, and those have concurrency approvals, and those are more or less locked in. But for anything they haven't done yet, they do have to do a traffic study, and it'll be reviewed by staff, and if mitigation is required, then they'll either pay their prop share or provide it and according to our stuff. So studies haven't been waived. It's just, it's not the right time to be doing the one they need to do.
So fair to say that the reason the traffic study wasn't needed is because a residential use is a less intense use for the property than is a commercial use.
Right, so, and to add to that, when the zoning matter comes to you for consideration, we only ask for a traffic analysis if it's expected to be more intensive than what they already have, and that's not the case for this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. That's all I have for now. The order of the board is Servia and Satcher. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. And just for the record, I wanted to get some more information on the record. Maybe Scott, you can answer this regarding the CDD. So can you explain what amenities are in the CDD? Does it include the roadways that are adjacent to the?
Sir, have you been sworn?
Carlos Baroof, and I've been sworn.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time today. This is a complicated project that I can bore you with since I've been living with it for 11 years. The CDD was floated by other people before I purchased it. Unfortunately, good people with a great idea, but they just got caught in the wrong part of the cycle. So we bought the project in March of 2011, 11 years ago. Had $17 million worth of bond debt. It took us 5.5 years to restructure the bond debt. And then we cleaned up the project and invested a significant amount of money in it. To that end, every person who lives in a medallion home in Cross Creek, we extinguish the CDD debt when they buy their home from us. So there is no CDD debt, there's no CDD debt passed to them in a medallion home. Now, there are two other builders in the community, Meritage Homes and William Ryan's Homes, and I think William Ryan Homes is passing on some CDD debt. But we felt strongly that that was the way we operate. To that extent, they're not, when the CDD debt's been extinguished on anybody who lives in one of our homes. The amenities that belong to the CDD are the community center, which is a pool area and a building and an outdoor area, which we spent a significant amount of money rehabbing after it had been essentially abandoned for about 6 years during the recession. The pool we shared with the YMCA for years, even though we didn't have the restructured CDD debt yet, but the YMCA in Parish asked us to help them, and we let them use the facility and subsidize the operation of the pool. The roads, all of the things that are in Cross Creek CDD were things that were done and agreed to by the previous developer, so I had to inherit those and live with them. Some of the things I would not have done, some of the things I would do. We've recently come before this board and extinguished and reduced the CDD and took out a whole area out of the CDD because we felt, first of all, we wanted to create private streets and gated streets, and you can't do that on CDD roads, which I think is an addition to the value of the homeowners that live there, because there'll be less traffic because there won't be people that can cut through our new neighborhoods because they're gated. So the project is successful. I can tell you that I have a homeowner buying in Twin Rivers from us who is was here at the last meeting and thanked me for the fact that his home in Cross Creek, as he moves up to Twin Rivers, has gone up $250,000 in the last 12 months. So the idea that a apartment complex is detrimental to the value in a single-family home or a paired patio home is not consistent with what we've seen in the marketplace. You might be familiar with our Watercolor Place community just south of the Fort Hamer Bridge, where Davis Development has a beautiful apartment complex, and we're selling single-family homes and paired patio homes right behind it. We think the only way Manatee County is going to be successful is to have a mixed residential basket. We all recognize, would I like to see Fort Hamer Road 4-lane already? Of course I would. Everybody on this dais would like to see that. We anticipated that Fort Hamer has to get 4-lane, and that bridge is going to have to get 4-lane. We tried to get that done many years ago. If it wasn't, as you know, some of you have been here, if it wasn't for 2 developers in this community, the bridge wouldn't exist. And the impetus was the 18-wheel truck that went off I-75 and killed a man and shut the traffic down for about 4 weeks. And we had to create a bypass. So happy to answer any questions. Oh, the pictures about the drainage. We have this requirement. It's called, here we go. It's called the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES. So what happens is the county and the state make us put these socks in front of the drainage things. Well, every time it rains, you can't, if it rains at 2 o'clock in the morning, you can't run men out there and take those things up so that the water goes into drains. It's for sediment control, okay? And it's a requirement that's put on us as developers. So those things, when the project is built out, we don't have them, they go away and the drainage works just fine. But thank you for your time, and we're here to answer, the whole team is here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I did have one other question. Someone mentioned about a buffer on the school site per the Stoneman Douglas requirements. That's not something we normally have to consider. I don't know anything about it, but just for the record, Scott, do you have any information on that?
I mean, no, I don't know what that's referencing. The only information that I can provide is the school district is permitted to speak for themselves on these applications, and they have provided their official comments, and there were no such objections raised.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
Carol Clark, Medallion Home. I have been sworn. I did speak to Mike Penley at the school board yesterday or Tuesday and asked when we saw that comment in one of the emails that was sent to you, are there any Marjorie Stoneham Douglas related buffering requirements? And his answer was no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that all, Commissioner Servia? Okay, so Mrs. DePaul, do you need to speak now? I see you're on the list. And if
I was just going to say if everyone wanted, Tom is here to address the stormwater issues, so I thought maybe he would be best to come up and talk about that. He's hiding behind.
I'm satisfied with the answer that I got, but I appreciate that.
Fine, okay.
So then we have Satcher, Baugh, and Whitmore. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like Tom to come forward and just talk a little bit about what our standards, Mr. Roof talked about the impediments while they're still building to the drainage working properly. But beyond that, what type of standards do we have for these neighborhoods? And as they build more, which is going to be everyone's plan, right? We know that that's coming. So as more of the homes are built, is it going to get worse and worse and worse? Or do you expect it to get worse or stay the same, get better?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. I have been sworn. Let me start by doing a brief little recap based upon public comment and also what Mr. Baroof just spoke about with respect to the what's better known or also known as best management practices. So that would be as far as any type of erosion control measures or any sediment collection devices that are utilized as part or in conjunction with the construction of a development. So these pictures that were supplied through the public comment, and first off, as a member of Manatee County Stormwater staff, we appreciate any photo evidence of any drainage problems that any community is experiencing, because at that point, staff can take action to address those problems. So first off, with respect to these two pictures, and let me point out, it didn't show up very good, but in the one picture here, at the curb inlet, there is, as Mr. Bruce alluded to, there's either a gutter buddy or what we call a filter sock. And it's literally an erosion control device that is placed in front of the inlet during construction to prevent any loose debris, any sediment, any other type of construction debris from draining down into the inlets during the construction activities of the project. Personally, last night, the missus was like, "Where in the world did you go last night?" "Oh, I was down the street, honey. I was taking some pictures of curb inlets for the board meeting today." Because similar scenario. And I've got them in the back. I can run back there and get them if you need me to. But it's a similar scenario throughout the county, whether it's Loring Lakes, whether it's Cross Creek, whether it's whatever subdivision, new construction is going on throughout the county, where there's homes being built, where there's new phases being built, there would be erosion control devices. So in this picture here, and I'll flip through a couple of these, in this case, there's filter fabric in front of the valley gutter inlet. Here's a closer picture so you can see the filter fabric is doing its job. Unfortunately, it's doing its job the best it can do, which is to prevent the sediment from going down to the stormwater system. Now, granted, if we get any type of heavy rainfall accumulation like we did over the weekend or late last week, in my case, it was like 1.5 inches, 2 inches on a Saturday. You heard from the residents, 1/2 inch, probably plus, things of that sort, because we have the county rain stream gauge network. We were monitoring that rainfall as well. But at that point, that type of device will be overcome. So what this picture shows, it becomes quite prevalent when those devices are either overwhelmed or clogged. And we will certainly work with this applicant. We've certainly worked with any other engineer, any other applicant throughout the county to address any of these particular problems, where it's just a matter of just the erosion control measures are causing the drainage problems. And also, and I'll bring it up as well, we will certainly look throughout the remainder of the community concerning the drainage and flooding concerns that were raised to see if there's anything else that can be done to address drainage problems. Now, with respect to the overall development, there was a prior zoning ordinance. I've actually got it handy, but this project has carried on through its application life with stormwater requirements with respect to the 50% reduction in allowable runoff rate. Concerning this project does lie within Gamble Creek. Portions of the project, and as were identified by the applicant, have been incorporated into the latest 2021 flood insurance rate maps. So those maps and the corresponding Gamble Creek Watershed Management Plan would be utilized for any future phases and for future development in conjunction with this development. Otherwise, the last point I'd bring up is that there is a master stormwater facilities associated with this overall project. So as far as whether or not this is a commercial use or a multifamily use, the stormwater facilities would be required to be designed to attenuate the proposed impervious coverage associated with that development. I'll be happy to address any further questions that the board has.
I don't have any further questions on that. Thank you. From the applicant, you mentioned Watercolor Place. Is that kind of is that whoever can answer that feels best? Is a similar vision here? Is that the plan? I understand that we can't necessarily hold you to it, but is that?
We think residential uses next to residential projects is better than commercial and mixed-use residential, personally. If you have a residential down, so you start with high-density residential and go to lower-density residential. By the way, the immediate residential that is next to this project is my own. We haven't sold it yet. So those people won't be able to say, it wasn't here, because it will be there before we sell, before they buy a house, with any luck. So the reason we didn't own that 15-acre parcel back in 2012 is a gentleman, it was out of Michigan, that owned it, and we literally couldn't find him. And then he passed away, and then his estate had to get settled. And then unfortunately, his estate was to his daughter and son, and not long after he passed away, his son passed away, so it had to get resettled again. So that's one of the reasons that 15 acres was not part of the GDP in 2012.
It's a whole different story right
So,
now.
thank you.
Wow. Now you know.
Mr. Satcher, is that all?
That's all I have as far as
Commissioner, I
questions.
apologize. Commissioner Ball and Whitmore. Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions. Bill, you might be able to help me with this. As our chairman said earlier, sometimes we already know the answers, but it's good to bring it up and discuss it with the public. Regarding any project that is to be built in Manatee County, when it's brought forward, the fire department, EMS, schools, they all have to sign off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other agencies that I left out? I mean, I don't think so, but
No, I don't think so. There's various county departments that look at other aspects as well, but I think the outside agencies would be your school board, and fire, sorry.
yeah, fire. And all of these have to sign off on it before the project actually gets built. Is that fair to say? Or changes have to be made, or whatever the case may be. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this point, we're looking at a general development plan,
Right.
so there's not a lot of details shown. As we proceed through the approval processes, each of those agencies will be responsible for looking at their areas of expertise and providing comments and to the engineer to get the project where it needs to be for their areas of expertise.
And the reason that I asked that question is because I heard a lot about schools and, I think someone even mentioned fire and so forth. So I just wanted to clear that up with the public that's here. And the other thing is apartments. This is right on the edge of my district. In fact, I think what's it called? Watercolor, is that it? I think that's actually right on the edge of my district. But as far as apartments, is there any indication, and I already know the answer to this one too, is there any indication that building apartments out east lowers the value of property or riffraff, or is it a problem for schools or anything along that line that we've seen?
Not to my knowledge.
Answer that, Bill. I know that's kind of tough, but.
I mean, I don't think so. And I do think there is a need for apartments and single families, so I don't think there's more of a need for single family than apartments.
I will tell you why I asked that question. As you know, I live in Lakewood Ranch, and I have for many, many years, and Lakewood Ranch is in my district. And I can tell you that we have, I don't even know how many apartment buildings in our district. And the most interesting thing about them is that almost all of them are rented. And a lot of the people that live there are either professionals, such as doctors and so forth, medical personnel, or seniors that really do not want to have to deal with home ownership and so forth. So this is not like maybe where some of us came from up north and we hear the word apartments and, this whole bit. It's different here in our area, and I'm thankful for that. So I just wanted to ask those questions because those were most of the complaints that I heard, and they're not really valid complaints. Flooding issues, I knew Tom was going to say what he did. The one question that was left, and Bill, I don't know if you can answer this or not. Someone brought up elevations of old versus new. Is there any problem there that we maybe don't realize or know about?
Are you talking about base flood elevation?
A citizen brought that up, elevations of old homes versus new, that it's different.
I think Tom would be better to answer that question.
Okay. I know the answer to this one too, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baugh, hate to say it, but it came up again, the Central Park analogy, because unfortunately in this case as well, We have a project that started back in 2005, 2008 timeframe, back with an older version of a flood insurance rate map.
Right.
And here we are with newer phases of development, and lo and behold, they're raised to a higher standard, they're raised to a higher elevation based upon a 2021 firm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which, and there's nothing that we can do about that.
That's
I mean,
correct.
it is what it is.
Yes.
All right, I really appreciate Tom, Bill, thank you for your help, and I'll wait to see who else has comments.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
Tom, sorry. It's,
He has the sneakers on, always.
he always
So-
does.
Yeah.
I've known this guy ever since he started, and he runs wherever he goes, so. And I was in the back watching, but did you mention that you have to capture how much of your water on your properties? That's a requirement by ordinance. Did you already state that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, just to elaborate again, with this particular development, they have to reduce their allowable runoff rate by 50% by attenuating the post-development runoff, so the runoff.
On their
coming-
property?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
I have a question for I don't know who for the applicant. First of all, this county commission, and I know Commissioner Cruz said it a million times about multifamily. We have a severe shortage of rentals in this county. And we've been bringing this up every week, even on non-land use days, not too long ago. So, not everybody wants to own. I didn't own a home until in 97 because I enjoy renting. I could call my landlord if something was down, but my husband, when we got married, demanded that we own. So that's how that happened. But
Commissioner, we do want to
the
stick
facade,
with questions.
I am going.
Oh, okay,
Just-
okay.
Well, I have to preface it while I'm asking.
Sure,
Because
go ahead.
there are people that prefer rentals versus buying. I have a question about the buffers and the facade, so I don't know, who's that going to be? The buffers between the school, and we had a few citizens mention pretty thick vegetation buffers between the school, and I saw that there was that narrow strip that the gentleman had an issue with. How can you say it publicly again, how you're addressing that?
So on this,
Extra.
right, so on the south side of the school, we're requesting to reduce the perimeter buffer from 15 feet to 10 feet on our side of the property. If you look at an aerial, the school has trees all along the perimeter on their side of the property. On the east side of the school and the north side of the school, which we also are adjacent to, that will be a 15-foot perimeter buffer.
Is there anything to prevent a kid from walking between to go over to the apartments? Is there a fence of some type? Yeah, okay, good. To me, that's safety.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I just wanted to say publicly. Now, the facade, watercolor is beautiful. I don't know if it fits on that side, but that you as a private business decides that. What kind of facade are you looking at? Do you have any idea?
So at this stage in the GDP plan, we don't specifically have an idea of what the architecture, but he might.
Yeah.
We retain architectural control because we
Yeah, I
still
know.
have another 500 units to build. So it's my concern that those things are as pretty as they need to be so I can sell my product, which is what we did with Davis, it's what we did on our P at Aqua. We always retain architectural control. They cannot build a building that we don't sign off on.
And the vegetation from when you first go in through the apartments to the back to where the
We control
houses
that,
are?
and there's very stringent landscape requirements that have to exceed our requirements, and they're not done to the minimum county standards, they're done to our minimum standards.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Shea.
Commissioner Whitmore, in addition, there is a code requirement for a 1.5 that contains a lot of architectural standards required for buildings over over 3 stories. So they will have to comply with those standards when they come in for development.
Can you give me examples?
I think every 75 feet, there has to be a certain break in the facade to try to break up the massing. There's articulated roof line standards. There's some color standards for development like this. I'm not sure how we would work with that. They say the materials and the colors need to be compatible with the community. Right now, it's all single-family residential, so I don't believe that there is a common theme. But if there is one, they would have to follow that as well at the time that they come in for approval of those structures.
Thank you.
Going off of your shirt-tie combination, I think you should be in charge of the color scheme. You look sharp today. Okay, so that's all for questions from commissioners. I don't have anyone else on here, so then we will move to staff or applicant closing comments. So does staff have any closing comments to make?
Mr. Chairman, just a few. The first item is kind of a housekeeping item that I forgot to mention at the beginning of my presentation. I handed out a revised ordinance. The ownership information was incomplete, so that is in the first whereas clause, so that there was some additional owners that were added in that paragraph. I wanted to mention also that, you know, we're talking about density. They could do 3 dwelling units an acre here. They're only proposing 2.12. If this was a mixed-use community, they are located at a node which would allow them additional, they could get their regular density calculation based on the entire project acreage and get intensity for the floor area for commercial. So it could be a more intense development than what you're seeing today. And I don't recall making a statement about public transportation. If it was in my staff report, it may have said something to the effect that there was no public transportation available to this site. And that's all I have for you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question for you from, nope, I'm sorry. He's ready for, he wants to be first for deliberations.
Mr. Chair, just for applicant rebuttal.
We are doing that now. Would the applicant like to come up and make any final statements?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we hit all the notes that I had for rebuttals during the questions from the board, so we don't have anything further except we're respectfully requesting your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to deliberations and discussion. Commissioner Cruz, you're the only person on the board, sir.
All right, excellent. I'll cover it all. This is somewhat similar to the last one we discussed, as some people pointed out, and it was declined, but, you know, admittedly, I voted for it, or at least I voted against the decline, because the reality is, I hear your opinion about it, but I'm in real estate, and I don't fundamentally believe multifamily negatively affects the value of single-family home. I think that's a talking point, not reality based on the market, number one. Number two, there's 2 multifamily complexes here. One of them's been there. So if the argument is multifamily lowers the value, well, you already have that. That's not up for discussion here. There may be a discussion on height, but it hasn't been built yet, but it's approved. There's the one next to the school, which is 3 stories. So if the argument is, and I'm not going to debate, I'm giving my opinion, and then we'll move on. For other people, there's already going to be multifamily there. The question is there going to be more? And I said it before, compatibility to me is residential is compatible with residential. It would be disingenuous of me to go on podcasts, and I'm speaking in an affordable housing panel tomorrow, and talk up trying to get more efficient, sustainable housing in Manatee County. And I always say, look, you need all kinds of housing everywhere. You can't just concentrate at some place because you need service workers and teachers and so forth in East County and in North County and in West County. Otherwise, people are just driving all over the place. So in a perfect world, you've got your single-family homes. You've got your duplexes. You've got your villas. You've got your multifamily. You've got a mixture of unit types in every community to allow everyone to reside within those communities. And, you know, what Medallion has been doing is look at watercolor and hue. There's multifamily directly in front, and it's beautiful. And on the other side of that entrance, there's going to be an ALF there, so there's going to be another building there. That's 2 big 4-story buildings in an entryway. I personally, and again, it's just my opinion, everyone can have their own. I think the 2 big buildings on the entryway is a pretty cool concept. It almost gives like a gateway entrance into the back of it. But Aqua's very high-end property that's going in. There's a massive 4-acre lagoon in there. There's multifamily there. That's common in the United States. There are whole places out west and up north and other places in the United States that have completely abolished single-family zoning, that have said everything is 3 units as of right, because they understand the concept of density and understand the concept of mixed unit types within communities. So I don't have a problem with that per se. And from the 4-story, there's already 3-story, and we've changed the code as a whole. That's why you're seeing not just Medallion, but other people come back and say, hey, give me that extra story. We just talked about it with, Artisan Lakes, because it's just a new code here. If someone wants to go 4 stories, I don't know how economically feasible. You start getting 4 stories, you start getting elevators. So, someone else can make that determination relative to a financial model. But, that's just the code. And I don't know if the difference between 3-story and 4-story next to school is meaningfully changing the sightlines or whatever the concern is here. So, in my mind, this is similar to Twin River, because the real question is one residential type compatible with another residential type? This is me personal. In my personal opinion, it is. We've gotten emails about green space, or people come here and talk to us about parish and rural and green. This is way more green space and open space than is even required inclusive of this. It's almost 50%, like 40-something% open space. There is green space here. It has been considered. There was talk about traffic, and I know that commercial has expired, but part of the reason it expired is commercial follows rooftops, and rooftops took a while to get there. Now rooftops are here. But a board at some point said, what was it, 107,000 square feet of commercial? That's like more than the entire Five Below project that's going up on 301 right now. Would you rather have that in front? We had that discussion when it came to Savannah last year, where a developer wanted to slap retail and commercial in front of single family. We voted no on that because that was not compatible, and it would have caused excess traffic. So in my opinion, I'd much rather have a multifamily property where the teachers from Williams can go live than have a Five Below and an Aldi's and a bunch of other stuff and endless people driving in and out all day long, transient traffic as opposed to livable traffic. So I don't see us being a traffic issue, because there was already contemplation 10 years ago from a previous board for even more traffic at that point in time. So at the end of the day, our job here is to conform to our comp plan and our future land use, and that's what our job is. It's not to lend subjective opinion to something. And I've read almost all of your emails. There was a lot of them, but I've read as many of them as I possibly could, and then went through the PDFs on it to understand where the concerns were. I took them in consideration. I spoke in the briefing about many of them to understand it. In my personal opinion, relative to what we are tasked to do, this does in fact conform, so I will in fact vote for it.
Thank you, sir. Satcher, Baugh, and Servia. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just point out some of the things on this project. First of all, it is unique, the last that we saw, because when you say, is one neighborhood more important than the other? I know people in both neighborhoods, I've taken my kids swimming at that pool. And so I've waited in the line at Williams. But it's a little different here that this is not a zoning change, right? So it's already there. And in fact, it's there in a more impactful way. I asked during my briefing, I've tried to be tougher in my briefing so I don't have to ask super tough questions here of staff, but I asked, what's a Publix? And I came back at, 60,000 square feet. So you're talking almost 2 Publix square footage of commercial space. So, that's something to consider. And I'll say this, though, there is no doubt, no question. When I talk to people, I say, I understand growth is coming. We all understand that in Parish. And most people in Parish are, when it comes to commercial, in the right place. We're okay with that. And but I always say, but I want smart growth. And so when the objection comes to traffic, and is this a smart place because the traffic is so tough there, I 100% hear you. And it's a frustrating situation because it seems like the major decisions were made, over a decade ago. And some of the fights with Commandant of the Coast Guard, something like that. Oh. You come into you have to play the hand that you're dealt. And the truth is, We are behind when it comes to traffic in the parish area. I want to encourage you that of every single project in the entire county, every single thing of, when someone brings up stormwater and, well, I won't call any other districts, but there are a lot of other things that come up on this board, and we decided our number one is going to be to fix Fort Hammer right there and to get that bridge put in. I have had my, I have been upset because we weren't already pulling, permits or doing the process to get it four-laned, but we're moving now. And I'm sorry we weren't moving before. We should have been, a long time ago. But you've got an approval that's already there. So it's a unique situation. I just want to say that I hear your concerns, and I am advocating pretty endlessly for those things to get addressed moving forward. And you see in other parts of District 1, you see a lot of dirt moving, and a lot of roads being improved, a lot of sidewalks being improved, parks that I'm working on, and the county's helping work on. And so I just wanted to be a little bit encouraging there. The other thing is you do have an interesting situation that works out in your favor, and that is financially, it makes good sense for all involved for this to be the opposite of an eyesore. I understand it's going to be 4 stories, but beyond that, he wants to sell more homes in the future. He's financially incentivized to not make an eyesore. So I just wanted to point out those things as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Baugh, Servia, Whitmore. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion if you are prepared for that at this time.
I'll take the motion, but we do still have 2 commissioners on the board to speak.
What I'm curious about, Sarah, maybe you can help me with this. This motion that is here is unbelievably long. Does it not just suffice it to say,
Best.
I recommend the recommended motion, or do you want me to read the whole thing?
Yeah, you just say, I move the alternative motion for approval.
Okay, what she said.
As so moved, you mean?
Yes, because this is ridiculously long.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh for approval, and we have a second by Commissioner Cruz. Servia and Whitmore are still on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all the people who came today to speak. Thank you for engaging in your local government. It is really important. And even if the vote doesn't go quite your way, please understand that it's important that we hear from you. Florida continues to grow at this incredibly fast pace, especially the west coast of Florida where we are. And there's just enormous demand for all type of residential uses. And our job is to deal with the growth, and it's a difficult thing sometimes, but we have a comprehensive plan, we have a land development code, those things guide us, those are the laws that this board has to abide by. And this board is working very hard on infrastructure, and previous boards have also worked very hard on infrastructure. It took almost 100 years to build the Fort Hammer Bridge for a lot of different reasons. But guess what we're doing next week in Washington, D.C.? We will all be up there fighting for additional funds to build another 2 lanes of the Fort Hammer Bridge.
And Fort Hammer.
And Fort Hammer. So this board is pushing to get the roadways that are needed in place so that we can all be more comfortable traveling in the area. Many people who spoke to us today said they are transplants. I moved here 7 months ago. I moved here 2 years ago. So you must be especially sensitive and understand that a lot of people want to move here, and we're trying to accommodate that. I personally don't have a problem with 4 stories. I like a more efficient use of the land and less impact at the footprint. So I do not have a problem with 4 stories. It does cost a developer much more to go to 4 stories instead of 3 stories. And so that's something I guess he's worked out in his business model. And this could have been commercial. Remember, there was at one time a proposal for commercial. I do believe you're going to be much happier with multifamily residential than you would commercial. There are just way fewer compatibility issues with that. And, you know, one of the things that I've learned my whole career is to have a really thriving, healthy residential community. You want a variety of different types of residential. You don't want it to all be the same to have the best, healthiest type of community. So I know there are some people who feel nervous about this, but I think you're going to be pleased with this in the end. And it's compatible and consistent with our codes and our comp plan, and for those reasons, I'm going to be supporting it today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
I want to thank the applicant for at least giving us a little bit of history about the property and how some of the CDDs, how that's worked and how previous owner owned and all that, because that, I didn't see that. Trying to talk, guys. 100 years, the bridge, you're absolutely right. And I was on the board, and I always hear, well, due to the previous board, we only have a 2-lane bridge. We tried to get the feds to pay for that, and Waterleaf across the street on the other side filed a challenge with the Coast Guard, and that's why you're hearing Commissioner Satcher saying what he did. It went from them paying for it, that a previous commissioner said, well, let's us pay for it because we can do it cheaper. And you're right, Mr. Baroof and Mr. Neal were going to pay for it. It was even going to be less, and they were actually going through some of your neighborhoods, the route of the Thoroughfare at that time, the bridge, and then the route it would get to 301. So, you know, that all happened, and it delayed us, and it took us 8 years with them getting the feds being involved, and it cost out of our impact fees $21 million. So I was here, and it was 100 years it took to build the darn thing. The first day it opened, I started getting emails and complaints since day one. Why didn't you do a 4th bridge? What an idiot you are. 4 lane. You know, or 4 lane. If somebody would just, you know, paid attention, they would see these are the facts. And what you're seeing today is now we have a connection from, whether you like it or not, from south to north. And it's even going to go further north. And this is just all part of that. And please understand, we make the decisions on the information given to us today. So I appreciate everybody coming. And I know Bonnie Akins here has been here at least 50 years. So I see her. She's an old friend of mine. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. I don't have any other commissioners on the board. We've completed our quasi-judicial agenda here. We're going to move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Okay, it is 3:17. Let's take 5 before we get into commissioner comments. We'll be right back. 5-minute recess.
What kind of commissioner comments we have, and we got to take a break.
Don't worry.
Okay, welcome back. Just in time for commissioner comments. I actually don't remember who goes first for commissioner comments today. Is any volunteers?
Go normal.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Let's go normal. We'll start with District
And to the
1. We'll
other,
start
that's
over.
what Vanessa used to
District 1.
Going to hit my button.
Or
over
start
here.
at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today is the National Day of Prayer.
Right.
And so
Amen.
shout out to Kiwanis, did a great job of having our prayer breakfast this morning. One of the chaplains, who I'm not going to risk his name, but led the prayer over here in front of the courthouse. I know there were other meetings, I believe one in Palmetto and others that I may not know about, but just here locally. And so I do think that it's a good time for us to be praying for our country, for our nation, for our world. You know, we are very blessed with the issues that we face when compared to the issues that many face overseas and Ukraine, things like that. So that's probably my number one comment, and I think I will. Oh, today is May 5th, and it is Cinco de Mayo.
What else is it, Jane?
Oh, I know.
It's something else. I'll just refer to the week in general. Is my sweet baby Hope is 1 year old this week. Yeah. So hopefully you'll be way too busy to ever look back on YouTube if it still exists. But nevertheless, happy birthday, sweetheart. I sure do love you, Miss Hope.
Cutie patootie.
Very sweet. District 2. Good luck
Yeah,
following that. Yeah.
what a great morning we had at the breakfast. The speaker was awesome. The retired colonel, who's obviously a wounded combat vet. The interesting thing about, and I can't recall his name now. That's the story of my life. Right, Gregory Dotson.
Colonel Dotson.
Colonel Dotson. I actually love the movie Battleship, and that's one of my favorite movies. And it was exciting to get an opportunity to meet him and shake his hand and tell him thank you for his service. If you did not hear his story, and his attack came after he was leaving the memorial of some of his other soldiers, and it's not a cheesy moment for me, but I did get a weak moment, right? Former veteran, and Mrs. Cruz and I kind of, had a little moment at that particular. I sat back there with them because all of us had to go real quick, and she kind of, gave me a little courage, support. But the reality of it is, I did think about my friends that I have lost in combat when he was speaking, and as a veteran, when you have the opportunity to reflect, right, for the ones who pay the ultimate sacrifice. Sometimes you have a lot of pride, but also you say, well, hey, these were good men and women that gave the ultimate sacrifice, so we can do what we're doing right here today. So it was a great morning. Did get a little tad bit emotional for me, but hoo-ah. Thank you for your message, sir, and thank you to the Palmetto Bill Group and the Kiwanis and everybody that put that on. That event's getting better and better each year. Each year it's getting better and better. The next thing that I wanted to talk about was, I don't know whether or not you all received the email, but I received the email about the Zoom calls or the call-ins from a constituent, and they cannot have access. And I see via email that Dr. Hopes have attempted to address it, but I did want to make sure that we looked at it so we can keep the lines of communication open with the constituents and to make sure that they have that access. So
I did email Jan Brewer, because she's over IT.
Right.
Asked her to have them look into it. She responded and said that they had, and felt that perhaps a bad Zoom link was posted one particular day, like the Zoom link was.
So it's a bad
typo.
number.
Yeah, the
Of
number,
the
that's
type
the
of
word I'm
the
looking for.
number.
The number
Right,
was
okay.
wrong one day, she thinks.
Okay, so I think that's important that we get that addressed, but that's it for me, man.
Okay, thank you, sir. District 3, unfortunately, the DeSoto Parade was canceled this year, so that was a big disappointment. Yeah, we all spent a lot of money getting ready. some disappointed kids out there, some disappointed older kids, yeah, adult kids. But that's all right. Next year it'll be just as good as always, I'm sure. And I don't really have anything else for District 3. I would throw out there that I'm sure I'll get you all support, but we can't talk any other time. I want to do a sort of like a beginning of one of our meetings. We do a lot of proclamations and things, but I would like to do some kind of like quick, brief ceremony, just honoring and thanking people from Child Protective Services, case managers, and also our investigators, those who investigate with this. So those are MSO employees. Give them like a small plaque, just a big thank you, make sure that they're recognized. Would anybody have an issue with that? I would figure we'd have support for that, right? Okay. So I'm going to coordinate that with Lee and do a quick thing one morning and, let them know they're appreciated. And
Will that, Chair?
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, will that include the probation people as well?
I was going foster care, but we could do a separate one for probation. But I was focusing on foster care is what I was doing. Is what I was thinking.
Maybe we can get
Yeah.
back to probation, because
Sure.
they need some recognition.
Sure.
too.
Yeah, because these are folks who, they're not exactly raking in the dough here, and they're tremendous assets to our community and to our kids specifically. So I appreciate your support on that. District 4.
Thank you. I too was so unhappy that the DeSoto Parade got canceled. I was literally on my way with the car loaded and all the stuff that we had bought and prepared. And anyway, next year, we'll be there next year. I wanted to talk a little bit about the FDOT Vision Zero workshop that several of us went to. I thought it was very good. When you listen to those statistics in our area on our roadways, 8 deaths daily, 49 serious injuries, $3.5 million loss because of the accidents. When you're talking about business and commerce and different things like that. So Vision Zero is a lofty goal, but it's an important goal. And we have to continue focusing on that until we reach zero, which may be never. But we got to continue working on it. I think there have been 2 people who died in my district on the streets in the past week. One was a pedestrian. So I know we're going to be receiving more information about how we can bring that Vision Zero plan into Manatee County's plan, and I look forward to that. And if you had not heard Melissa Wandell speak before, hearing her speak, I don't know if all of you were still there for that. It's a compelling story. It really is. I would like to ask, just while we're here, we can talk about it, I know Dr. Hopes is probably working on it, but the homeless positions, I'm looking forward to when those can be advertised. It's been a couple of weeks now. I'm not sure what the status is, but I'm anxious to get those advertised. We have a lot of work to do. So I'm sure he'll get back to us on that. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner, you're next anyway, so.
I am next,
Yeah.
yeah, District
Okay.
5. So I'll just go ahead and respond to some of
Yes.
the things that Commissioner Servia said.
And if she wants to respond,
Well,
go
no,
ahead.
it's in agreement with what
Okay.
she was saying about the FDOT meeting yesterday. I think there's been more fatalities between District 5 and District 1, mainly there on State Road 64 and State Road 70 over the years since I've been on the board. And the one thing that did come out yesterday, and I wish you all could have been there to hear it, was about roundabouts. And how roundabouts, yes, you might have actually a little bit more in accidents, but there really aren't any serious injuries. And the roundabouts on 64, a lot of people, complain, and I was one that was not in favor of them when they were built. Rex Jensen and I worked very hard to try and keep DOT from building that first roundabout on 64. But I got to tell you, it's been the best thing since peanut butter. It works well. My 42-foot RV, we go through that roundabout every time we go anywhere. It's perfect, and there's a few oranges on the ground if you're hungry. But all jokes aside, they are very, very effective. It does so much. It slows traffic down. it really helps the speeding that goes on, particularly on a state road like that. So it is something. I was talking to Dr. Hopes yesterday. He was there with me, and I was talking to him that we really need to look into more roundabouts in our community. Sarasota is way ahead of us on it, but they certainly do help to save lives and also to hold back on serious injuries. The other thing, Melissa, she actually lives in my district. She lives in Terra. Her husband was killed right there on State Road 70 and Terra Boulevard. And it's funny because she's really making the rounds. I mean, I went to Orlando last week to the MPOAC meeting, and she was actually one of our speakers there too. So, and then she was there yesterday. So she's making the rounds and doing a lot of good. And it's I think Commissioner Servia said it. We're probably honestly never going to hit zero. I mean, that's almost impossible to do. But if we can look at it from that aspect, then maybe we can get it down and down and down. And eventually there will be a formula that maybe it can be almost nil to none, that we have fatalities. If you look at the cars, and this was something else, I don't know if most of you knew, but Billy Hadaway was there yesterday. He was one of the speakers. And Carol, I know you know this, and Billy Hadaway used to be our secretary, DOT secretary, several years ago. In fact, that's when he left, that's when we got L.K. Nandem. And he was there, and his big thing has always been bike riding. He's a big bike rider, and he was talking about, how it's very dangerous for bikes. Those are really, if you think about it, probably people that are on bikes are more at risk than any of the rest of us that are in cars. And yet, thank goodness, our cars are getting more and more things added to them that help. I mean, my car, if I'm in my car and I get too close, I mean, man, it starts screaming at me. So, to the car in front of me. So there's different things coming out that cars have. I mean, sometimes if I want to change a lane and I don't turn my signal on, I'm vibrating in my seat. So, there's safety features that are being added all the time. So it's a good thing. So I really thought the seminar yesterday was very good. So thank you. Just wanted to add that. And that's all I have in my district today.
Thank you, ma'am. District 6.
At that meeting, there was 5 out of the 7 of us there, which was a good turnout on the board. And I kept wanting to call him Dr. but it's Mark Doctor spoke. And Commissioner Baugh hit it out of with the roundabouts, there tend to be more accidents. They're not T-bone direct hits. It's more angled, which is safer. And 70 to 80% decrease in serious injuries and fatalities. So, that is very telling in itself. So I just wanted to bring that up. I also want to thank Roy from Roy's Automotive. On my way to work yesterday, there was a big explosion or something under my car. And I kept driving it. I thought it was tired. Then that noise went away. I kept driving it, and I drove there at 7:45 yesterday morning. And I'd gone to a local oil change place, and they forgot to put the plug in right. And I almost lost my engine, but and there are 3 mechanics short if you know anybody needs a job. Then my other car broke down, and my other mechanic, there are 2 short. So we have a major shortage of mechanics all over. But I want to thank Roy's Automotive. He saved me he said it would be $5,000 or $6,000 to replace the engine. My grandson returned from South Korea, and he's here for a week or 2, and then he's going back. So I'm proud of him. He's doing good. And I have told you when he first went to West Point, and I'm keeping you up to date. I want to thank the sheriff for the incident yesterday. I happened to be leaving yesterday when there was an incident in our waiting room. And I want to thank Gary Lowe from the Sheriff's Department coming up, and I saw Charlie Bishop there, and our sheriffs came up also, of a very passionate citizen wanting to speak to their county commissioner or one of our staff. So it was very passionate. And then when I say passionate, you can figure that out. But then he left, and then he got on another floor and still tried to get up to us. So it was a little bit nerve-wracking, especially with our staff. So I want to thank everybody. On the next commissioner's agenda, I wanted to let you know, I asked to have it put on Monday, but it's still not on, and I asked Scott to please put it on so you know what I was going to be bringing up. I'm asking Jan Brewer to give us a financial status as of next week on what's going on with this interest rates going up, our bonding, because we've all heard things about our bonding and stuff. She's been going over our budget for next year and with the inflation. I sit on the transportation disadvantage for a handicap bus. They can't get them because they can't get what's the frame on the bottom of it? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they can't.
The wheelchair up?
Yeah, they can't get any of that. So the federal monies that we get, we may have to see if the feds would give us money to kind of repair what we have. I mean, it's getting very hard, the supply chain, so I just wanted you to let you know on that. We have 100 openings we have 100 positions for transit. We have 84 right now that are working. We have 6 in training, I want to tell you that. And then also, I'm asking Scott for an update on, again, what he's assigned to the homeless, affordable housing, and that the care coordinator, and not vacillating that I'm working on it. We've all declared that this is an emergency, so tell us who you've signed these departments to and who owns this project, so we all know, because I know at the meeting the other day, I hear at the meeting with all the cities, there was supposed to be an update, but what's going on, so we can pass it on. Yeah. Somebody brought that up, but we really didn't have it that we're working on it. And to me, that's not an acceptable answer to our colleagues. Also, I'm asking to have on the agenda because we were promised it that it was going to be, and it's not, and it's the Kingfish boat ramp to make a vote so we can move one way or the other. And Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, hopefully you can look at it and, take the lead during that or whatever, but I want us to do a vote on that because Holmes Beach isn't signing something right now and our funding for the grant we got. So, and I know how I feel about it. I don't support the parallel parking with the picnic tables. I told them that again when I had my briefing a couple days ago. But we need to get off the stick and do something and get moving, or none of these projects are going to get done because everything is going up.
So on the subject of Kingfish, we are ready to move forward. We can't put the project out to bid until we have a building permit. In the city of Holmes Beach, I had a meeting with Senator Boyd and Representative Robinson and the 3 island mayors yesterday. And the mayor of Holmes Beach stated that they're holding things up at the moment over trees, over exotic trees. There is a risk there of, you can't put it out to bid without a building permit, right? No one's going to bid on a project, no reputable contractor without a building permit. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds on this because this could end up being litigated if we're denied based on exotic trees, because there's a WCIND grant that does expire. It's $4.5 million grant.
That's golf, the BP oil spill.
It's a BP oil spill grant, but we got it through WCIND, from what I understand. No?
We also have another WCND grant that's 2.5 million.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's the oil spill grant that will expire. At some point, the lawyers are gonna have to get involved because if it expires, we have damages, right, of $4.5 million. I'm not saying that they're my constituents. I don't want to sue my constituents. I'm just telling you that if we're denied on false, pretenses or, then we have legitimate damages there. I don't want to get too far into it, but you're bringing it up, and that's the issue staff is facing is Holmes Beach is not signing off on it, and the stated reason is that they don't want the trees removed. And I get it, but you can't hold up an entire project over the removal of exotic trees. That's not. You can't do that. So that's the current situation. I mean, Hopes and Clegg need to deal with that with the city of Holmes Beach. But just so you all understand what's going on, that's the current situation, and it needs to get resolved quickly because you have to put it out to bid. We have to to secure a contractor, and we need to be turning dirt by August. So clock's ticking.
Can I dialogue?
Please.
Okay, first of all, we also had told staff at one point, some of us, that we didn't think they should be paving what they're doing. That has to be discussed when we talk, because when I talked to them last week, they still are planning on it. And we've got to figure out how we can cut back a little bit with some of these projects if we need the monies other places more. So so there were other things besides the picnic tables that were
and the trees, and I agree with you.
Paid parking.
Yeah, and you and I are in agreement on the paving, but that is something that we can deal with after the fact. I mean, we can deal with that at any time, and they do need to come before us because we are going to have to vote on that. I think you and I will probably lose, but I still want the vote on it. So yes, I would like to see it come before us in that regard.
Okay.
But the much
So it'll be
bigger
on
underlying
Tuesday.
issue is we don't have a permit, which
So
is
board members
significant.
may want to ask the staff Tuesday what's going on with all that, so you're prepared to vote on
Okay.
it.
And I know Mr. Bishop is watching the meeting.
Yeah.
He usually is.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, we're supposed to deal with the, God, I can't even remember what they're called, the deputy county administrators, right? Not just go directly to staff. Is that correct? Because Carol, you had some
Yeah.
interesting information a few minutes ago, and I wanted to ask you about it, but I was waiting for y'all to finish with your dialogue.
Well, this information I'm giving you is from deputy
They are
administrator.
staff. Our
It is from
deputies are
deputy
staff.
county admin, because I had not heard
No, I
that
talked to
information.
Scott during the briefings, and the deputies are sitting there.
Okay.
I haven't talked to staff.
No, I just was wondering because I didn't know that, the information you were giving a few minutes ago.
Oh, I had a deputy set up a meeting with me and staff a long time ago, and I saw the plans with Charlie Bishop and whoever, I forgot his name. And, but then my briefing the other day asked if it changed, and they said no. And that was Charlie Bishop, who's a deputy,
Yeah,
at the
okay.
briefing.
I was just
I haven't talked to
curious, 'cause
Hunsaker at all, yeah.
It was good information, that's why I was asking.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's all right? Is that all, Commissioner
Yeah,
Whitmore?
that's all.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, the prayer breakfast was great this morning. Janine and the Kiwanis did an excellent job, and it was just an amazing story to hear. I mean, just such a real-life story of somebody who was over in Iraq and dealt with what he went through, and how positive he is in terms of how he's turned it into a benefit for everyone from Wounded Warrior program to what he does with the New York Giants. I loved it. The DOT thing, I was there for the first half, and I had to race out to another meeting, but 100% agree with roundabouts. They're a safe way to go. They calm traffic. They lessen fatalities. It's, we need to be looking at that. I know there's a learning curve of understanding how they work. I have one directly in front of my neighborhood now, and everyone seems to be doing it right. My son has one directly in front of his high school. It's a little less so. So there's a learning curve based upon driving ability as well. But they are great. About the affordable housing, I have the same question. This is a not borderline, this is a crisis, borderline emergency. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago, laid out a number of things on both the homeless side and the affordable housing side that we wanted to direct staff to. I'm hoping these aren't put them at the bottom of the list and we get to them, and then it comes back in October. We don't have it till October. The people who are going to get displaced from their houses don't have till October. So I'm hoping there's a little bit of, I know everyone's busy and we're short-staffed, but I'm hoping this becomes a somewhat of a priority, at least to start moving some of the lower-hanging fruit forward quicker, whether it be filling positions or at least posting positions or bringing things back like half-dwelling units or other things. I understand community land trusts take much more time to create, but some of these things should be fairly quick, and any way we can fix it, the better. Tomorrow, I'm a panelist at a REACH conference where Tampa Bay Regional Planning Committee, or with commissioners from Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco. We're going to be talking about the things we're doing here, proposing here, and things that they're working on and proposing within their counties, kind of a meeting of the minds to see, best practices. So that's all day tomorrow up in St. Petersburg. And I'm also working with Dr. Hopes as well as a few others, Lee Washington from affordable housing side, Courtney from the building side, to get them in front of, I mentioned last week before, about the 3D printing group. I had met with their CEO, spoke with them at length, watched their presentation. So I'm trying to get a meeting set up. It was supposed to be earlier this week. It got moved to the 16th due to conflicts of calendar. To get it in front of them, and then the plan is, and they've asked to come in here and kind of give a presentation so you guys just understand how that works. It's cost effective, it's incredibly fast. It will facilitate everything from transitional housing to ADUs to just regular old housing, whether it be with Habitat or a land trust. So I think we need to be looking at all of these options. I've been meeting with a few other people, just had a lunch last Friday with somebody who is looking more on a modular home basis. I said it before when I brought up the 3D printing. We keep saying costs are so prohibitive at about $250 a foot for hard cost. It is. You can't build affordable there, but that doesn't mean there aren't alternative means of building structures and houses, and we need to be looking at all available options. So that's something I'm still running along with and kind of bringing into the fold first with Courtney and Dr. Hopes and Lee, and then ultimately to everyone at the very least, so we can kind of educate the public and everybody about some of these options, whether for themselves or in conjunction with what we're doing here as a county. So stay tuned for that, and that's all I've got.
Can I ask
Thank you.
dialogue?
Yeah, so I have Whitmore and Ball, who would both like to ask you questions. Before, real quick, I would just state, could you bring us, if it's verbal or an email, be even better? I'm interested to know how the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council meeting goes. Just kind of give us feedback on what those other counties are up to.
Sure, yeah, it's an all day. It starts at 8 in the morning, goes to like 5. There's a lot of panels.
Cliff
My
notes,
panel's 10:45. Do you want to come up?
Yeah, Cliff Notes.
But yeah, I'll 100%. In fact, I had a hour-plus long Zoom with those commissioners 3 days ago, and we kind of met each other, went through what we're working on so we can dialogue better at the thing. So I already have a good idea, but I'll let them speak a little more intelligently to it tomorrow as opposed to the informal.
Sure.
And I'll happily next Tuesday during Commissioner comment bring back some of the things they're doing that maybe we could be working
Perfect.
with.
I appreciate it. Whitmore and Ball. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, Commissioner Cruz, this is your bailiwick, so the school, I'm going to keep saying it at every meeting, the school impact fee, Scott and you meeting with the school, and not just talking to board members, what about just going before the board under comments
That
and
was
say?
literally discussed Tuesday at the Council of Governments meeting.
Oh,
We had a
was?
full discussion on it. We did discuss affordable housing. It was an agenda. We've made it a permanent agenda item on the Council of Governments. So every one we've had, that's been an agenda item. So we discussed, for anyone who didn't watch that, a quick summary.
I didn't.
I discussed some of the things that we discussed at our meeting, as well as some of our meetings we've had with City of Bradenton and trying to tie together some zoning for density and so forth. And then we did discuss impact fees, and Charlie Kennedy's the one who spoke to it. Just like I had said the other day, they're near the very end. When I talked to Charlie after the fact, he said it was like imminent, like maybe within weeks, where they're at least have a draft report. And so they're waiting for that draft report before they have any discussions relative to what they can and can't do. Because again, right now, they have a very regressive structure where if you build a 300 square foot tiny home or a 6,000 square foot mansion, it's the same impact fee. It's cost prohibitive for them to waive them. But if they tier it like we do in the county, now all of a sudden if they're 2,000 for a small unit and 8,000 for big, now they have a lot more flexibility to waive. So I've been told by multiple board members there, they want that report before they open up dialogue. So it is something I'm focusing on. They know I want to talk to them, and we did discuss it Tuesday.
Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Ball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cruz made me remember that I had forgotten one thing. I wanted to thank Commissioner Cruz for doing that tomorrow. I was scheduled to go, and I had to cancel it, so I will not be there. But I also wanted to say that I did have a great conversation with the Executive Director, Sean Sullivan, probably about a week ago, and we were talking about seawalls and resiliency, sea level rise, and so forth. And he is willing to come down here and speak to our board about different things that are now available to be done. I mean, there's different materials used for infill now. I mean, everything has changed. And the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and their engineers do not rule out seawalls just to say seawalls. It depends on where it's at, what it's, what is needed, what it will affect. I mean, there's many factors that go into play. So I just wanted to caution this board. I mean, I read in the paper the next day that we said we're not going to have any seawalls. Sean couldn't believe that we had said that, because that could hurt us, not help us with sea level rise. So anyway, I'm talking to Dr. Hopes about a time that maybe Sean can come down and speak to this board, maybe in a workshop might be good, about sea level rise and what the options are, and hear from a professional that is on that and studies that, continuously, because there are a lot of alternatives today that we're not mentioning. Just thought I'd share that. Thank you, George. Bring it up.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, just kind of got a little text to remind the board that May is Military Appreciation Month, and I think we may have some proclamations coming up on the May 10th board meeting, but it was just brought to my attention. Actually, I knew we had some things in May, but not the entire month, so thank you on that one. But some of the interesting thoughts, Military Spouse Appreciation Day is May 12th. I'm not married, but we have a lot of military spouses that are out there. May 20th is Armed Forces Day, so I guess myself and Mr. Lee Washington will, obviously be going back and forth because he's a Marine, and I'm a proud Army veteran. And then obviously we definitely celebrate May the 30th as Memorial Day. That's going to be a great weekend because we are planning to roll out a soft opening for the Lincoln Pool during that time. So May being Military Appreciation Month. Thank you for the update, sir. I'm out.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Just to add to that, there are a lot of celebrations for the military in May, and it's Military Caregiver Month as well. Caregivers who take care of people who served in the military.
Caregiver.
Thank you. Worth noting. Commissioner Whitmore.
I don't know if any of you guys knew this, but years ago when I was at Manatee Hospital, the administration put me in charge of the MedVet program. And it was a little card that we gave all veterans in Manatee County.
Is that for Union or Confederate soldiers?
It was Medicare veterans. It was Medicare veterans. And literally.
I'm teasing.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was Korean.
Yeah, and oh, shut up, now I'm getting it. Literally, my department, they added somebody, I had signed up 10,000 veterans. And what it was is they got a discount if they used Manatee Hospital. But I was part of the Veterans Council, and they came up with the design of the monument as a thank you to me for representing. My name's on the monument. Believe it or not, I'm the only non-veteran. The veterans. No. The Veterans Monument behind Manatee Hospital. I'm on the bench with the first.
Park behind the hospital?
Yeah, I'm on the Veterans Monument with the first Veterans Council that started the monument. So that's
All
a
right.
little tidbit. I know I've been around a while.
Good Manatee County trivia there.
Yeah.
Okay, no one else is on the board. I will say that shame on me, I neglected to state that tomorrow morning in District 3, we have the ribbon cutting for the Walton Racket Center, the fabulous pickleball court that thank you all so much for approving for District 3. It's going to be a fantastic addition and asset to the county. And we will also be dedicating the road that runs through GT Bray as Senator Wilbur Boyd Boulevard. And really looking forward to the ceremonies tomorrow. They start at 8 a.m. and the ceremony ends at 8:45. And then there'll be an open house at the Racket Center for the rest of the day for the public. So really looking forward to that. Hope to see everybody out there for that. It will be a beautiful day in District 3 tomorrow. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Nothing. We're adjourned.